Welcome everyone. It's me. I'm back. This is my first stream since chat was wrong about Fallout. I figured it was right to do another actual stream before going back to Fallout. But I will continue it. Welcome. I was going to say, yes, I played Fallout and it is still an option on the board. Let me show you the options available. If we do leaders, User plays, you can still vote for different options and you can promote whichever one you want. Currently, some of these options are actually going to happen at some point. I have made a page on the wiki for it, and some haven't been accepted yet, but will be if they get above 7.5k. Nacho says, fuck you, you sucked. I wouldn't be that cruel about Fallout. I wouldn't say it sucked. It just wasn't quite as good as I was expecting. But it did its best, okay? So be kind. I can't handle more booze and Xanax today. Are those the drugs that you need just to see Fallout in action? Because it's that bad. Holy shit. We got to get you to play Armored Core because that would be hilarious. I could try. Uza never plays New Vegas again. No, I'm determined to play it again. Because the thing is, I've talked to a lot of people about it. We've had a lot of arguments and interesting conversations. And now I understand, I think, what went wrong. I think partly it is sort of limitations of the game, but that's okay. It's not. It's a game designed for a certain kind of approach, and I think that's the point people were making. Is that that's not the approach I used. I'm saying that's a flaw of the game, and they're saying that's just how it's made. You're using it wrong. Both are kind of true, I think. Both are kind of true. I was expecting it to be able to handle that. I was actually told it could, or at least I was told it could handle something similar, but miscommunications and it's complex. So we'll leave it at that. Either way, I will play again and give it a go. Either way, for now, let us look at some of these memes that I've gathered. Oh no, these are going to have expired, aren't they? These are really important as well. Aiden, these are the ones that I linked to you. So let's. It'll take me a while to get to each of these, but we're gonna read this comic strip. So Makima, what do you think of the culture war? I find it interesting, she says. Give me a second here. Each page has to be obtained through reobtained through Discord. What do you think about becoming the government's dog? I'll need you to bark for me, says Makima. And then this character that looks oddly familiar says that he'll do anything for Makima and starts barking. Page 3 of the comic is as follows. This character again says, liberalism is a disease. If you aren't trying to procreate, why are you sticking it in raw? And then bigot, fascist, hate speech, shut up, screaming. The next page of the comic goes like this. Makima says, you did well, Charlie. Would you like to get married and start a family? Woof, he says. Yes. Not like Flash Heart, but like submissive dog. He says, yes, I wouldn't want anything else in the world. And then they get married. Okay. The comic continues. 1 second. There's 6 pages of this. He says, everything is perfect, honey. The kids are great. Yes, Charlie, our family is wonderful. Mossad? Your father worked for Mossad? No way. This can't be true. Found out already, did you, Charlie? It's not going too well for Charlie at this point. Holy shit. And then the crowd around Charlie is saying, gang violence is a real issue, but what about systemic factors? We need solutions. Meanwhile, this Makima character is saying, aim for the neck and pull the trigger. Holy shit, it's getting real. Aiden, please don't take up drinking.
What?
And then there he is. He's in his coffin. Makima's not happy. He's thinking, everything is going according to plan. And then final panel or final page of the comic. Cheering for Charlie Kirk at the memorial. Makima says, no one will ever replace my husband, but I do see similarities of my husband in JD, in Vice President JD Vance. And then she kisses JD. It was a heist, lads. It was all a way to ruin Charlie Kirk, and they killed him at the end. All Makima's fault. So this exists, just so you know. And I think most of the art is made with AI. Even the text, I think, is maybe there. Given what they did here with the text. AI's got pretty good at that, hasn't it? with images. But yeah, this now exists as political commentary in the year of our Lord 2025. Welcome, everyone. Nacho says, what the fuck? Yeah, I agree. Quattro starts throwing up. Aiden says, thanks, I hate it. Quattro says, did Stu write this? Yeah, as a member of our community who is, he is this guy. This guy right here. In fact, let's make him set this as his profile picture. Hold on, let me just...
I regret to inform you that we cannot, as I believe his account was deleted.
Oh, what's the point in him existing there?
I mean, I was wondering that before he got his account deleted, but, you know.
Oh, Stu is gone. Shame. Oh well, we'll live. Okay, good. So that's that meme. That's a fine comic to start us off with. Let's look at what we got next. Oh yeah. Matthew Black here on Twitter says, the thing is, Die Hard wasn't a Christmas movie originally. The script was changed by Constantine in 336 to align it with the Sol Invictus festival. And the respondent says, it was declared a Christmas movie at the Council of Nicaea. I can't believe I have to get angry about this. This is to say that it is now December. Welcome to December, everyone. There will be a Christmas this year, and for the entire month of December, cheer is enforced upon all of Cabal. I shall now invigilate the cheer. All of you in the audience have a Christmas hat. Somnus! Somnus has no Christmas Santa hat in his profile picture. Core! Where is the Christmas Santa hat in your profile picture? Jadev! Not enough cheer. I don't think Maveth has one either. Maveth, what are you doing? And Poss, what are you doing? Get yourselves a Christmas decoration right now. Nachos does have one, yes. Also, Wolf, yeah, he gave you more than a hat. That's true. Poss is typing more random numbers out of spite. It's understandable that that's the best you can do. Let me just do equals cheer. As you can see, cheer is non-negotiable. You shall all engage rapidly with the cheer. Is that a Christmas hat, Maveth? It says Bow Humbug. You know what? I guess that's close enough. Who was it just joined? Do I get to invigilate against them as well? It was Dekwow. Dekwow, do you have a Christmas theme? Dekwow! Cheer is mandatory. Cheer is non-negotiable. Do the thing. Ghost claims cheer is entirely negotiable, and yet he is adorned with cheer. I disagree. Anyway, let's have a look over here. Hello, HFNH. Welcome to the stream, watching on YouTube. As usual, chat, if you are willing to, I'd appreciate if you could open the stream. If you're watching a Discord, open the stream on other platforms. Let me get a Kick link as well. Kick.com/Uzlu. YouTube is the bigger platform. Kick is slightly more likely to promote my content. So if you could just have these open, I'd appreciate it. We will get to the main story soon. Firstly, a couple more of these short stories. Warning, gun will fire if rotated by hand. Is there a name for the type of meme or the type of image where you know some catastrophe happened to cause this to be necessary? Is there a name for that class of image? Because that's this. Someone fucking did this, didn't they? Also, I don't know much about the mechanics of this, but it's kind of surprising that all it takes is for the thing to rotate for it to actually continue firing, but I guess maybe that would make sense. Pug would. Press 1 if you would. Korean fried chicken. Interesting. You can just make up like history. I may have done. Kind of surprising you can rotate it by hand. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, maybe this is fake, maybe it's a joke or something, I don't know. Guess it's a pretty small gear ratio for the speed it must be spinning at. Poss says it's real. Interesting. Poss says the rotation is the loading. Yeah, see, I figured maybe that was the case. It seems a bit unlikely that there would be no mechanism to stop that. What's this? One of the funniest passages from the memoir of Big Mike's personal bussy dropped. Oh, from Obama. Okay. I may have to read that later. Let's continue. Oh, quickly though, on the cheer matter, related to the cheer matter, not directly about Christmas cheer, but related. Let me go ahead and link something to you guys, and then I'll forward this into live chat. There we go. And then here's the poll. Oh, fuck, I fucked that up. If you wouldn't mind going to that link and voting on the poll for this year's Cabal Lord of the Rings watch event. We've done a couple of these in the past. And it was a yearly Cabal tradition, but I felt like once a year was maybe a little bit too frequent. So I skipped a year, and then I sort of never got back to doing it again. But we're getting back to doing it now. So vote on that poll for which of the next 2 upcoming weekends you'd rather we do it on. Actually not, so the next one is 6th and 7th, and then 13th and 14th, and then 20th, 21st, something like that anyway. So not the next weekend, but the weekend after that, or the weekend after that is when we'll do it. So please vote which one you'd prefer. I realized I should have made the poll a multiple choice for just so you could decide like which of the weekends you can do, so I could make up numbers for that. But it's looking like it's going to be the 20th and 21st. So what we'll probably do, and we don't have to do it this way, is we can do the first 2 movies on the first evening on the Saturday, and then the third movie on the Sunday. Now, you might be thinking, cowards, you should do back to back to back, all 3 in a row. And while I am capable of that, and I believe I have done that once before, I don't want to turn off too many people. I don't want to end up with very few people actually joining us for the last movie. And spreading it across a weekend means that even if someone can't do Saturday, they can still be there for Sunday, or vice versa. So spreading it across the 2 days of a weekend, I think works fine. So I think we'll do that. That's good, Somnus. I don't know if he's going to succeed, but that's good. So yeah, we'll watch that. And then sometime shortly after that, maybe near the beginning of the year, we will also watch the Lord of the Rings making of documentary, which is excellent. Frankly, almost as fun to watch as the movies themselves, and much longer. That would have to be probably over more than 2 days. What we used to do for a short time in Cabal, or for very few iterations, is every 6 months we do one or the other alternating. Again, I think that's a little bit too frequent. We could potentially, but I think also doing like Lord of the Rings 1 year, making of the next year, and then alternating like that, they'd be too far separated. We wouldn't be in the right mood, or we wouldn't be able to optimize having them near together. So I think maybe doing it every 2 years, maybe every year from now on, but maybe every 2 years, and then doing the making of shortly afterwards, so it will have it relatively fresh in our memory. Ghost says, don't be a coward. You said we would watch The Cabal. Clearly you need to stream one of your old streams with commentary. I could do that. I've still got, I don't believe I've lost a single stream VOD archive. I think I have them all. I haven't uploaded them all because it would be a huge amount of data for very few viewers, but I have all the old stream archives, all the old VODs. So any of the 2020 election rigging streams, I still have them. The problem with them is that Wes was on quite a lot of those streams, and maybe a few people at this point would be loath to hear that defamer's voice. Oozloo watches Oozloo when, asks Ghost. You know what? That's a good point. Let me get something ready.
Oozloo plays Ooza Simulator?
I don't know. He has to live that every day.
Well, how many layers deep can
Isn't that suffering enough?
That's the wrong link. What is the embed link? Is it this? Let's do this instead. Nope. I'll try and find the link. Hold on. Embed code. Yeah, that should work. What's wrong with the link I used? Fuck. Oh, maybe because it's live? Yeah. Oh, okay. That doesn't work. All right, fine. I'll just open it on YouTube itself. All right, there we go. Fantastic. Okay, no problem at all. Now I can make it even worse. Ready? I can make it even worse. Ready? I've made it even worse. Isn't that fantastic? I've made it even worse. Isn't that fantastic?
God.
Hello, chat. Chat, press 1 if this is your worst nightmare. 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 Press 1 if this is your content. Ladies and gentlemen. 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 Wolf threatening to leave the server. Wolf threatening to leave the server. Pos says, we are in a hell. You sure are. Ah, yes, the Council of Wizards. You know what? This guy's pretty great, but this guy, kind of an asshole. 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 But this, they all get it. Do you have that ADL stream still? I'd like to watch it. Oh, I know which one you mean. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you are aware of that. Is it because you read about it on the law streams? But yeah, the pencil factory, man. But yeah, the pencil factory. End this bit. Chat, press 1 to leave this in the background for the rest of the stream. To leave this in the background for the rest of the stream. To leave this in the background for the rest of the stream. To leave this in Okay, that laugh is really bad. Let's get rid of that now. I like the oozinator with mirror shades. You can induce me to put the shades on using the Cabal Aid system. I've basically moved over. Okay, it's time to stop. It's time to stop. I basically moved. You remember this screen, which I've had on occasionally? I've basically moved this into Cabal Aid now because I'm okay with the way Cabal Aid works. So, if you want to make something happen, just vote for it in the Cabal Aid system. Here's a list of the overlays, though. So if you want to vote for an overlay, just make sure that the word overlay is in your topic. So if you want to do JF overlay was one of the options. It's been removed. But I'm not sure how we'd measure that one exactly. I guess so. We have a list of the valid ones. Yeah, you can make any of these happen using the Cabal Aid system. And if you'd like to contribute and get some of the Cabal credit necessary to use the Cabal Aid system, then there are the links. You can also induce me to play a video game, as that's how I played Fallout, and lots of other things too. You should do an Oozer watch of the Rayshard Brooks stream. That time Euthio said they should have let the Nog walk home after BLM burned down Wendy's. So what we need is like greatest hits of Oozaloo's streams. But that's a lot to go over. But we could definitely do that. If someone wants to make that, even like to make multiple parts of that, I would certainly be willing to do commentary on my own streams. To support Oozle plays Superman 64 today, says Ghost. I haven't set up any boundaries on that. I haven't added any veto power. I suppose I would potentially veto some of them. Why watch Oozer content about Pencil Factory Man when you could watch the Broadway musical about the Pencil Factory Man? I didn't know there was one. But that's good. All right, what else have we got? I hope all those other Oozaloos are doing okay. Sam Raimi and Jordan Peele will team up for the first time to produce Portrait of God, directed by Dylan Clark. The film, based on a short film of the same name, follows a religious woman who discovers the answer to the question, what does God look like? This guy is saying, God is a black woman, calling it now. Well, of course, God is a black woman. God has always been a black woman. Right? Right? Dylan. Yes, Aiden. Yes. Sar Sap Arula. Am I wrong? Aiden kind of proved me right earlier. Aiden was trying to prove me wrong when I was pronouncing Sarsaparilla. And she accidentally proved me right. Almost right in British. Exactly, which is all right. It was awful, says Nachos. What? Sarsaparilla? being the correct pronunciation. If you can't handle it, that's how it's meant to be said. All right, just it's not my fault. I've also modified. Let me show you a list of them. I've modified the way Cabal Aid looks again. It now shows a shorthand version of the absolute number rather than the long form of the relative number, which I think is a bit more useful. So we can see quite clearly what the ratings are at with all of these. Remember that one of these just has to get past 7.5k in order for it to happen, in order for it to apply. And there is now a page on the wiki for User Plays, which I shall now also link in the chat, which shows everything that has successfully got onto the list. So if you get something above 7.5k, it'll get on the list. And you can get it there if you contribute, and then I give you the Cabal credit for contributing. Thank you in advance for anyone that is able to contribute. Of course, those contributions help keep the show and the community going. So thank you in advance for anyone that does. tip.uzlu.net if you want to. He niggered faggishly down retard street. Thank you, JDev. Yes, the developers of Fallout did. Anyway, next thing. All right, Roman Helmet Guy on Twitter, who I've now heard of, says, you probably learned Roman history from a Marxist, so you think the Republic fell due to class warfare. Partially true, but you probably weren't taught that the primary grievance of the poor was their large-scale ethnic replacement, coordinated by the rich. Every Roman writer mentions this, but modern historians minimize it. However, DNA analysis has now proved it beyond a doubt. In a 2019 science study, only 2 out of 48 samples taken from Rome during the imperial era cluster with Western European populations, compared with 8 out of 11 samples during the Republican era. By the time the Republic fell, there was hardly a Roman left in Rome. So, discussions about monarchy and democracy or republicanism aside, because I think that there's confounding factors, the discussion about demographic change is the important one here. Obvious to many of you, I know, but there was an argument with Elon recently, and history is not my strong suit, but knowing what I do about how you destroy countries, I think probably the most effective way, if you can get away with it, is to flood it with foreigners. There's a lot of aspects of our society that rely on people being good people. And the reason that Western civilization has been so powerful, many reasons, but one of the main ones is that instead of some outside force having to keep everyone moral, intradependently, we all do it ourselves through a little thing called guilt. Most people in the West, most, shall we say, white people, and some from other races that have integrated properly, have inherently a sense of guilt which keeps them moral, which is way more efficient for the system than otherwise. Now, there's a small portion of people who don't have this, and I think any system needs the kind of person who doesn't feel guilt and will try to either break the system or get something for themselves, because if they're in the right position, if they're in the right places, they can push the system to be more self-propelling than everyone else. But most people should be a bit more moral, not compliant, because that's the Asian strategy, but self-guided morality. This also was very compatible with Christianity and partly informed by it. Changing the demographic changes the composition of that, especially for third world, because they're in third world countries because they don't have this to a large extent, because those third world countries either operate on, at best, a shame system, which is not completely invalid, but obviously it goes very far in some cases, but at worst, just fear. And in some cases, there's not even that. They haven't even evolved to that point of civilization where they have to keep people moral through fear. But those are the very people that are being imported to Western countries. And when the system itself, in people in positions of authority, start to be taken up by people from other civilizations, essentially from other tiers of the world, where they don't naturally behave that way, it doesn't work. Tyrants prefer foreigners, indeed. Especially when, the foreigners are by one means or another reliant on the state. They are less civilly responsible, which means they will do less to hold governments accountable. Not only is demographic shift one of, and definitely the most powerful, pretty much the only way to take down a democracy or democratic system. Through subversion, corruption, whatever, all these things work to some extent, but I think demographic change is the most effective way. It's also very, very dangerous to every other system as well. So it doesn't matter what kind of political system you have, you need strong borders, very high standards for letting people in. And for most of Western history, Western countries have had that. It's only in the last couple of decades, a little bit longer, but roughly, that the borders have weakened. And suddenly we got loads of problems. Suddenly things are, for the first time, or for the, not the first time, but for the first time in a long time, really going downhill, and some of the core pillars are being eroded. Now, it's not just demographic change. That's part of a wider subversion attack. But I think demographic change is the most effective weapon. It's the only one where I think if we win politically, we're sort of getting there, it's the only thing which might not be solvable just through political will, because it's such a huge undertaking. It will take such a long time to reverse the damage. It can be done, but it will take a long time. And even as it's being done, if we get halfway done with it, attention may move to other things and deportations may slow down before it finishes. Now, I hope that's not the case, but we need to amp up the speed as much as possible to get that done. Getting to a point where it's going to across the line, says Pross. In some cases, yes. But Africans and Native Americans never invented the wheel, indeed. And there are arguments for that, aside from just they're too retarded. But it's a little bit of both. If 60 IQ Somalia was capable of building advanced, wealthy society, Somalia would be such a society already. People make culture, not the other way around. Indeed. I mean, the building blocks are essentially geography, genetics, culture, and then maybe some other stuff on top. But they rely on each other. If the genetics changes, even if we're not necessarily talking about the racial group, because you can have people from a racial group who are compatible genetically, essentially, not directly genetically, but their genetics make them compatible with a culture. It doesn't have to be that strict. But if you do change the genetics on a large scale, especially to people that aren't compatible with the culture on top of it, the culture will inevitably change. However, the culture is changing so fast in the last, at least, it's accelerating as well, 50 to 100 years, that arguably the demographic change is only the second most mutating factor. That's what they want, says Nachos. Which thing? Already well over the line, just waiting for everyone else to catch up, says Wolf. Sure what you mean by that. Yeah, why would we expect Africans to use the wheel? Yeah. Well, there is the theory that the reason that Europeans became so powerful is because of using animals to do labor, because those animals happen to exist in Europe and not elsewhere. It's like, well, okay, fair enough, but I would argue part of the reason it worked is because the unique shape of the European landmass allowed for many different kinds of organizational structures to form that were of different uses. And of course, the climate changing in different bands of the land being at different optimal temperatures, the layout of the Mediterranean, lots of geographic factors. Adding the farm animals in there is just another of those. But it's not like we're not saying that something about European heritage goes back far enough that it doesn't matter where they evolved, they would always have been great. That's a bit silly. It's at the point that Europeans exist, then we can say yes, they put in the work and did the best. Cold winters as well as
the one that has
that's
the most
a large
evidence
part of
behind
it.
is cold winters hypothesis, which is that you have conditions wherein winters are colder, so you need to have more long-term thinking and planning.
Indeed.
When there are winters that you have to store food for.
Indeed. And as it turns out, if you plan for the long term, it is better in most cases. You can actually get more overall by planning for the long term than for the short term. But planning for the short term is quicker and you can get it now. So if you can get a society everyone begins planning for the long term in general at the same time and cooperates to get there, then you will just have a more powerful society. Long-termism is always better than short-termism, where you can survive giving up the short term. And that's the whole idea of sacrifice, which is very much in the Bible as well. You're not necessarily sacrificing, animals or fruits and vegetables or anything, but you're sacrificing something that matters now in order to get something good later, which is why I think the practice of sacrificing people or animals or other things that are valuable, that are important to you, that are useful for now, just sacrificing them uselessly. I think that's why that emerged, because societies that got used to sacrificing something that was good now would do it in general and thus plan more for the long term. They'd be used to doing it, so more willing to do that. And that's how it happened. So yes, the cold winters, but delayed gratification indeed. But the cold winters, it's definitely, I agree, that's probably the major part of it. The most major reason Europeans were so different. But I do think the animals hypothesis is probably in there as well, and also the geographical hypothesis. I think they're all significantly contributing factors to it. Yeah, Ghost, that's fair. Yeah, if you have the long term to worry about, if you're able to, then it's worth doing that. Access to food is more plentiful year round, so no need to develop out of hunter gatherer. Yeah, indeed. Scale of time compared to European time in the area. Yeah, but yeah, as Aidan says, if the climate is warm enough that you can get food at any time, you don't need to start planning. Essentially, wherever the universe.
It's with the Native Americans. It's just that the access to food in the Americas was so incredibly plentiful. Yeah. All year long, different types of food too, that they didn't have a need to develop anything more than basic hunter-gatherer societies.
Yeah. Similar in Africa as well.
So they just had a wider area to go down south, kind of?
Yeah, and with some, they also planted crops too, of course. But the crops were subsidizing the hunter-gathering that was also available. Hunter-gathering. Yeah. Did I say that right?
And what was the other thing I was going to add to that? What's this? Chinese scientists who smuggled a dangerous crop-killing fungus into the US has been deported. Good. Well, yeah, someone says that there was time we executed foreign spies and biological saboteurs. I mean, spies, that's questionable. Biological saboteurs, yeah, I mean, he's not a citizen, so it's not necessarily treason, but arguably that's it's a war crime if you believe it was sent by the state, the Chinese state, which of course he was. So yeah, that's arguably a war crime. I mean, I don't know exactly what not war crime, act of war. My mistake. But I don't know if it would necessarily count as one, but I think you could if you wanted to count it as one. So just deporting him is frankly very fucking light. But at least they did deport him. This one was a femoid, sorry, yeah. Just kill them, says JDF. I mean, honestly, I could see the argument for it. They're almost certainly a Chinese state actor. They've done something which probably could have killed millions, and they are not a citizen. I have no problem with I always have a problem with governments executing people. But that's one of the examples where it's the least. The Chinese state sent a saboteur. Are you sure? That seems very out of character. Yeah, exactly. But hey, there's an argument, perhaps, that Trump genuinely is doing things the Chinese state don't like. It's not an act, at least in that regard. An act of war, regardless if sent by state or not, says Boss. I would disagree with that. You can't say, if he wasn't sent by the Chinese state, which of course he was, but if he wasn't hypothetically, you really couldn't say that the Chinese state that's an act of war, I don't think. You really couldn't pin that on them. It would have to be from them. But in this case, of course, it is, almost inevitably. Everyone in China is part of the Chinese state, is called. Yeah, I've always heard that, and I'm willing to believe it. I'm not sure if it's always true. But I know that it's almost always true. We sentence you to Cybersmith basement. All right, next thing. Oh yes. This guy says, remember, white people simply don't possess the carpentry skills to replicate this. Without the vast skill base of illegal Guatemalan roofers in the US, not a single house could be built.
Aquí es donde me desconecto de todo. Aquí es donde ya no contesto mensajes. Aquí es donde se me olvida que tengo que pagar la renta. Sí, mira.
That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good at all. Holy fucking moly, that nailing, says Poss. I don't know much about carpentry, but it's pretty bad. Chat, would Jesus be proud of this? Doesn't look good, does it? I assume what you're supposed to do is either to have an additional block of wood there, which, you know, clips to both of them, attaches to both of them, or that the dimensions were wrong and so it raised too high above the line or something, or to cut grooves into the wood and it's, you know, fits snugly onto it. You don't nail through air, I assume. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's fucked from Jump Street, says Pause. Nailed to the sky. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, indeed, Aiden. All right, next up. Oh, yeah. Cortana and Master Chief figured out the Halo ring's real purpose in like 6 hours with literally no prior experience with Forerunner technology. The Covenant spent thousands of years reverse engineering Forerunner tech and were the most powerful military in the universe, all the while going on the space jihad that wiped out entire worlds and species, literally just too stupid to realize what rings actually were. Moral is that the Covenant was basically space ISIS and they got BTFO'd by a 7-foot green virgin and the physical embodiment of Windows 98. What a fantastic collection of paragraphs. Human supremacy, 100%. And also, if you would like to join me, who plays Halo CE? I'd be quite happy to play through Halo CE on stream. Fuck Xeno's shrimple as, says Poss. Yeah, the Covenant are fucking evil.
Too bad you're getting Halo 4.
It's more like too bad for the people watching at that point, to be honest. Which one of you fucking denounced it? Why would you not want that? I'm only playing on PC, by the way. I could emulate as well, but limitations there. Their religion blindsided them. Well, that's their choice. I'd be happy with what, Ghost? Oh, I see. That's why you denounced it, because I'd be happy too. I see. You managed to make Fallout New Vegas painful to watch. Why would we care what version of Halo it is? Look, with Fallout, right, I played it in a different way than everyone was expecting, to put it mildly. Which means that even though it probably was painful for some of you who know how the game expects you to play it, I made it interesting. Thus, think of what else I could do with other games. Think of what I could do with your beloved childhood games. I could fucking ruin them for you, and wouldn't that be fun?
Imagine the entertainment value.
Mm-hmm. Well, Wolf, that would be a bit outside of reason. What I did wasn't. Is the thing. What I did seemed fine, but apparently wasn't. Unfortunately, Mavis, it was.
Really does, I'm sorry.
I was storming it alone. And all I needed was the SMG. As soon as I had the SMG, it was easy.
Oh, men can't handle me. It's men's problem. Men just don't know how to deal with me. That is how you sound. Read.
Clip that. But no, it's the game's fault. Are you familiar with the point-and-click adventure game for children, Freddy Fish? That sounds more your speed. I have watched Doug play it with AI enabled. That would be fun. But no, I mean, he's done that already. There's not a lot of meat left on that bone. Point-and-click adventure games, you know what? It's a good point. I would be happy to play Crysis 3. / support. User plays Crysis. I suppose both, either. Is fine. We can have a little Crysis live on stream.
Early pirated copy where all your guns fire chickens.
Yeah, Crysis 3 was for a long time my favorite game. I don't think I have a particular change on that now. I can't really say Outer Wilds is my favorite game because I haven't played it. Watching that would make me want to be in a sanitarium, says Aiden. Which game? Crysis?
Sanitarium.
Oh, I've never heard of it,
Point-and-click
actually.
adventure game. It's
Oh, okay.
fantastic.
I think point-and-click adventure games might not be the best genre for me, but if you want me to try it, you can vote for it. I believe Concord is actually not playable at this time. So,
No, it isn't.
yeah, I don't think that's a possibility.
In fact, it briefly lived and died again because Snowy shut down people trying to resurrect it.
Yeah. What I will say is that if it's a big corporate game, then I might be able to obtain it without it, inducing a downside on me to have the game. But if it's a multiplayer game, I may have to veto some of these. Day of Tentacle is being voted for. So if I can get it very inexpensively, then we can do it. Blindfire says, stream Morrowind over here, please. Discord has cooties, don't make me do it. Funnily, some people were emulating Concord server. Yes. Blindfire, what I do is every first session of a new idea that I do is recorded but not streamed, except in Cabal. So if you want premium first session content, if you want Fallout New Virgin, you have to join Cabal. Now, the VOD I may upload to my gaming channel, which I haven't used in years, but I may upload it there. If I don't, though, then whatever I do next will need to be in Cabal. You'll need to join the server for Morrowind, which, by the way, as I mentioned, is on the list right after Project Wingman, which is higher on the list. User plays with Nomon. User plays what with Nomon? Bury the sausage? Why is Nomon not here to play Bury the Sausage with me? What's wrong with him? Chat, press 1 if I should move Frank into hosts.
Of all the things you could subject us to.
All right, well, I'll move Frank into hosts if it gets up to 5k in Cabal Aid. Wolf, can you explain why you made that? Can you explain why you made that? Wolf, look, I know Nomon and I have become good friends, but we're not quite that close. Who plays Wobble Dogs? Play Ready or Not and see how you would do as a USA police officer. Again, if it requires if it requires use of a server, and it's not otherwise free or very cheap, then it's probably not going to happen. But yeah, you can do.
For what it's worth, Ready or Not is a SWAT shooter.
Yes,
first-person shooter.
I think I'm vaguely aware of the game. So if we do bring Frank, post, publish, advertise. There you go. So I am remaining neutral on it, but that's to tell you what you should vote for. So if you do /support bring Frank to hosts, he's currently in absentia, so I can just drag him in here. If you get that to 5k, we can do it. But you can also denounce it. Frank the Rotter. Yes, he does indeed have, well, he claims not to have a penis. Claims not to have a penis. There you go. Who's plays Harvester? What, you mean Farm Simulator? Anna has brought me hotspot Wi-Fi for the lunch break. Welcome, Israel. Forcibly rename No Mom and make him roleplay with you. I would be willing to do that. Are you up for that? Okay, well, the sperm thing, which is more recent, I see. Support, bring Frank to... Oh, it's quite the pitched battle on the bring Frank to hosts issue. So bring Frank to hosts. Let's post the current state of it. It's currently in the negative, so it's gonna take a lot to make it happen. Maybe I'll lower the threshold of what's required, but we'll give it a little bit of time. I'll lower the threshold in a few minutes, perhaps. More denouncement on it. It looks unlikely to happen at this point. There's a lot of people that don't want it to, for some reason. I couldn't tell you why. It's at minus 648. needs to be at plus 5,000. And I may lower that. I may lower that at some point. NTSS, now how does this new system work? The commands are all listed when something pops up. If you do /leaders, there's also a bunch of commands listed there. And if you do /C, you can see your own influence. Let me give you a sort of initial bursary, introductory bursary, just for being curious enough to ask about it. Consider that your reward. So if you now do /C, you should see that you have some, and you can push them into the system by redeeming them into influence. Someone's denouncing. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go next. Oh yeah, so this showed up recently. In Congo, President Felix Something's construction company, led by one of his family members, built a bridge for $2.2 million. On the day of its inauguration, it collapsed. Now, funny this is, it doesn't appear to be entirely true. If we look today, if we look at the Twitter post, here is the post, and there's a video here. I'll show you in a minute. But the readers added context. Video dates back to October 2024, so it's not new. It does not show a recent event. The $2.2 million construction cost is not supported by any credible source, so that appears to be false. However, chat, press 1 if you want to see something that Africans built falling apart. You're all psychopaths. Here we go.
Papite.
You ready? And there you have it, folks. It was not a huge collapse. I doubt anyone was killed. Probably no one even injured. But there you go. I shall link the video if you wish to revel in it. But not to revel in the human suffering, of course, but to marvel at how they built a bridge that then collapsed. There were a lot of people on it, to be fair. $2.2 million US worth of logs and sticks. The $2.2 million thing, there's no source for that. There's no evidence for that. That could have just been someone made it up. I don't think it did cost that much.
Lumber at Home Depot is expensive, but fuck.
I don't think that one's real. It might not be. However, if it is real, then it's 99% embezzlement, as you could expect. It's a shitty.
Together with prayer by the non-religious.
Yeah, it's a shitty wooden bridge. How the fuck you fuck it up? Says Black Crave. Good question. Legit just had to fix a bridge a few weeks ago because it broke as a friend's truck went over it. I mean, so it can happen. I don't know, maybe the bridge was already years old. Maybe it had been used successfully for years. Obviously the claim here, it was in the inauguration of the bridge. Maybe it was. But again, I don't have any evidence for that. I'd use as rotted wood, possibly. It looked like it was, I don't know. I don't know what it looked like. Looks like a support snapped. Yeah, I guess so. Probably the hard part of a bridge is the part that's underwater anyway, I guess. Does qualify as human suffering. Oh, look, everyone's voting no. The stuff on top looks like clean and somewhat. Yeah, the stuff on top, yeah, it does. Maybe they were marching in the correct time to. Yeah, Scarab, I think I saw a video about how one of the bridges in London, the Millennium Bridge, it was one of the first times that the notion of the frequency of footsteps harmonizing with the bridge's construction, causing it to potentially collapse, was a problem. And that was a pedestrian footbridge over the Thames, so it would have been a lot more dangerous. But luckily, they managed to fix that. But yeah, look that up. I think it's the Millennium Bridge that happened with. All right. So that's that story. Let's see the next thing. Yeah. DDR5 RAM prices are skyrocketing right now because of AI. Now, Quattro especially has talked a lot about how VRAM is actually a lot cheaper to buy the chips than what they're selling them for in GPUs. Now, you may be right about that, but either way, they need so much of the stuff that even DRAM, not even GDDR, but DRAM, which is slower but a little bit cheaper, is now in such high demand that it's causing the prices to skyrocket. Here's the thing: there's all these assumptions right now, all these predictions that the GPU market, along with the RAM market, is going to just escalate hugely in the next few years. And that may be the case. It may be the point that in a couple of years you won't be able to afford a GPU. You'll have to be getting a GPU that is even old now, just to stay in the market, just to get something reasonably priced. And the same thing with RAM as well. The thing is, I have some questions about this, but the reason for this is that data centers is buying them all up. Even GPUs, even gaming GPUs are still pretty much superior to what they can get from any other company. Of course, they can get from AMD as well, but thus the problem expands because what you need to do for graphical rendering is similar enough for what you need to do for AI rendering that you can just use both. So anything that's good at graphical rendering is also going to be good for AI, better than a CPU, so they'll be doing that. However, there is one possibility that could prevent this if it can get rolled out quickly enough. And it may surprise you, chat, but here you will now hear me advocate for Google. You may have heard of them, little company, started up a little website about 25 years ago. They have recently been working on TPUs. Now, you've probably heard of CPUs and GPUs. You may have heard of NPUs, neural processing units. TPUs are very similar to NPUs, tensor processing units. And tensor, I don't pretend to completely understand it, but they're useful mathematical frameworks for AI rendering, and I think they're actually better for it than what GPUs have. GPUs have tensor cores in them, but a TPU would be much more focused on the stuff that is more well optimized for AI. Google has been making them themselves. Google has divested itself almost entirely from NVIDIA's hardware, and yet they're making good AI. For years, they were actually using CPUs, despite how much slower they are, for AI rendering, just so they didn't have to buy into NVIDIA's monopoly on the hardware, which is very good, very impressive. I have to say, from Google, surprised to be admiring something that they're doing. That is actually better for the industry for them to do that. Possibly better for them as well, but hey, that works for me. Now they've got these TPUs. Gemini 3, which is now the best or one of the best models in the world, is running with approximately 0 NVIDIA GPUs. Now that's huge news. The GPU craze and the rush to buy up all GPUs for AI is probably going to go much like the crypto craze, where you remember for a while you couldn't get GPUs for anywhere near a reasonable price, partly because they were all being bought up for Bitcoin mining. But then that ended. Why did it end? Well, NVIDIA tried to make the GPUs less profitable for Bitcoin mining with the light hash rate thing, and that helped a bit, but that wasn't really what ended it. What ended it is ASICs. Deliberately optimized hardware for Bitcoin mining, hardware optimized. Not just here's a bunch of circuitry that does this one kind of maths operation a lot of times, which works for a lot of things, but specifically optimized for Bitcoin mining hardware, which it just became so much more efficient than GPUs that GPUs weren't worth having anymore. Partly it's also because the way Bitcoin mining works is once you've unlocked one of the new coins, that one's not available anymore. You have to work harder to get the next one, so it becomes prohibitive at some point. Sorry if that's badly explained. So without an async, it's not worth doing now. And so GPUs will stop being used for that. Now it's happening to AI as well. So what's going to break that? Dedicated hardware for AI processing, TPUs, for example. So Google's not selling these yet. But if Google wants to become a hardware manufacturer and sell their hardware to people, like you can buy an NVIDIA GPU, you could buy a Google TPU to put on your PC. Fucking fantastic, bring it on, because that would be way cheaper, I expect, than getting an equivalent GPU to do the job for you. And It means that at least, not necessarily RAM and VRAM, because that will still be needed to some extent, but at least GPUs can start coming down in price, and NVIDIA's dominance can be eroded. RAM, though, that's tough, because you still kind of need that either way, I think. The way I understand a neural net, I think you could use mostly analog computing to build a system with. It would be, yeah, I'm not sure. I think you'd still need the RAM, actually. I think you'd still need the RAM. It might be okay with some slower RAM if you could optimize some parts of it, but you might still need the RAM. So yeah, even if GPUs come down in price in the next few years because TPUs start coming on the market, you probably still are fucked for RAM. But hey, you're actually still okay with an AM4 system for most things these days. I'm still on an AM4 system and I still have an upgrade available. So if you want to go price performance for the next few years, still stay with AM4, I'd recommend. Even if you want to get a cheaper system today, and then in a few years, hopefully when this slows down, you can get an AM5 system. Because I don't know if DDR4 RAM prices are rocketing up as much because it's not as fast. So it's not as good for AI. But it might get there. Anyway, there you go, lads. I can see you're all distracted because I was talking about tech for too long. Nachos, what's your opinion on all this? I hate it, says Nachos. Okay, understood. Good. Next thing. Police officers paid with taxpayer money versus NGOs funded with taxpayer money. Not a lot to say on this. It is unfortunately true. You've just got to think like, okay, that's a lot of energy wasted. What are they getting out of it? Well, see, that's the right question. It's the appearance that and what that provokes. Now, I don't think it's always like this, and the police don't intend to be working for evil purposes, and the protesters intend to be. Most of them don't know they're being paid by NGOs. They don't know that they're a renter protest. Many of them do. I think it's like there's some instigators in key positions that are paid to do that, but most of them are true believers. So it's not like you could do this completely arbitrarily, but it is, again, it's nudging. It's nudging society in a direction, and then you can just nudge it harder once you've done that. So it is rather disappointing. But indications that's beginning to erode. Distraction and excuse to grab power, indeed. Yeah. Poss says, all right, epic gamers, I'm jumping off. You'll have fun now. See you soon, Poss. All right, let's, are we done with, oh no, we got this. So I don't know what this is yet, but here's an ugly woman who's got her face up in the camera. She's not that ugly.
The Holocaust Memorial in Miami Beach is the first place in the world to have a memorial for the victims of October 7th. I'm here at the memorial and I want to show you so that you can come see it when you're in Miami. This is unbelievable. This is all of the people who lost their lives protecting our country. And here is a list of all the civilian casualties. And
I'm sorry, which country? I'm sorry, my dear. Which country was that? Yeah, so this is a memorial to a attack in Israel that is in Florida for some reason. It's been over 80 years since the work camps closed, says this guy. Anyone claiming to have been there would have been at least 80 years old. They're claiming 240,000 survivors are still there. How many people actually died? There are 245,000 people still alive 80 years later. Math is antiseptic. Well, they put can be torn down, you say. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind them having this memorial in their own fucking country, but it shouldn't be in the US or anywhere else. Exactly, Blackgrave. Why is it in Florida? Good fucking question. RAM cards being used as jewelry. I think that was a joke, but it'd be interesting. Yeah. So yeah, strange choice. And then there's this. Quote, we're going to require you to have this special ID to board a plane. This is to prevent terrorists from hijacking it. But if you don't have that special ID, you can still get on if you have $45. No terrorist has ever had $45 in their pocket. This is a foolproof system. And this is in response to this news, breaking US air travelers without real IDs will be charged a $45 fee per AP. Please make this make sense. Do I have to once again say the Trump government fucked something up? Whose idea was this? You know what? Let's look it up quickly. Yeah. Transportation Security Administration announced Monday. Passengers so far been allowed to clear security with additional screening and a warning. Okay, so it looks like what happens is it's now both. And this is slightly less bad than it sounds, but it's still not great. That if you don't have the ID, then you have to go through additional security and you get a warning. And now you also get charged a $45 fee, which isn't that much. If the additional security wouldn't capture a bomb, then there you go. But then the ID wouldn't necessarily catch a bomb either, would it? So it's not that bad, actually. You look into the details, it's not that bad. At least they're checking them more. I assume that it's an ID, like you obviously need a passport to travel anyway, but the ID is separate. It's something additional that just gets you through security faster. So well, that's not as bad as I thought it was. It still looked great, though. TSA is overseen by the DHS. Secretary of DHS is a woman. It's true. It's true. Yeah, but Chief, at least if they don't have this ID, they then have to be checked harder. There you go. They want you to have real ID and a passport. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just to be a cunt, says Busak. Maybe. But I can at least see the argument of how it would help prevent terrorism if the way that the real ID is given out is sensible. If it's only to people who are very unlikely to be terrorists, then they would get less security screening. Like the argument, they are being faggots, says Busak, perhaps. Garma says, I've forgotten my ID going through security at airports before. All I had to do was go through a full pat-down, but that was a while back. It doesn't seem like too bad a system. The only thing is that how easy is it for a terrorist to get access to the real ID? If it's not too difficult for them to do that, that would be a great way for them to avoid airport security, wouldn't it?
As long as leftists are allowed on planes, guess what? Terrorists are going to fly.
Yeah, some truth to that. Lads, we would be in favor, I think, of ID for voting. There's an argument for this being fine. And if it's not required to have this to fly, but you still need to have a passport, then maybe it's no guarantee you're not a terrorist if you have this. There's no guarantee you are if you don't. So it shouldn't necessarily be you're just not allowed on if you don't have it. When it says real ID, it makes it sound like it's the only ID you're required to have. But no, it's additional to a passport. So it's not as bad as it sounded. Just eat the plane. Can't detect that. You know what? Fair point, Garsheel. Oh, passports count as real ID. I thought because it says real in capital letters, it may have been a special kind of ID. If you're saying, well, no, and that, you're not supposed to be able to fly without a passport. That doesn't make sense. No way. No way. If you don't have a passport at all, you're just able to just get on the plane. That shouldn't be possible.
If it's domestic.
You don't need
if it's domestic.
But yeah, you have to have a real ID to fly domestic now.
Okay, so this is really only relevant for domestic then. So if you try to get on a plane without a passport in the US and it's a domestic flight, you would just be allowed no matter what. But then if you don't have a passport while doing it, you get extra security. That doesn't sound too bad. I mean, you certainly still need the passport to fly internationally.
There are other laws that are coming down the books soon-ish. This system's actually very invasive because it does a background check on you at the time you get your ID, which for most Americans is 16.
I can understand that being done. You don't have to. You wouldn't necessarily trust the government who are doing it, but a trustworthy government should do it. That doesn't mean that any current government should, but a relatively trustworthy government should check people before they get a passport in order to know whether they should give them one or not. Okay. It looks like the matter bureaucratically is somewhat complicated. I've got multiple people saying that either the passport does count or doesn't count as a real ID, and that it's some sort of new broad system that includes multiple IDs.
It does not count as a real ID.
Okay. All right. Then it kind of goes, I think whether it does or it doesn't, this is, I can see contention, but overall I would lean towards, yeah, that kind of makes sense. All right.
Also, one of the problems I actually have with the Real ID system is one of the proposed laws that has almost went through with Real ID is a national gun registry.
Yeah.
The fucking government don't need to know.
No, that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. I mean, I don't believe that's explicitly like ruled out in the Constitution. But I do think it's better for the way the US is meant to work if the government does not have a gun registry. And it's surprising that that's being pushed through under Trump. I mean, the thing is, I think Trump is generally pretty good on Republican positions, but some of the positions he is the least strong and least steadfast on is Second Amendment stuff.
Oh, I forgot. This year, you need your Real ID to walk into our government buildings.
Mm.
Yeah.
Again, I can see the argument for it, but it certainly could be invasive. Busek says shall not be infringed. Yeah, it's debatable whether a registry would be an infringement. I think you could certainly argue it is. I'd lean towards it is, because in order to get one, you have to tell the government first, which is an infringement if you assume the government could be tyrannical. So yeah, I think you could definitely argue that it is an infringement. Or just as inherently it is. I could see the argument for it. Scarab says it was ruled out by previous Supreme Court case law. That's good. And that would make it tough for anyone to implement it. Someone says the problem is that blue states in particular are just giving driver's licenses and state IDs, which are in the Real ID format, to illegals. Yeah, we've got a story about that today, actually. That is obviously a big part of the problem. It's another layer of bullshit and tracking/surveillance. Papers, please. Yes, it is also that. Any steps taken to deter gun ownership is by definition infringement. You could argue that, yeah. You could argue that. There are some sort of ridiculous examples of that wouldn't necessarily count. So I wouldn't use the word any, but yeah, I get where you're coming from. Fun fact, flying a plane with a gun requires a hard case for the gun only you hold the key to. Nothing prevents this hard case being the entire luggage. Interesting. Those situations I've ever heard of, registry was the first step that led to gun grabbing. Yeah, I expect so. I think, Vil, that's a bit of a long shot. But yeah, that could happen. Okay. Shall we get to some news? It may make sense to start with the main stories. See what we've got. Yeah. Shall we do... So, okay. We've got the Tucker Piers Morgan interview, which, Aiden, did you end up looking at that on stream? Either way, we haven't looked at it on stream.
Yeah.
We talked about it a bit.
Oh, wait. No, I actually don't think we didn't end up getting to it, I think. Because,
well, then maybe I'll pull you on.
The last time I streamed was last week. You
Fair
were
enough.
there.
Oh, yeah, you skipped it. Okay, well, what I'm thinking is I've got that interview, and that's going to be, at some point during today's stream, we'll just switch to that. I'd like to make today a long stream chat, if I can. But at some point during today, we will switch over to watching that. But until then, we've got lots of other stories to go through, but that'll be the sort of rest of the stream. So, Aiden, if you're still around at that time, you'd be welcome to come on and comment on it.
Yeah, sure.
Someone says, come on, you were there when with Aiden's mum and your new stepchildren. True. No comment, Aiden? Okay. Right. So let us begin, though, with our main story. US military puts heat on Venezuela's Maduro. What to know? So this is the overview from the Epoch Times, but there is new information today, potentially. Okay, I want to ask before we continue. Whenever I talk about foreign wars on stream, I agree, I also feel this way. There are many people in chat who say, don't care, foreign war doesn't matter. Now, this is a war that directly involves the US. So I'm not sure this counts, but chat, press 1 if you don't care about this conflict because it is a war in a foreign country. If you would rather we sort of de-emphasize talking about it. And press 2 if you think it is worth talking about in relation to the kind of politics topics that we cover. Because I would say more of a 2. It is worth talking about. But I can understand the perspective of one. I think mostly it's twos. Three, I care, but you're a Brit, as Ghost. It's Anglosphere. I mean, it's basically Britain anyway. So the US has sent one of the largest military forces in decades to the Caribbean, including the world's most advanced aircraft carrier, it says. So there it is. About a month ago, President Trump said Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro's days in power were numbered. At the time, few believed that the country's decades-long socialist regime might be facing imminent collapse. Recently, a growing military buildup in the region and talks of possible US land strikes in Venezuela have raised questions about whether Trump is seeking regime change in the country and whether US action could indirectly trigger a collapse. I think it could. Now, he's talked about it. He said all kinds of things. He said that we're not going to invade. He said that we're not massing because of Venezuela. I think he said that. He said all kinds of. He's also been destroying narco boats and talking mad shit about Maduro, which is fair enough. Now, I think Venezuela, geopolitics, not my strongest suit, chap, but I hope you excuse me. There are some things here that seem to be quite obvious. Venezuela seems like a sensible position to attack because it seems like, from what he's been doing, Venezuela probably is one of the main vectors of getting drugs into the US for probably China, who has been smuggling them in via various means. I assume a lot of it came in through the southern border of the US over the land, which is now much more difficult than it was before, seemingly. But a lot of it, I expect, is also coming in through these boats. And that would now be the main way of getting it in. Trump seems to actually want to fix the problem, or maybe he has an ulterior motive, but I haven't seen it yet on this particular case. So blow up the boats, and they'll stop coming over pretty quickly once they're disincentivized from doing so. And then the flow of fentanyl and whatever else into the US illegally ends. So good. But that's not all. Venezuela is also a close, or not close, but ally, proxy, whatever, of both Russia and China. So it's also a little bit of saber rattling on World War III. But not to the extent I think it's actually going to cause a big problem. So it is also kind of another proxy war, but it's not a proxy war. It's a US war directly against a proxy. So it's at least a little less bad than the sandbox in that case. And the US has more of a direct interest. It's quite nearby to the US. So it does seem to be kind of sensible for Trump to be doing this. And that's all quite aside from the fact that that regime ought to collapse. Whenever you see a regime somewhere around the world which is, shall we say, non-meritocratically persevering. So, a dictatorship can persevere with good reason for a short time. Any kind of single ruler system can do as well for a while. Even a democratic system can persist non-meritocratically, but generally a system which has a reason to keep going, to keep itself adaptive, actually appears to have the mechanisms to keep itself working and running. Can, but one that doesn't should collapse relatively quickly. When you see one that doesn't, but doesn't collapse, in almost all cases I've ever seen, the reason is because some other country is propping it up. North Korea, propped up by China. What was the other one? There wasn't a lot. The Soviet Union was propped up by the US to a large extent, partly through actually buying things from them, but still, they didn't necessarily need to buy those things from them. And now Venezuela, shitty socialist dictatorship. Why do they still exist? Because they're propped up by Russia, China. Probably mostly China, and probably because, among other things, they're useful for smuggling things into the US as part of China's, I believe, decades-long campaign of subversion. It's not mostly Israel. Israel do a lot, and they're much more blatant about it, but I think it's mostly China doing the evil things these days. But it is still, I expect, a bit of both. So it does make a lot of sense as a target. We've all, over the last 25 years, got kind of jaded on the West going to war with shitholes. But even though most of those Middle East conflicts didn't really make much sense, this one, I think, kind of does. I think it's kind of justifiable. And Trump isn't taking it too far. If he were to invade boots on the ground and then try to hold it pointlessly, that would be a bad idea. If he's going to try and scare them into collapsing on their own, scare them into China and Russia pulling out support for them, which will cause them to collapse, fantastic. Doesn't even have to go to war. He may not have to fire a single bullet for the regime to collapse. in Venezuela. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, because there's stories that seem to indicate that's starting to work. Let's continue reading, though. This is more of the backstory. Quote, I'm not going to tell you what the goal is, Trump told reporters on November 25th aboard Air Force One. You should probably already know what the goal is. The Maduro regime has caused a lot of problems and has sent millions of people into our country, he said. The Trump admin views the Venezuelan regime as a significant national security threat to the US, citing its involvement in drug trafficking and mass migration, as well as its ties to Iran, China, and Russia. In recent weeks, the US military has deployed one of its largest forces in decades to the Caribbean, including the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, considered the world's most advanced aircraft carrier. In total, nearly a dozen warships and about 12,000 troops are stationed in the region as part of what the Pentagon has called Operation Southern Spear. Evan Ellis, a Latin American studies professor at the US Army War College, said he does not believe the Trump admin is conducting the military buildup to explicitly seek regime change. I think he'd be okay with it if it did happen, though. There's all the detail about what ships are there as well. Zero F-35s, interestingly. Oh, no, there are. Oh, they're in Puerto Rico. Okay. It's not about restoring the legitimate government, he told the Epoch Times. It's not about a crusade for democracy per se. It's about stopping a threat to US interests. I think that's mainly what it's for, yes. But I don't think he'd mind if you managed to topple the government doing so. Although Ellis said US land strikes in Venezuela would likely set into motion a chain of events that might lead to regime change. I expect so. If Maduro departs the country, the legitimate and democratically elected government of Venezuela's opposition leader, Edmundo Gonzalez, because it was also an illegitimate election, which everyone could see, so it wouldn't be difficult to justify it on those grounds either, is expected to come to power. Gonzalez was recognized by the US and Europe as Venezuela's rightful president-elect following the disputed 2024 election. Trump and members of his administration have repeatedly said Maduro is head of an extensive drug trafficking network, an allegation the Venezuelan leader has denied. I expect he is. Quote, neither Maduro nor his cronies represent Venezuela's legitimate government, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in November 16th statement. Easy to say, I don't think it's true. Will entered the US formally designated Venezuela's Cartel de los Soles, or Soles, I guess, as a foreign terrorist organization, holding it responsible for violence across the Western Hemisphere and for trafficking drugs into the US and Europe. Let's skip a little bit ahead. Regime on the brink. Despite sitting on top of the world's largest proven oil reserves, Venezuela's oil production has collapsed because of the socialist regime's mismanagement and US sanctions, resulting in a severe economic crisis. Many Venezuelans who have suffered from hyperinflation, poverty, and the ongoing humanitarian crisis for years may finally see an opportunity for change. According to Andres Martinez Fernandez, a senior policy analyst at the Heritage Foundation, the regime is hanging on to power by a thread with limited military support. It may just take a little nudge to collapse it. I think it would be better for the people, quite aside from the other goals Trump has. Quote, it's not a regime that maintains any level of substantial public support in Venezuela, he told the Epoch Times. Even within the military, adherence to the regime is more limited to some of the higher ranks, those who have benefited from engagement in narco-trafficking. Martinez Fernandez said he does not anticipate widespread unrest in the event of regime collapse and Maduro's departure. Well, maybe just enough unrest to, to capture and kill the previous administration. But it sounds like they probably deserve it. Not an invasion force, Sadler said, it's more surgical, intended to provide the president of the US the option to surgically go after or to respond should the Venezuelans or the cartels decide to take a shot at US forces. It's a hammer waiting to be used. I think it's probably smart. If the military forces he's using aren't needed somewhere else, I think it's probably smart to do this. Legal justification, the 2024 election making the election illegitimate is probably all the justification that he needs, to be honest. Skip a little bit ahead, because I'm just sort of going through this as a background. Oil, Russia, and China. We can come back to this. But let's now go to another article I have, and I'm not sure this is true yet. There's only one source I can find. But it is interesting, and especially if true, big if true. Putin abandons Maduro. Putin abandons Maduro and urges his citizens to leave Venezuela. Now, weirdly, I can't find any more than one source on this. It could be nonsense. But I'll have a little look anyway. It's from what appears to be an Argentinian source. Zeman may know of it, actually. Amid growing tensions between the Venezuelan regime and the US, the Kremlin is distancing itself from the narco-dictator. The Association of Tour Operations of Russia, a Taurus, has confirmed the start of an evacuation process for Russian citizens currently in Venezuela through the organization of special flights. The announcement, disseminated by Russian media and internationally replicated, immediately caused a stir on social media and sparked a heated debate about the fragile stability of Nicolas Maduro's regime. Again, I wonder if this is true. See if I can find any more sources for it. Times of India apparently has it, which doesn't help either. MSN has it. None of the big sources have this. Trump gave Maduro ultimatum to flee Venezuela. Good. That is also new, so I'll have a look at it. This appears to be the same source. I think this is also just Times of Israel. Not Israel, sorry, India. Oh, that's fucking nonsense. So yeah, the only sources I have for this right now are sources I don't recognize. So it might not be true. A measure comes at the time when Russian tourism in Venezuela has increased significantly, apparently. I'm not seeing any EM dashes, though, to be fair. It at least probably is not AI written. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We also have another story which appears to be the other direction. From just a few days ago, Putin sends top general to Venezuela along with troops tasked with training up President Maduro's forces as US considers attacking South American countries. So this is from just about a week ago, little under a week ago, or no, a week ago, which seems to be the other direction. Now, maybe this happened and then he decided either it's not worth it or Trump pushed some other button, maybe diplomatic, maybe secret, to us, which caused Putin to change his mind. I think we'll have to see if this story about the evacuation gets replicated. Him evacuating his people would not necessarily mean that he's withdrawing all support for Maduro. It might just mean that he is actually expecting there to be some sort of military engagement there, which is interesting. Putin sent one of his top generals. Ukraine's Lieutenant General Kilo Budanov has said that Colonel General Oleg Makarovich is leading Russia's Equator Task Force, a group of more than 120 personnel who are coaching the Venezuelan army on everything from infantry tactics to drone use. A lot of details here about the deployment as well. Where is the main force here? There it is. So, yeah, right nearby. Interesting. There's the man with a very low-res picture, but that's apparently the best we can get. There's another picture of him there, by the looks of it. There's a bit more on this. I did have a quick look at this. I didn't see anything remarkable in here. It says, Venezuela reveals Xi and Putin's letters to Maduro. Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin have voiced support for Venezuelan ally Maduro amid escalating tensions with the US. This is from, again, about a week ago. The backing of China and Russia comes as tensions continue to spiral. What to know? During an episode of Maduro's weekly television program, interviewer presented the president with letters of solidarity on the occasion of his birthday Sunday. Okay. When I first saw the article's headline, I thought maybe it would be someone else in the regime revealed letters that were saying something that wouldn't be as favorable to Maduro, but no, it looks like it's probably state propaganda. This one was a bit more interesting as well. Why Venezuela's allies, Russia and China, are slinking away as Trump ramps up pressure on Maduro. This may confirm it. So Maduro has received little support from longtime allies Russia and China as Trump ramps up military pressure against Caracas, which I believe is their capital. Sarsaparilla. Beijing and Moscow, Maduro's two most powerful allies, have previously provided Venezuela with military equipment, financial aid, and army training in the face of American aggression, but both nations have strayed from their usual tactics as they face their own military and economic woes. While Russia previously deployed 2 nuclear-capable bombers to Venezuela as a united show of force against the US in 2018, Moscow's generosity has apparently dried up as it approaches the 4th year of its war in Ukraine. Indeed. A lot of things to focus on. It's genius, really, to notice that Russia is a bit busy, and then to, from Trump's perspective, find an ally that they value or that they need or that they would like to defend but can't right now, and pressure them. Also, I'm not sure if China wants to go so loud as to actively offer military support to such a rival. China's official position against the US, I don't think is usually that strong. Say what, right, Nacho? Sarsaparilla? So far, Russia has only provided 2 oil tankers to help Caracas pump its own crude oil for export to China, Vladimir Ruvinsky, an international relations professor, told the Wall Street Journal. Quote, these are small gestures that are not going to be sufficient if the US moves to deadly force on Venezuela. So what it looks like is that Russia and China are not willing to physically defend Venezuela. They're not willing to do World War III over this. And I expect Trump has assumed that and was correct, which is kind of smart. Ruvinsky also noted that both Russia and China are involved in tense diplomatic and trade deals with Trump, and neither nation looks like it's looking to upset the American president by making Venezuela an issue. Yeah, literally, the US has so much power on the world stage to swing around. It hasn't really been doing it for years. It's been just abandoning all the power it has, while China especially, but others too, have been using every fucking inch of the power they have, even the power you shouldn't use because it's a dick move on an international scale, because no one was telling them no. Trump, for all his faults, is, among other things, telling them no. Should be telling them probably harder in some cases, but he's still doing fairly well here. Russia isn't going to help Maduro beyond what they've already done, Ruvinsky added. So, if I was Maduro, I wouldn't be very happy right now. I think this is why he offered, a great picture of Trump here, by the way. I think this is why he offered to surrender about a month ago in return for amnesty, because that's his best possible outcome here. I don't think Russia and China are going to help prop him up if the US decides to put more pressure on. And if the US decides to invade physically, I think the US will just quickly win, liberate Venezuela, and then leave. I don't think it's going to be any more complicated than that in terms of Russia and China's involvement. Iraqi oil money says this is supposed to lower prices by lowering demand. It may well be that if the US controls Venezuela, they can use the oil and lower the prices for American citizens. That would also work. Wolf, why is it turning out that Nachos enjoys pegging? Nacho says that she's open to most things. Nachos, if you just admitted to being open to pegging. HFNH says Trump did not need to do any of this. The POTUS still has the power to issue letters of marque and reprisal and let the market sort it out. You could do it that way, but it wouldn't be as easy to control. And I think Trump is going for a very specific amount of pressure, which is just the right amount of pressure without upsetting too many people at home. I think if you leave it to mercenaries, while it would be cheaper for the US government possibly to do that, it would also be more chaotic, potentially. If you set very strong boundaries, but then it could still go wrong. So the letters of marque thing is interesting, and I think the idea of using that for deportations is probably a good idea on balance. I think that's probably a good idea. Having mercenary bands in the US who the government pays to deport people alive, only dead if they resist. But then, of course, you will get some chaos. You will get some mistakes, and possibly some reputationally costly mistakes at that. So I could see why he wouldn't want to, but I think overall, on balance, he probably should do that. Maybe something along the lines of we'll only pay you for the immigrants that you can bring us alive, but there'll be some amnesty for if you kill one. Maybe it'll be something like if you kill one, you have to show us body camera evidence that it was in self-defense. Some sort of regulations like that on the privateer deportation market, and I think it would be okay. You would mitigate most of the problems. Scalps. Well, that's one way of doing it, I suppose. The other thing is, like, you might think, well, they're illegal immigrants, they deserve to die. I would not go that far, but I can see where you're coming from. However, how often are they going to do it on people that they look Mexican and they're in an area with illegal immigrants, but that one happens to be legal? And then they start, they pull up with guns, and this is not the police. Why are these people shooting at me, or why are these people pointing guns at me? And as an American citizen, this Mexican-looking guy pulls out his own gun, and suddenly there's a gunfight between legal citizens over a mistaken assumption. And that could happen dozens or hundreds of times. So you want to be careful with that kind of thing. Nacho's over here trying to get some ass play out of Wolf and Usulu. Nachos, can you confirm that you're a Fujoshi? Anyway, so yes, that's kind of all I wanted to say on the Maduro Venezuela situation, is that it really looks like it's going Trump's way. like most things do. To be honest, not all things, but most things do. I think what he's done so far makes a lot of sense. I think it's going to keep going his way. And I hope he succeeds, because from everything I've heard about the Venezuelan regime, it's fucking awful and needs to fall very quickly. The people do not want it, obviously, and it isn't good for them either. Really, the only people it seems to be good for is the Chinese government, mainly, and maybe the Iranian and Russian governments too. Fujansho's Nachoshi. We'll go ahead and fucking slash support it. Nacho. I think Fujansho's is the better one, to be honest. Wait, did we get confirmation that Nachos pegs Brickles? I think we're just getting it now, to be honest. Slash support Nachos pegs Brickles? Nacho says, no, I do not. I think she's trying very hard to defend Brickles' sort of masculinity and pride there. Fujan shows. Sitting on the cock chair is going to be a lot more painful for him without a donut seat. Probably true, yeah. Avith, why do you assume Nachos is trying to peg me? Nachoshi. Fujan shows. They're both good. Nachos wants to murder me, apparently. Why do you want to murder me? Is it because you can't pronounce sarsaparilla correctly? The Fallout. You know what? It's true. It was ultimately my choice to show you Fallout. And if it was really so bad a game that you feel the need to kill me just for showing you the game, I can understand. I don't think it was quite that bad, but I can understand why you would hate it so much that you would want to take some sort of rash action. But I think trying to kill me for showing you the game is just a bit too far, Nachos. But it's weird. I would have thought you'd like the game. I guess not. Scarab says, you missed it earlier. We confirmed that stabbing is another word for pegging, and therefore, Nachos, are you a stabbist? In the bedroom. Nachos is too high, apparently, for this shit. Nachos says, Nachos, I believe, is stating that she wants me to suffer a slow death for the way I played Fallout. Thank you, Busak. I am very proud of myself. Nachos is not high enough, apparently. Same, says Aiden. You know what? I'm already suffering a slow death. It's just like a 50 to 80 year, 50 to 100 year process. Nachos insists there's no pegging. Wolf says the real question is whether Nachos is planning to peg you before or after she kills you. Interesting. Was there a VOD of your Fallout playing? I haven't uploaded it yet. Chat, press 1 if I should upload the VOD for comedy purposes, and press 2 if the VOD should be buried in the deepest, darkest cave, lost and forgotten, maybe even burned or destroyed if necessary. Nachos has voted 2. Unfortunately, she's voted for it too many times, so she's now voting 1. Nachos wants it revealed. But Aiden wants to show it to Spoon. Most of you are saying 1. Well, you know what? Let's have a fucking cabal aid over it. Slash support publish NV. I'll do a demonstration. Publish NV. So this is what I built this fucking system for, is for you to debate over whether you want to do something. So just vote on publish NV. Yes or no. And that one will just be a sort of whether it's above or below 0. I won't put a threshold for that one. But we'll see whether you guys want it or not. Release the NV files. You can use that one if you want. It looks like more people are voting to publish it. Nachos says I should be shamed. Well, Nachos, do /denounce publish NV if you don't want it to be published. Someone that says you should clip some of the best segments from it and use them as mid-roll footage when you go take an ooze poo. Maybe, yeah. Thanks, Wolf. So far, Polish NV. So far, Nachos, no one has denounced publish NV. Excuse me. So are you going to do that? Or you want others to suffer? Okay, so you were joking about 2. So you do. No one is against me publishing it, is what you're saying at this point. Then I suppose I will. You supported me publishing it. No, 1 was to publish, 2 was to bury. You were spamming 2. Chat, press 1 if nachos might be retarded. You changed your mind. Okay, fine. Chat, press 1 if you might be retarded anyway. / leader publish NV. Current state is it's way above 0. It's actually very high. Go on.
You need to publish it so I can show it to Spoon. I posted that message also. You should read that. This is the kind of rage just talking about it induces.
That's a good point. Yeah,
we need him to see it.
We should get Spoon back in Cabal so we can bully him more. Yeah, we'll only bully him than all. He can't handle bullying. He's such a fucking woman. And no one will disagree with me on that. Vil says the VOD should be paywalled. Pay me to torture you. It was almost the part when Nachos had started drinking. I wasn't paying full attention to chat. I was trying to play the game. But yeah. That would be fun. Jackie says, at Aiden, bro, get your sister back in Cabal. Spoon is now Aiden's sister, which means that Spoon is my stepdaughter, my second stepdaughter now. Who just became a Findom streamer. Interesting. It could happen. Avalon says, I'm 10 minutes behind, catching up on YouTube, but there are 2 stories here on the subject. Venezuela asked Russia for weapons with no details of whether they got anything at all. I expect not. And 2, tourists are advised not to go to Venezuela due to rising tensions. Okay, understood. Thank you, Avalon, for the clarification. That does make sense. Paywall the VOD. Vil, you got to put it in its own message. You got to start the message with the / and it'll pop up with the various commands. Teach Vil to code. You don't have to use underscores either. You can use spaces. Paywall the VOD. Yeah, I could indeed do that. Might be funny. Is Nachos wrong? Yes, because she's retarded. Yes, because she's a woman. Yes, because she likes pegging. I hope it's a multiple. It's not a multiple choice. It's just which one is worse? Which one of her qualities is worse? The pegging, the woman, or the retard? Thank you, Aiden. Now that Spoon is considered a woman officially, Aiden has clarified that she is too tsundere towards me, who Aiden has referred to as Uwuzawu. Thank you, Aiden. You could not be more right. Nachos claims not to like pegging. However, I believe the state of the board. Well done, Wolf. I believe the state of the board may disagree with that imminently. She has a crush on her stepdaddy. Yeah, it's Spoon clearly has a crush on me. It's amazing how much I just naturally bother him just by the natural way I act. I'm not even necessarily trying to. I actually kind of like Spoon in a partially anthropological sense. That he's kind of like just an odd example of humanity, but I kind of like him. I think he's in a sense honest. It's the sort of in a sense aspect of that's kind of interesting. Aiden says he hates you so much it's unreal, and that's just so fun for me. Nachos says, I said I wanted to stab Uzlu, I didn't mean sexually. Come on, Nachos, who wouldn't want to do anything sexually with me? Someone says, actually, now that I think of it, Nachos loving pegging is only natural. She is a Redditor after all. I suppose so. Oh, Nachos, I know that's not true. But it's okay. It's okay. I know that you have to say that. Bringing back, we have so few lol cows, says Ghost. It's true, right now we are at a little bit of a dearth, at least compared to what we were. I mean, the thing is, Falco was such an outsized lol cow that now that he's gone, which many people are very happy about, by the way, we feel like we're missing a lot. Actually, that's a good point. Let's see what the result was for, what was the one that we had for, I've forgotten what we used, actually. Actually, I can just do, just F, what was his fucking name? Frank. Get the list. Bring Frank to hosts is still at minus 643. So again, chat, remember, if you want me to drag Frank into hosts, bring Frank to hosts, you can vote on this topic, and I will lower it now. If it gets to 2.5k, I will drag Frank into the hosts room, assuming that he's still in absentia, which he is. So we can make that happen. We have Cybersmith, isn't he enough? But the thing is, Cybersmith isn't a bastard. He's not a complete asshole. He's quite reasonable. I mean, not intellectually, but personally, he's quite reasonable. Okay, another denouncement. Another denouncement for bringing Frank to hosts. Poke Wes repeatedly. Over what? Oh, you mean that Nacho should peg Wes? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I could see that. You probably would be okay with that, Nachos, right? Hold on. I mean, I didn't mean to click on this actually, but it is relevant. Okay, where was I? Just here for now. Peg where Leven. Peg where Liven. Nachos pegging Wes. Nachos, would you be willing to do that for Cabal? I think it'd be very funny if you were willing to just go and give Wes a few pokes in the prostate. Chat, press 1 to poke Wes in the prostate. Oh, God. Aiden says, there's this turbo Christian guy who hates Spoon, and it's also massive sped. I tried to get in, but he also wouldn't bite. I'll get him on a stream. I'll invite him onto a stream with me. Wouldn't it be funny? Nachos is up for doing it if she gets something in return. Chat, how much Cabal credit should I give Nachos in return for ass raping Wes Weiler? There is a number, maybe, which should be worth it. Maybe I'll give you a $5. Jackie says 12k, which is the equivalent of £120, I think. Nachos the pegging mercenary. Oh, yes, that has to go on the wiki. Remember, chat, if you want to become an editor on the wiki, you can sign up at wiki.oozloo.net, and then I can make you an editor. Just sign up with your Discord account. It being linked means that we can keep track of what people are in the Discord server. Okay, so if we go to all people, and we find in the list Nachos, I think it's alphabetical. There she is. Hag, Queen, and Brick Warden. It's a pretty full page, this one. Let's start adding to the page, shall we? We go down here. We do new heading. Pegging mercenary. Nachos freely admitted to wanting to, quote, stab Oozaloo, and it was easily determined that she meant sexually. It was then following further inquiry, it became clear that Nachos regularly pegs the men in her life. Wolf, you could add that yourself if you like. After I'm done with this edit. Don't edit at the same time, it'll cause some complications. She was then asked if she would be willing to peg Wes, and to our surprise, she responded with, "What do I get in return?" From this point onwards, she had become a pegging mercenary. And who gets the credit for actually saying pegging mercenary? It was Jeef. Credit to simply Jeef for granting her this illustrious title. Okay, good. We can also do a link to the Wes page. If I go to Sagas, I go to the link for that. We just do that part of the link. If we go here, then click on where's, click on the link icon, and then just do /where/whatever, and that link there. We could do one for me as well. / link for that one. And then I'll also do one for Jeef, even though he doesn't have a page yet, because it will just, it will be ready for when he does have a page. And then save. And close. And then there it is, Pegging Mercenary. Any of you who is granted editing permissions on the wiki could do that yourself. Hopefully, if Wolf is willing to, he will go and add the image proving it. In return, she gets an STD. Through the rubber of the dildo, that would be difficult. The Cheesy Pegmaster, by all means, add that as well. Ghost, I think you have editing permissions, don't you? If you don't, go and sign up. Vil says that she will fight for me. Love you, Nachos, on guard. Vil, are you implying that you and Nachos are going to both strap on a dildo and then cross swords to fight for me? Is to fight over me? Is that what you're implying here? Because that's probably worthy of going in the wiki. Nachos needs more booze. We might have to make it a. I'm not even sure if I should say this. Aiden may never forgive me. We might have to get Aiden's mum involved in this. A 3-way clash of the swords.
Why?
What? They booed him, but he was right. Sorry, Aiden. It was unfortunately. It wasn't my fault that this became disgusting. Well done, Wolf. You have updated Nacho's page. Let's have a look. There it is. I'm going to modify that slightly. Can I drag this below the text? I think it would make sense to go below it. Oh, I can't drag it below. I'll tell you what I can do, though. I can just drag the text above. I think the image should go below the text. And there was also a bit too much of a gap there. We'll also put, just because I don't want to make it too defamatory, a lightly edited screenshot of Nacho's reaction. Just putting lightly edited is good enough. Nacho says leave it. You want it to be as defamatory as possible, do you? The wiki editing software is kind of there. It's not great, but I couldn't find any better wiki software, and it is at least simple. The two most psychotic Cabal femoids are sword fighting for you. It's true. It's true, they are. That probably should go in the wiki as well if anyone's willing to do that. Aiden's mom, as they say, has got the data going on. It's true, Ghost. All this talk about clashing, quote, swords reminds me of that one ISIS war song, but gayer. What the fuck, Wolf? What the fuck? Where was she hiding that? Now we just need a clip of Nacho screaming, Peggers! Oh no. You remember that short SS agent that was trying to shield 6 foot Trump? Vil is very short. Vil and Nacho's going to war would be a fucking amazing spectacle. Because they are both of a kind. Yeah, you're both the same height as well. It's a fucking midget fight. That would be interesting. I wonder which one would win. You know what, chat? Fucking vote on it. Go on slash. I will advertise the names that we should use. Nachos beats Vil is one of the options. And then Vil beats Nachos is one of the options. So yeah, go ahead and use the Kabbalah system to decide it. You could also use the poll that Somnus has just created. It's currently neck and neck. Oh, it's still neck and neck. Vil is a bit heavier than nachos, if that helps. Apparently. Vil is also a blue belt, if that means anything. Wolf has given me some lines to read here. In the red shorts, we have Cabal's resident white girl space racist, and in the blue shorts, we have a known pegging enthusiast. Nachos is made of soft cheese. Yes, the overwhelming aroma of various cheeses may be enough to knock out Vil. Maybe this is another example that we should use AI Battle Simulator for. Just put them in as two contestants and see who the AI thinks would win. I should try and bring that back. It is French as well. I'm not sure. I don't think there's an advantage. I think you should have kept that to yourself because now your chances will go down. So far, it's an exact fucking neck and neck between the two in the poll. Voluntelling you. Yeah, NTS. We'll go back to that at some point. Just probably more hyped on pegging, and you underestimate how much physical shortcomings passion can make up for. That might be true, Scarab. Yeah. Then again, is Nachos just as interested in pegging if it's on a woman? Nachos, do you have the same amount of enjoyment for pegging, whether it's one gender or the other? I'm not asking if you want to, just would it be about the same amount of enjoyment? Would you prefer pegging a male over pegging a female? The French eat cheese. That's a good point. It's a good point. Any holes a goal, Nachos 2025. Indeed. Nachos is cheese and Vil is French. The French are known for eating cheese. Exactly. See, that works. It appears Nachos is not willing to answer my question. Nachos, this is very important. We must know the truth. Also, bear in mind, it is December. I'm now going to invigilate chat again because there's some new people. Most of you have got it. Someone that does now have it. Conflicting images has it. Well done. Core, you still need to put on a Christmas hat or Christmas decorations in your profile picture. Garma, the same. Jadev, I can't tell if you have one. You might do. If so, thank you. But if not, please put one on. Thank you, Scarab. Toast, I know there's no hope of getting you to do it, but put on the fucking Christmas hat. Soldner, I don't think does either, so you need to do that as well. And Zenman, remember, cheer is non-negotiable. Thank you, Malcatillo, for posting that GIF with the hats. If anyone has any other versions of that, of the guy with the gun, and because we did some edits of that years ago, please post them. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Malcatillo. that was the final form. Every fucking thing on the image had a hat on, and please add it to the meme system as well, so we can use it again later. Nachos, would you prefer to peg a man or a woman? Answer the question. Don't say neither. That's wrong answer. Thank you, Zenman, for putting on the hat. Wolf says Nachos wants the Uzabusi. I can neither confirm nor deny that she does. She says that she doesn't. Nachos says, how hot are they? It's Vil. Vil goes on camera sometimes. You've probably seen her. Nachos claims not to want the Uzabusi, but I mean, come on, who wouldn't? I've never seen Vil, says Nachos. Vil, completely up to you if you want to do this, but I recommend, if you're willing to, because you have shown your face publicly, that you DM Nachos a picture of your face. She can determine then whether she wants to peg you or not. Yeah, thank you, Wolf. Using equals meme ad shows you a little bit of help. So you can just do /meme space ad, and it's all in there. If it was die, would that change your answer? Says Nacho. Says Ghost Nacho. Says maybe. So Nacho likes the idea of pegging die. So there's that. Born says, "What the hell? Welcome to an Oozloo stream." Oh no. Vils posted not her most flattering angle, I think. All right, let's go to another story, shall we? This is birth from like a 5-second joke. Yeah, that's a lot of the memes in Cabal start that way. Okay, let's go through in order with what I have, and we'll get to the Tucker Piers Morgan interview a little later. Okay, so the Washington, D.C. shooter who shot 2 National Guard members and allegedly shouted Allahu Akbar, although I didn't see many confirmations of that, but he was Muslim, and he was part of the Afghanistan, the people in Afghanistan who supposedly helped the US and were brought in on the basis of they will be killed if they're left there, we have to bring them back. But apparently the vetting wasn't very good. Well, it turns out the guy specifically was a CIA asset from QSF, Kandahar Strike Force. Google searches spike for his name a week before shooting, just like Charlie Kirk, just like a lot of, including one of the victims as well. That's happened a lot of times, which is very fucking suspicious. And then the shooting was days after former CIA Slotkin and co. broadcast sedition against the president, which is suspicious as well. Maybe an attempt to nudge others to imitate this guy. And they even installed billboards outside military bases encouraging sedition. Looks like they're trying to incite a civil war and color revolution, which goes beyond sedition. That is treason, he says. I'm not sure I completely agree with every part of this, but I can certainly see where it's coming from. Here's the details. I'm not sure, was this ever disproven? But I did see more than one source stating this. A family hosted him and paid 10 grand to get him to the US. Stanley and Valerie Creighton, former Antifa extremists in Bellingham, Washington, who housed and raised over $10,000 for this guy Lacanwall for his family. It's not the first time Valerie has done this, and they say to raid them, or the entire family. They say it's a lot for someone to do. I don't know why they did it. Boomers exporting charity to the third fucking world. I wonder if their children need it. You could certainly argue that. All 6 seditionists accepted Israel money. Jake Lang, well, almost everyone in the position to say that did, though, to be fair. There's Samson option. Yeah. So there you have it. That's an interesting bit of detail on that guy. Could have been that he is just Islamic and wanted to hurt the US, or it could have been something much deeper. The timing could have been a coincidence. It could have been part of a greater plot to encourage others to follow him, or it could have been that he was motivated by that call for sedition. Any of these, I think, are quite plausible. The fact that he was an asset could mean that it was part of some planned operation. It could mean that he was just on a list of people that were helping out in the area. That for some bureaucratic reason had to be added to the list of like a higher list than he has a rank there. Maybe it was only a provisional rank for someone who happened to be in that country. Maybe it was some bureaucratic workaround. There's all kinds of things it could be without it necessarily have being a conspiracy the whole time. But conspiracy is also a possibility. It's very important. Apparently, so Vil says we'd better watch that they don't make us wrestle in jello or mud, and Nacho says I'm down for it. Let's make it happen, chat. I think this needs a new wiki page, to be honest. Vil and Nachos are competing using D&D rules. What is this? A Cybersmith assassination coverage? All right, good. Well, many of you are able to make wiki pages, so please do make a wiki page for this impending duel. That's true. Maybe it would be Pathfinder. Next story. This Somali man was deported by Trump. Hooray! Deportations are happening. And he said this.
أنا معهم ملنا دبي أنت اللي وضو باسبوركي ولا قاطي
He says they made me go through Dubai. I have no passport anymore. They seized it. No way back to the US. Even the embassy can't help me. I call every day. Why me? He says.
I don't want to be here no more. I'm so tired of being here. This place. This is where I'm living.
I would like to advise you to try and make it better, as difficult as that is. Now, I don't know his personal story. If he was born in the US, I do have some sympathy. But I doubt he was. A lot of them came in much later than that. He knows English. He has a decent English accent, or American accent. So I don't know if it's, he may have been born there. So I have some sympathy for people in that position. But if he is the son of an illegal immigrant, I'm afraid to say that parent has doomed their children. And there's no anchor babies. I don't think are a fair concept. And he looks, he's old enough to handle it. So it's a shithole, yes, because it's filled with the kind of person that would turn the US into a shithole, and because the very few people with the graft to make something better for themselves and who could possibly improve it leave. Now that you're being made to stay there, maybe you can make the place better. Production quality point. To fake. Oh, of course it's fake. Yeah, these are crocodile tears. But he might also never have been a US citizen. it could just be someone they hired to do this to try to hurt Trump's reputation. But I don't think it's going to work. Fake as well. Of course it's fake. Yeah. I mean, what aspects of it exactly are fake? Whether the whole thing is staged, whether he is a real Somali that was induced to do this by some NGO, or whether he's doing it himself. But the tears are fake. Either way, something about it is fake, yes. I'm not sure exactly how much. He might also never have been deported. Indeed, yeah. Any amount of it. John Wick says, I see no Aiden, already a better stream. Aiden, do you want to troll John Wick? Yeah. Fucking Wicker. The Wicker here in chat says that that you not being on the stream is good.
Oh.
Do you want to troll him?
Okay.
Well then, chat, you can choose the guest. If you want Aiden to come on the stream, do /support Aiden guest. Or you can do /denounce Aiden guest to prevent it from happening. Should we set a threshold of 2,500? And if it gets there, we can bring Aiden on. If it gets there and sort of stays there for a few minutes, we'll bring her on. Someone's denouncing just Aiden in general. Frank guest. Troll John Wick. Specifically, if you want to prevent it, do /denounce Aiden guest. Wolf says, who should be the guest? Aiden or Nachos versus Vil Oil Wrestling? Aiden perma-muted. No one is denouncing Aiden guest so far. It looks like people have spoken, yeah. John Wick, you could /denounce Aiden guest if you wanted to. Quattro says there is another option. You could, of course, do /support for any guest you want. I will say now, I won't accept all requests. There are some I wouldn't accept, but I would accept many if it's the preference of the chat. If I do just F and then guest, publish that, see who's supported the most. So Aiden guest is currently the top. It's way over the threshold that's needed to get her on. Nachos for guest is also on there, but it's not. It doesn't have that many points. So you can go ahead and support any of those that you want, chat, including Quattro guest. James Boop guest. Cybersmith guest. Oh, someone is denouncing Aiden guest. Quattro Oozlu wrestle. That'll be difficult. We live quite a long way from each other.
Looks like we're gonna have to settle this in the ring, brother.
Yeah. Spoon guest. Nacho for guest. John Wigger returns. Pegging. Someone's denouncing pegging. Interesting. Aiden is, are you implying that you're happy or that you're gay? Someone is denouncing Aiden again.
I'm gay, but There's some gayer shit going on.
You're not that gay. You need to get the women on stream for viewership. Just Jackie.
Have you heard Aiden talk about lesbians?
Yes, there's a famous quote from Aiden about lesbians.
Did you just call me lesbian on accident?
Yes, lesbian.
Wow, the hit streamer, Lesbian Paladin?
Ghost says, can you please stop platforming women? Chat, you can prevent me from platforming women by doing /denounce Aiden guest. Lesbian Paladin, indeed. Nachos is fucking reviewing her body live on stream.
See, I say we get all the women that are active on Cabal, shove them into one VC with a hot mic. I just want to hear the conversation.
The mic could be the hottest thing in there. Ooh, got him.
I do prefer Snatch.
I really do.
I love Snatch.
Oh, I'm there compilation now. I'm talking about the film.
She claims to be talking about the film, champ, but we all know the truth. Lesbi Aiden speaks again. Ghost says, I don't believe you. Post your credit card information to convince me. Oh no, Nachos didn't fall for it. Oh no. So close. Exhumed Lagoon on YouTube says she's married to a man that's pretty gay. Yeah, Aiden, to be fair, you are married to someone with a penis. Therefore, gay. Well, Aiden Guest has been sufficiently supported. I think like the honest opinion of the community appears to be that you all want her to come on the stream. Am I correct in that? Chief says, to be fair, Snatch is a great film. Chief also likes Snatch. He's straight. Point and laugh. No, Snatch is a pretty good film. Scab says, I meant about Quattro and Oozaloo. Them in bikinis wrestling would be gross. Yes, it would. Nacho says that would be great. Nacho's confirmed Fujoshi. It has never been more over for Nachos. Confirmed Fujoshi.
Support Fujoshi Nachos?
I think support Fujoshi Nachos, yeah. No, she says.
Actually,
yes.
Yeah, that reminds me, we do need that as another definitely not vanity role.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
And plus, I'm sure 8-Ball will want that.
I'm sure he would. Yeah. Okay. Aiden, the community would like you to come on the stream.
Okay.
So, are you ready?
Yeah.
Aiden, on a scale of 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much sympathy do you feel for this Somali man?
Negative.
Negative, you say? That's not on the scale. What's wrong with you? Oh my fucking god!
God fucking damn it! It's because I forget because you're not sharing the screen over here, and I like.
I
click on
just
it.
started.
Okay, well, excuse me. All right.
Hold on. Chat, press /support Aiden tech issues or Aiden skill issues.
I'm so tired of it. It's just like I want to go back. I don't want to be here no more. I don't cut my hair. I don't shave. I don't do nothing.
What's that tattoo on your hand, mate? What could that be? It could be anything. Could be anything.
It could,
also could be some kind of gang sign. I don't know.
I just want to go back.
You have gone back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look, again, the whole deportation thing, I do feel individual sympathy for some people involved. Even the people that came illegally to the US, many of whom did so because it's a way that is open, accessible to give them an easier life, to give them a better life, them and their kids potentially. I feel individual sympathy for some of them, but collectively, you really can't let that individual sympathy overrule the necessity of putting people where they're supposed to be.
I feel very little sympathy, maybe for a couple of edge cases, towards the adults. I do feel sympathy towards the children.
Yeah.
And that is, but that, however, is how we've gotten to this point, is by preying on the sympathy for children that people have inherently. Yeah. And then it becomes, well, we can't just, the kids always have to come with their parents. Then their parents have to stay here. They have to be granted asylum. Oh, we can't separate families at the border, and so on and so on, forever. And then you get basically limitless migration. At least in the US, that's the paradigm there.
Yeah, it's too much. I can separate my sympathy for the individuals from the necessity of the collective problem. And it's going to be a shock to the system for a lot of people to go back to their shithole countries, but maybe it will lead to a perspective shift that was necessary in the first place. It's much like if you acquire any luxury, you become used to it. And if you then have to go back, it fucking sucks. And for these people, yeah, it probably does fucking suck, but ultimately you shouldn't have been able to access that luxury anyway. So it was ultimately because of that. It was because you tried to grab something you shouldn't really have had. Now, going to a country because the border is artificially held open by bad, corrupt leaders, you might think, that's free, I'll just grab that. Yeah, it's not free. Because if they figure their shit out, that gets taken away from you because you never earned it. That's why in this world, it's best to, in almost every case, really only use and take and enjoy things that you earned and can hold on to. That's always what I try to do.
It's also, you're talking about the people who are trying to get into Western nations are, generally speaking, on average, lower IQ. And they are all born, many of them, into really shitty situations. So from their perspective, I'm sure it must seem like this is so unfair. Why can't I just have those things? They don't have any of the unpacking understanding of how infrastructure works or what it costs. They just think, well, I should be able to have that because other people have it too. I don't think it actually goes further than that. And of course, yeah, they'll sympathy bait or whatever because, life's been unfair to them. Yeah, it has, but life is unfair.
You're back amongst your own people, my friend. And if you don't like them, maybe that will give you a little bit of perspective on why you were deported from the US. And then there's this. Yes, Trump has made some pretty poor mistakes, especially recently, but he is still doing good things at the same time, deporting Somalis now. And he said only like a week ago, I'm revoking the status for Somalis. And now we see a crying Somali who's been deported. It does appear to be actually happening. You only see one, but it appears to be happening.
It's going to have to be big. Whatever pivot it is to gain back people, because it's not looking good in terms of midterms. Trump has really, really tanked his reputation in this first
his
year of
his
has
gone
term.
Down quite a bit, yeah. Let's have a look. I hope that it doesn't end up going this way, because he's still been a lot better than any other choice, but not great.
Yes, and polls are bullshit. They tend to be wrong all the time, but Trump's approval rating, regardless of source, has plummeted pretty dramatically, pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do to recover it. He seems to have.
We're going to return to sensible centrism. Good for you.
He seems to have thrown on the accelerator to try and get it to happen faster, to try and get more red meat out there. And I support him having to do this. I support him actually doing the red meat things, because he probably will actually do a lot of them, not just promise them. But it's still a disappointment that this has to happen in the first place. That he feels the need to be that much pressure to do so because of his other choices. What's this? Okay, I'm trying to solve my CPU usage is too high. I'm not sure why. What's this for? Not sure. I'll leave it for now, though. Anyway, yeah, it's not looking great, and it's a poll. I suspect that this is at least somewhat true. Midterms do tend to flip unless the president is doing a really good job, they tend to flip. And they tend to be pretty indicative of what's going to happen in the next election as well. It's trust. Trump was put into position because even though he's a bit of a risk, people felt they could trust him more. And now he seems to be doing things that defy that trust. And so he's losing ground a lot. So he needs to do everything he can not to do that. And as Aiden said, pivot hard back towards what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that or this is all intentional and it's we're returning to sensible centrism, and both MAGA and extreme left are being cycled out simultaneous. So extreme left is already largely being cycled out. Next comes MAGA.
Chat, go ahead and /denounce Aiden guest, and we've all heard it before.
I know. Okay, I have to. All right, I'm done. I won't do it again. I just have to get in my doomer pill. Okay.
Don't forget, whenever Aiden starts talking about cycling, we post bike in chat. Yes, Aiden, that is possible, but I think it's quite a big assumption. And it also it would look the same as the natural answer anyway.
Probably.
Right. So yeah, not that great. Still good that he's doing
cycle, though.
Some things right. Yeah, I mean there are definitely natural cycles, but the way you word it makes it sound like it's
natural?
Completely deliberate. Yeah.
It is actually. The thing politics is natural.
However, it's a gradient. What you count as natural and what you count as artificial depends where you arbitrarily draw the line. Are cities natural or artificial? Because no other animal does it. Some vague similarities, but no other animal does it. But it's also natural for humans to do it at this level of development.
Is the conversation just being pedantic at that point?
No, well, kind of. But people have different places they draw the line. It is a gradient. It's not categorical whether it's natural or artificial. You could say that literally everything humans do is natural because it's what they do and they're part of nature. And you could say everything above the subconscious is artificial, but that's driven by evolution as well. I was
just being an asshole.
No, it's fine. I find the topic interesting though. So
man is inherently political.
That's not what I'm saying.
Trying to
the question of where the line is for how natural or artificial the political cycles are is worth asking. I suppose it depends how much it's being deliberately influenced with awareness of the nature of the pattern of cycles and of human psychology, rather than just sort of from within the frame taking actions that benefit that person, which ultimately arise to. So it's even hard to differentiate between the two, whether it's a conspiracy or a natural cycle.
No, you do always find reactions to anything that happens. There's an equal and opposite reaction, and that happens in politics as well, to a certain extent.
Mm. Well, the Democrats have done nothing to deserve any sort of comeback. It would be disappointing if it happened, but I expect the same thing is happening.
I don't know who they're going to run.
It's going to be Newsom.
Well, state level, I mean, that's the midterms, right?
Right.
I have no idea who they're, I guess Newsom, yeah, that's who they're promoting.
But they've done absolutely nothing to deserve success in the midterms. The only reason it'll happen probably is as a protest against Trump appearing to violate trust, which I would agree in many ways he has. So he needs to claw that back right fucking quick and in a big way in order to save himself in the midterms. Because he's done pretty well so far, but he was elected on the basis of trust. People need to be able to trust him. He's a populist. That's the whole point. Right, next thing.
Yeah.
Now this is something we kind of already knew, but there's some bit more data on it now. Aiden, there's data.
Ooh.
Taking fucking ages to load though. Stream guest Aiden tries to say a new opinion, challenge level impossible. White by default? Question mark. The viral posts were right. We scraped 5.5 million criminal records and 1.5 million mugshots from 39 states. 29% of Hispanics are being misclassified as white in official Department of Corrections databases, even when Hispanic is explicitly classified. Here's some examples of Hispanics that were, one assumes from the way it's presented, classified as white in the data. So even when you look at white crime statistics and Hispanic crime statistics and black crime, like compared to each other, and you see, generally speaking, whites have a very low crime rate, Hispanics have a higher one, and blacks have a much higher one in the US. It's actually even worse than that. Hispanic crime rate is actually higher than that, and whites is actually lower than that.
There's that. The other thing is that oftentimes in the reporting on crime statistics, it's sort of left up to the prerogative of whoever is recording it to decide, how do we define white here? Is it white, and then you have to go down into the lower level of the data where it says Hispanic, non-Hispanic? And we just classify all that broadly as white? Because that happens as well. So it brings all of the sort of data calculations into consideration. I'm guessing they used, what did they use for this? Image analysis, AI.
That's what I was guessing, actually. Yeah.
You would have to use like deep learning, I think, to get that.
Yeah. They say everyone's seen these collages claiming non-whites get classified as white in criminal databases. The problem, anecdotal, cherry-picked, no way to verify. We had 1.5 million mugshots, names, and official racial classifications. Time to test it systematically. We trained a multinomial logistic regression on 18 features, deep face racial probabilities from mugshots, census name demographics, first and last name racial statistics. That's probably going to be quite accurate, actually. 92.76% accuracy distinguishing black, white, and Hispanic. That's not bad.
I mean, yeah, that's probably pretty good. I don't know enough about how the AI part of it works, but I do know that this stuff. I know about the accuracy of it, and
for this guy, very obviously black. Deep face, Asian 0%, Indian 0%, white 0%, Middle Eastern 0%, Latino Hispanic 0%, black 100%. Not tough. Not tough to figure that out. Oh, no. Extracted data. Used by model. I'm not sure what the differentiation between these first two columns is. Maybe that's how he was classified in the system, and then used by model is... I'm not sure. Either way, the second name, Roseman, is apparently assumed more likely to be white. But he is, in fact, black. But black was the second most likely. If anything, actually, I'm sort of surprised that Jewish isn't a classification here. It's a relatively small group.
Well, yeah, that would probably be the main reason why on paper. But that too, also,
Roseman
there
is
are
also
different types of
my mistake.
Jews.
Roseman isn't the name. Roseman was just the research group that it's using as the basis to determine the name. Huggins is the name. Suffix. Oh, it having a suffix or not apparently is also useful data.
Really?
That,
yeah, I'm sure it is. I posted the wrong thing. I was trying to find that like 0.001% contempt detected. I found the wrong picture, but you know what I mean. Like,
and the yeah, that's interesting though.
This is the opposite, but this format.
They say the key insight: a sufficiently accurate linear model trained on biased data learns the true signal, not the bias. Interesting. Not sure about that. Systematic deviations between predictions and official labels indicate mislabeling by authorities, not model error. Here's what we found. Flipped confusion matrix for black, white, Hispanic classification. So predicted race, assumed true race versus assigned race, potentially biased. So if they are in fact white, what's the percentage for here? I guess that red is for a higher number. So, okay, yeah, so what you should expect is to see the middle three in a diagonal line be bright red, really accurate, like almost all of them were classified as Hispanic is Hispanic, black is black, white is white. And with black and white, you see that they're pretty accurate, 76% and 77%. Pretty damn accurate, almost no error. But with Hispanic, there's a big error in people that are Hispanic, but are labeled as white. This middle one should be red, and the one on the right here should be bright green. It should be really low.
It's actually...
But it's 28%.
Yeah, 28, yeah.
So roughly 29% of Hispanics are mislabeled as white, according to this data.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. That's a very telling graph, isn't it?
And more accurately, yeah, also, conversely, 69% nice of Hispanics are mislabeled, or are correctly labeled, excuse me.
Yeah, only 69%. But exactly 69%, which is interesting for the funny number of reasons.
Nice.
I'm glad I brought you on for this. This is just your kind of thing, isn't it? 29% of predicted Hispanics were, it's data, and that's what the data is. 29% of predicted Hispanics were officially classified as white. Even at 95% to 100% model confidence, 22.4% of predicted Hispanics were still assigned white. So even when they were much more sure that their model was right, it was still 22%. Median confidence for these cases, 91.7%, which is probably good enough.
It's quite good, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the models that I've seen are 80s, 90s, pretty good.
It's about 91. The best way of assessing it you're going to get for a very large number like that, if you need relatively quick data. So with these ones, you would expect on the first one, they would all be red. Portion, confidence bin. Okay, interesting. Yes, this is how well the confidence correlates with the prediction, I think. But because there's such there's so much variation here in the middle. It's the blue section in the middle one should be way lower than that.
Mm-hmm. So yes, it's over assigning to white and under assigning to Hispanic.
Yeah,
that's why you have that big green section in the predicted Hispanic and the large blue section in the predicted white.
So it is demonstrating
and again,
here that
with blacks, it's pretty accurate in the reported versus the actual race.
So it's demonstrating here that when the confidence is low, there is quite a lot of variation potential. But the how they did it, even with the high confidence, with whites, it's basically 100%. And with blacks, it's basically 100%. With the high confidence examples, with Hispanics, quite a lot, about 22% are still coming up as white in the official data.
Yeah.
Visual inspection confirmed it. These are people classified as white in official records. Look at those names. So let's see. We have here.
Or you could just look at them. I don't know.
Yeah. We have here Rivera Renee Lynn.
I don't know.
I don't know about her, actually. The AI says 84% Hispanic.
Maybe.
Davila Autumn Dawn. She was rated as 57% Hispanic. Not just as opposed to thighs.
She looks white to me.
Yeah.
But she's an edge case, also 42% white. So it wasn't really sure there.
Nachos, why have you done that?
Nor am I.
Cervantes Michael. Yeah, I think he might be Hispanic. What's the fucking forehead tattoo? James R. Quintero. I think he might be Hispanic as well. He looks like someone Fuentes evolved from or would fuck. And then what we got down here, Serrano Cristal Marie. Yeah, I think she's Hispanic. What was that name? 96% rated Hispanic. Miranda Roberto, I think he's Hispanic. Kube Rudolph F. Little ambiguous, but I'd say he is Hispanic, yes. And then you got Gamboa Juan J. Yeah, I'd say he's Hispanic given the name. Down here, Javier Arons Perez.
Javier Arons Perez.
It's very.
I wonder where he's from.
Yeah, exactly. David Villegas. I think he might be. I think he may be Hispanic as well. Juan Carlos Bijaro. Hispanic as well. Lucas Evaristo Sultana. If anything, maybe Middle Eastern actually. But yeah, sure,
Sultana.
Hispanic.
I don't know. Actually, Sultana could go either way. I think that is Middle Eastern. I actually think he might be an Arab.
Well, a lot of Spain was partially conquered by Arabs.
Yes, yes.
Lopez Jose L. I think he might be Hispanic. Eloy Anselmo Padilla. Yeah. Garcia Marco Antonio.
Can you go back for a second, though?
Can
you please look at him holding his name up and what fucking font that is?
Yeah.
On his parole hearing?
Yeah. Good job, guys. Okay, so like using it for a birthday party thrown by one of the kids' mums or like a childcare service, that at least is fitting, even if it's still cringe. But using it for a serious use case like this, for a fucking legal a file, for something serious, is completely absurd. I can scarcely believe they did that. Thank you for pointing it out, Aiden, my fellow font autist.
You're welcome.
Although your autism extends pretty much just as far as I know what some of the cringe ones are, and I am a Times New Roman fanatic, but not much further than that.
No, excuse you. Please get it correct. I'm a Times New Roman supremacist.
I mean, it doesn't preclude fanatic.
No, it's just logical. It is the supreme font. All others,
it's all right.
No good.
It's all right. Furthermore, they say, PC mapping, I'm sure they mean that, revealed that many whites were in Hispanic variable zones, but not the other way around. Measuring the Euclidean distance from the centroids, whites were just as distinguishable from Hispanics as blacks were from whites.
Wow, cold out there, though.
There's, yeah, I can see what they mean. Okay, so the green is Hispanics. The cluster is relatively contained, but with whites here, you've got a big contained cluster on the left, but then it sort of splays into exactly where the Hispanic cluster is. You see where it's green here? There's blue scattered all throughout it. But with the blue area, which is for whites, there's very little green. And for the red area, which is blacks, there's very little green or blue interspersed within the rest of it.
I mean, this makes sense. There's a lot of people from South America who do have white ancestry at some point.
You would expect more of a fade between the clusters then. The fact that in this one, the center of the cluster is so like heavily blue is that's weird.
The shape of the map is bizarre.
Yeah, especially
almost like it's artificial.
Almost. Yeah, you would not expect that. It does look like it's been artificially biased that way. Now, possibly, if we were to consider the less conspiratorial answer here, possibly people are just less good at identifying the difference. And they fuck it up more. But I don't think that explains it entirely. I mean, the names. Yeah. For fuck's sake, the names.
But the names, again, if you're looking at the names,
yeah,
that does change the equation significantly. If it's an edge case.
Yeah. So yeah, the data is pretty convincing.
They are.
It is. Gregory Jones here.
Bro is so
that's
stoned.
Australian.
He's upside down. Yeah, he's in Australia. Oh, right. That's how you detect the Australians.
Yeah. They say to further confirm the validity of our method through visual inspection, we contrasted low and high confidence classifications. High confidence misclassifications almost always were the predicted race instead of the assigned race. So they've got predicted black, assigned white, low confidence. So assigned white. So they were labeled white by the system, but they were predicted black by the AI. I don't know how the AI predicted some of these people as black. That doesn't make much sense.
Cat in what the heck? The woman on the lower left.
I was looking at that as well. You say woman. Its name is Joseph. That's Joseph.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, no. Once you zoom in, it's way easier to see why these people were mixed. The woman to the left is certainly mixed.
Yeah. I wonder if they're like intersex or something.
I don't know.
Very short as well.
Look through some of the other ones, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Like a little bit more zoomed in.
These are all quite ambiguous. That guy,
they are Peggy Lou. I don't know.
Fucking Neanderthal. Prey eyes.
Well, yeah, looks like maybe that's a little bit of fetal alcohol syndrome going on there.
Yeah, maybe. French. That makes sense now.
She's Cajun. Florida, yeah.
Your people.
That's French.
Meth abuser.
That's just the French.
I don't think meth abuse explains that sufficiently, but yeah.
It's clear frog admixture.
Mm-hmm. Candace Shine here. Yeah, they put it. I don't know why. I don't know why they put black as so high.
It had no idea. It had no idea with her. 37% black, 32% white, 29% Hispanic.
I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't assume black is in there. She's way too pale skinned.
Yeah, but it's not just looking at skin tone.
Yeah.
In fact, probably what they might do is they might
Good
actually
name.
run these through a grayscale filter. He didn't say that, but
maybe.
You can get accurate results with a lot of these models using
Oh,
that
you
as
know
well.
what it could have been? The nose looks black.
Yes, she's like I said, she's mixed of some sort. I don't know either. But it's not just looking at skin tone; it's going to look at face morphology, right?
I guess with the face morphology, I can kind of see a little bit of. And she got brown eyes too, so maybe there's some black in there, but maybe quite distant.
The way she does her eyebrows, she looks Hispanic to me. By the way,
yeah, I would say more so Hispanic if I had to choose. Yeah, you got Angela Nelson here. She looks. How does she look like? I don't know, but there's a tattoo on the neck. Yeah. I swear I recognize. Who does she look like?
You know, I wonder how it does with Native Americans, because she looks like she might be part Native.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, actually. You know when you got those dumb images where they like they cut out the middle of the face and you've just got the eyes and the mouth right next to each other?
Yeah.
That's what she looks like. Down here, Joseph here. Hello, Joe.
Look at the guy on the far right, though, real quick. He might have a swastika on his neck.
Oh no, it's not.
Never mind. Oh
damn. Indian things.
Yeah.
Martin, I'd say he's Hispanic.
To be honest.
Tyree Thomas.
He's very greasy.
Yeah.
He's mixed.
He
looks
black,
probably.
He looks black, but he's got paler skin. So yeah, a mix with mostly black facial features, I guess. And then Powell Selena she definitely looks Hispanic. I don't know why they've assigned such high black and white there.
She might be part black. She's got some African features.
Chat, could you fix her?
She does look a bit like a Harley Quinn type.
Yeah. Race a Merrimutt.
Yes, right. Yes. Her race, El Exterminado de la Luz.
Predicted black, assigned white, high confidence. There's people that were. Wait, these are people that were fucking labeled white in the database.
White. Yes.
Really?
Now, remember, there weren't a lot of these, okay? There weren't a lot of these, but there were some cases in which this misassignment happened. And these were the NWAs who were assigned white.
So these guys were assigned white, but they were predicted black. So this first one, Johnny here, I would actually say Hispanic or maybe mixed Hispanic with something else. But the model assigned him 99% confidence black. I disagree. Maybe it's the weird lighting. But then all the rest of these, except maybe the upside down guy, are obviously black. Why the hell were they assigned white?
Oh yeah, the upside down guy's Australian, as we clarified.
Exactly. Yeah. It's genuinely hard to tell because he is upside down, but every single other person
it's hard to tell.
Obviously black.
Just because he's upside down.
Yeah.
He was arrested.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
He was there to fuck the spiders.
Yeah, Legume. Well, maybe the same reason that the Hispanics were mislabeled. They also tried to do it with blacks, but it's just a little harder to make that argument. Then with Hispanics, it's less ambiguous.
You could say it's a data artifact. It is just someone just fat fingered and just hit like literally the wrong button.
Either a fat finger or white is the default option and they forgot to fill it out.
That's actually probably far more likely. So is that like, white's the default. So, and because there are so few of them, that probably makes sense for these classifications.
Yeah. Except for Johnny up there in the corner, who I don't think is black. And then they say, we corrected for misclassification. Hispanic criminal record rates increased 20 to 31%. White rates decreased 4 to 6%. Black rates decreased 1%. Oh, it's a win for the blacks. The lower bound being only high confidence reassignments. The upper bound assuming all predicted equals actual race.
You know where the blacks are probably losing theirs to? Also the Hispanics.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the relative change to the criminality of each race, with the yellow bar being only when you use the high confidence predictions, and the red bar being when you use all. But either way, it's the same story. So yeah, this is it seems to be pretty fucking strong confirmation of what we have always suspected and observed anecdotally, but they've actually used proper data and a pretty good method to assess it in reality. I mean, even then, but Aidan, I'm sure it's kind of what we meant earlier. Even then, the method they're using with the 92% confidence roughly, or median 91%, I think they said, they're assessing something which is genuinely ambiguous. What race someone is, trying to put them into one category. People are not just one race. Clearly, sometimes they are genuinely a mix, and sometimes that mix goes back generations. So it is trying to assess something very gradiated into some strict categories. So doing it with a well-trained AI is about the best you're going to get.
Yeah, most of in social science, the ones that I've looked at most recently, social science in general, if you can get a confidence interval, or excuse me, like that kind of level, that's extremely high, of 91% accuracy. The ones I've looked at are generally like 60, 70% accuracy for other things. But sorry, looking at the image. Anyway, I think AI models are actually probably where the future of this sort of research goes most naturalistically, because actually naturally in that case, because there is bias that enters into it from human coders. People, for whatever reason, seem to be more okay with AI doing this kind of stuff because they understand human biases enter into this equation. And when you have strong training data, and for mugshots, you have extremely strong training data, then I don't see why this wouldn't be the standard.
Yeah. State level analysis showed massive variation. Florida, 60% of Hispanics misclassified as white. Cubans tend to self-ID as white, it says. But no correlation with political ideology. That's interesting. So they're really cutting straight to the essential data here, aren't they? Which I appreciate. But yeah, they're making the point that if the it looks to be mostly actually Republican states doing this, or it's maybe about half and half actually, but quite a lot of Republican states doing this. So the more purple it is, this is you and me colors, you and my colors in. The purple states here are slightly more blue, and the red states are slightly more red. But weirdly, it seems to be there's a tendency in the direction of it being more red states doing this. Weirdly, not sure why.
Florida is a purple state. It leans red, but it is. Well, I think now it is leaning quite consistently red. Yeah. However, the difference is, I think why you're seeing that is Florida, Kentucky, Mississippi, Tennessee are all southern states.
He posted the nigger map.
They're closer to the border, so you're going to have more Hispanics in those states.
Yeah. Availability,
to
I suppose.
Oregon, Michigan, New Jersey. You know, and Arkansas. To be fair, Arkansas is fairly far south. Sort of.
Someone said Cubans would rather die than be grouped with the Mexicans, or worse, South Americans. Interesting.
But they will do that everywhere, as they will identify themselves as white for any number of reasons.
Conflicting Images also says only some states publish this data. That could be it as well.
Yeah, that's true.
And Conflicting Images says Florida and Kentucky allow self-selected race or ethnicity on court documents.
There you go. I didn't know that, but if true, that would help explain it.
A lot, yeah.
And Florida, just because so many migrants in Florida.
Do you want this data, Aidan?
Yeah.
I'll give you the link to the tweet thread, and they have linked here to the full thing on the website.
Actually, I believe it's Datums's.
Yeah.
So true.
Get it right, nerd.
So true. Get it right, bird.
Speaking of, we'll be right back.
All right. What is this? F6. Oh, I know what it is. That's dumb. I'm just gonna fucking spend that. We don't need that running. Okay, fine. Anyway, good. Aiden can read that source and tell us exactly what the data is. So true. Okay. Burb R. All right, moving on to the next story. Ellen DeGeneres planning to crawl back to the US after fleeing to the UK following Trump's 2024 win. There she is. She looks very odd. Liberal anti-Trump comedian Ellen DeGeneres is reportedly planning to return to the US after fleeing to England following Trump's 2024 election win. She had nothing but compliments for the UK when she first went there. Quote, "It's absolutely beautiful," she said. We're just not used to seeing this kind of beauty. The villages and towns and the architecture, everything you see is charming and it's just a simpler way of life," she says. "It's clean. Everything here is just better. The way animals are treated, people are polite. I just love it here." There's probably some truth to that. I think the main difference you're going to find between the UK and even the most UK-like parts of America are that the buildings are older and that the places generally are built in a way that's closer to the base human the base human way of doing things. So it's less artificially generated, it's less grids and more winding roads. So it's more charming for people that like that, but sometimes less practical. So that's going to be the main thing you'll find that's different. Also, the psychology is a bit different as well, because it's a smaller, denser country. There's a lot of things that come with that. So to each their own. But I think I would prefer my own country over America, which is quite natural. But not everyone feels that way. A certain bird feels differently. She says, it goes on. Now she is complaining that she doesn't want to suffer through another winter in dreary England. She misses the sunny weather of California. Again, like fucking did you not see this coming? It's cold here in the winter. Not that cold, actually. Nowhere near as cold as some places. Nowhere near as cold as some places in America, for goodness sake. But how did you not see this coming, Mr. Generous? They say, was this really ever about Trump? The Daily Mail reports Ellen DeGeneres and Portia de Rossi, which I think is her female, backtrack on plan to stay in UK while Trump is in power as couple plot return to sunny California to escape chilly Cotswold weather. When former talk show host Ellen DeGeneres and her wife moved to England a year ago, they put the blame firmly on Trump. The American TV star said she decided to settle in the Cotswolds the day after Trump was re-elected because life is just better in the UK. But now the Mail on Sunday can reveal that Mr. Generous has told friends she and Mrs. de Rossi are planning to spend more time in sunny California because they miss their friends and dread the thought of another British winter. Get fucking filtered. A source said Ellen was adamant that she and Portia were going to stay in the UK while Trump was in the White House, but evidently she's changed her mind somewhat. Quote, she's been telling her friends they are coming home soon because they missed them and can't take the winters over there, and Portia wants to act again. They will be here for the holidays and longer by the sound of it. Mr. Rossi, 52, is best known for starring on the TV show, and I don't fucking care. You can keep your warm weather minus 10 Celsius is a nice morning, says Jackie. A warm weather. Yeah, as I said, the UK is much warmer than some places in the US and in Canada and like Alaska, for example. They say this is also predictable. Liberals never leave, it says. They say they do, and even when they actually do leave for a moment, they unfortunately eventually come back. Case in point, lunatic Ellen DeGeneres supporter de Rossi. They think they should be welcomed back into Hollywood. They say it's unlikely. Her career was burned by rumors that she is a horribly mean person to work for. Wouldn't be surprised. She still hasn't overcome that. Maybe she left for the UK specifically to shed the rumors. But yeah, I would not view it as an indictment of my fair country because she is fucking awful. And if she doesn't like it, good.
I don't like how all these celebrities started moving to the UK or Ireland or whatever after or around Trump's second term. Like, I don't need that evil on me. I don't need it associated with me. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't want it anywhere near me, please.
Makes sense.
Go back.
Nacho says Jackie wants to join the pegging party. Which is indeed, as Somna says, Nacho's admitting that there is a pegging party. Go back, says Aiden, who is also a guest. But yeah, you know what? Fair enough. I agree with our guest. Yes. Fuck off, Ellen. Next up, Monday afternoon massacre. Breaking Trump admin fires 8 immigration judges in New York City. I was just have a quick look at this because I didn't know he could do that. But it's good if he can, I suspect.
Yeah, what?
The Trump admin on Monday fired 8 immigration judges in New York City. A fired immigration judge described the firings as a Monday afternoon massacre. Quote, the court has been eviscerated, Olivia Kaysen, another immigration judge who was fired in November, told the New York Times. It feels like a Monday afternoon massacre. The New York Times reported the Trump admin fired 8 immigration judges in New York City on Monday, according to 2 people with knowledge of the matter. 1 second, I need to switch earbuds. The firings allowed an earlier round of job cuts in New York immigration courts and are a part of a broader disruption across the country, which is taking place as the president seeks to accelerate deportations. Good that he is. They were confirmed by an official, the National Association of Immigration Judges, a union representing immigration judges, which is a very specific union, and a Justice Department official who requested anonymity because they were not authorized to speak on the matter. The immigration courts are under the control of the Justice Department. All the judges, I guess because they're specifically immigration judges, they're federal, but they're deployed in New York, I guess.
Must be.
Yeah.
Well, because they would have to be if they're immigration judges and they're in the state of New York, which would make sense historically. I assume all states do have these people done. Yeah, that must come under federal jurisdiction.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So they're just working for the DOJ in New York, basically.
I'd have to look into it, but that would make logical sense.
In July, 20 were fired as well. More than 100 judges have been fired or resigned since Trump took office this year, specifically immigration judges. A few of the federal immigration judges. Say again, sorry?
Bye, Felicia.
Yes, indeed. If Trump is firing them, I think it's safe to assume they should be fired. they're not doing their job properly. Not always going to be the case, potentially, but generally speaking. Former immigration judges are speaking out after sudden firings by the Trump admin, alleging political pressure and threats to due process in an already overwhelmed court system. CBS News who sat down with 3 judges who were terminated in July by email. See, I don't know what the reasons are necessarily, but if they're being fired by the current DOJ, I would trust Trump more than I trust them.
Now to the president's
see what they say, actually.
Illegal immigration. At the same time, he is deporting undocumented migrants. About 100 immigration judges have been fired or transferred, or they've resigned.
In July alone, 20 judges have been let go. We talked to 3 of them about how it went down.
It was arbitrary,
unfair,
and it's an attack on the rule of law. It's an attack on judges.
George Pappas.
Oy fucking vey.
Yeah, he's kvetching pretty hard.
He is.
I think this is like the definition of kvetching.
Yeah.
Carla Espinoza were all fired.
Oh yeah, those 3 look. Those 3 look.
Yep.
They're the fucking almost exact stereotype: a Jew, a frumpy lesbian, and a Hispanic woman.
Of course.
Month by email. They'd been federal immigration judges who together ruled on thousands of cases in Chicago and Boston. Did they give you a reason why in your email?
My email was 3 sentences. I had no cause. I had no explanation.
We as judges were in fear. We were concerned. And that makes it very difficult to be impartial. We were not succumbing to that pressure, but it does feel like pressure.
Were you ever told how to rule?
Yes.
What'd they say?
They told me, grant the motions to dismiss. This is when ICE was roaming the courthouses, because if we dismiss the case, that person, that respondent, then leaves the court vulnerable to immediate apprehension and expedited removal.
This guy is so larger than life. He's hurting his fucking case.
Saying. No, it was not just him. The other 2 women, too, again, being such stereotypes, it feels like a bit.
It kind of does, yeah. Yeah, someone says these aren't appointed bench judges, they're DOJ wages with an ego. I'm getting that impression,
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, as everyone says, they are part of the executive, they are not part of the judiciary. They must do whatever the president tells them to, yeah.
Yeah, again,
that's what
in which case, bye.
Yeah.
Just so people understand, you grant a motion to dismiss the case.
Correct.
Now the individual what?
They are no longer in proceedings.
Once they left the courtroom, more often than not, they will be handcuffed and led away.
So, grant a motion to dismiss the case. That doesn't sound like you're adjudicating that they should be, that they are illegal. that they are allowed to stay in the US, that they are legal. If you're adjudicating that they are legal, that would be a legitimate reason to shut down the investigation, if it's correct that they're legal. If you're just dismissing the case, it kind of sounds
what they're
like...
admitting to.
Yeah, exactly, which is what they're directly saying. It kind of sounds like you're just trying to get the process shut down and get them out of the watchful eye of the deportation brigade when they are actually illegal and should be deported.
I mean, when you say shit like this on camera, and they're all in agreement here, how can you not expect to lose your job?
Yeah.
It's when you're just saying, I didn't dismiss the case for any legal reason. I dismissed it for an activist reason. That's not how this position is supposed to work.
Yeah.
As part of the judiciary.
Yeah. Scheckelberg has basically just admitted here that he was fucking around and now has found out.
By the ICE officers.
Take a step, back up, back up. CBS News has reported on the numerous cases where ICE agents detained immigrants as they exited their court hearings. With about 600 immigration judges left, courts now face a backlog of nearly 4 million cases. President Trump says it could take 200 years to resolve all these cases.
It is my opinion that this administration could give a hoot about the backlog.
The administration says repeatedly, these folks are here illegally. That's breaking the law.
Now, you know what? Deport this guy for saying could rather than couldn't.
Oh, God, he did say that, didn't he? I'm surprised that didn't send me off. Look, of course, the point of the system is what it does. But it would take 200 years. Yes, that's the point. It would take 200 years to process the people that are in the country now. Illegally. So
you need to hire a lot more people to get rid of the backlog.
Or just deport them indiscriminately. I'm sorry. Why? Why listen? Because that, of course, backs it up. Listen to every single person's plea. No, I am here illegitimately, but hear my case out. No, you are here illegitimately. You go back.
I think in most cases, it's just trying to establish whether they are there legitimately or not. But of course, because it's a court case, there would be a part where you listen to what they say. Now, I think many of us would be satisfied with all we need is for someone who is reasonably trustworthy to, in a publicly visible sense, declare the documentation is clear, they are not supposed to be in this country.
I'm sorry.
We will now deport them. They don't get to spend the next few hours slowing down the court system by expressing how much they love the country and how much they honestly deserve to be here. No, that's not part of the assessment. They're not even a citizen. They don't get that right. It would be generous to give them any time to talk about it at all. Just have a lawyer represent whether they are literally allowed to be in the country or not, straightforward, yes or no, here's the documents or no documents, that's it.
Yeah. Yes, in and out, if that. Do you have a social security number? A legitimate social security number? Do you have some form of identification? Do you have a birth certificate? Do you have proof of legal immigration? All of these things are documented. And so, yeah. I mean, it should take about 5 seconds. It should be able to be all done digitally. You have to even appear in court physically.
Yeah, indeed. Ravelon's corrected me. I think Ravelon may be right here. He says what that Jew was saying was that he was told to dismiss the case, meaning he intended not to dismiss it. But, okay, what I said before would still apply potentially, but in this case, it's basically the other way around, but still the same motive. As Ravelon says, the case being, quote, I am illegal, but I plead to you that I should be permitted to remain. There are countless such cases that delay deportations. So what he's saying about the 200-year thing, it's almost certainly because they are giving them way too much time. And this guy's just sitting there like, yes, no, please tell me your plea for the next 6 hours for why you should stay in the country. Rather than in 6 hours, you could get like 300 people processed for deportation. But instead they're waiting for one guy, whatever the ratio is, way too high because they're not just dismissing the case and letting ICE handle it. So yeah, I think, Aiden, what you're asking for is probably what Trump's trying to do. Just these guys are holding it up.
Yeah, it should be the way that it is processed because it doesn't look, I've traveled internationally a lot. It shouldn't be much more complicated than the kind of information you have to travel internationally.
Yeah, true. Achilles says, unfortunately, Your Honor, despite the excellence of your political commentary, the chat is still talking about pegging. Yes, I noticed that. Pegging and pussy as well for some reason. Chat is very distracted. Oh my God, they're still genuinely so much more interested in pegging right now. Fun. Anyway, continuing. Another one.
I mean, pegging's a bit more interesting than an old Jew.
I suppose so. Another one. Criminal Indian illegal alien semi-truck driver who obtained CDL in California kills 2 people after jackknifing trailer in Oregon. It's about once a week now, maybe a bit more than that this is happening.
What a series of adjectives.
It sure is. Another one, they say. A criminal illegal alien semi-truck driver who obtained a CDL in California killed 2 people in Bend, Oregon. It does entertain me that
it's always in California, the CDL.
It's always in California. Yeah.
Bend is a big town. It is.
Last week after jackknifing the trailer. Wow, cool. I mean, I hope there would be. If there wasn't, I'd be fucking disappointed. False advertising. Per the EHS on November 24, 2025, Rajinder Kumar, a criminal illegal alien from India, jackknifed his semi-truck and trailer, blocking both lanes of US Highway 20. A Subaru Outback collided with the semi-truck, tragically killing both the driver, William Mika Carter, and passenger Jennifer Lynn Lower. Like car, I guess.
What kind of car was it?
Subaru.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Yeah, that's how it's pronounced.
Sure is.
Continue.
32-year-old truck driver from Fresno, California, has been arrested after his truck jackknifed east of Bend, leading to a deadly crash. It happened Monday night on Highway 20 east of Brothers. Oregon State Police say that truck and trailer blocked the highway, but they did not say why. A man from Springfield and a woman from John Day were killed after their SUV crashed into the trailer. Investigators said dark conditions and a lack of active warning equipment contributed to the crash. OSP said the truck driver was arrested on suspicion of criminally negligent homicide and reckless endangering.
That news story did not mention in the slightest that he was an illegal alien or Indian.
I wonder why.
Indeed.
Well, to be fair, this seems like it's fairly shortly thereafter. They may not have identified him yet. Probably.
True, that is fair. Here's a picture of the gentleman. As you can see, a completely ambiguous where he's from. I guess so.
Or
completely ambiguous.
Looks like one.
Yeah. Per multiple ICE sources. Oh, maybe this is a different one actually. Jashanpreet Singh, the semi-truck driver suspected of killing 3 people in DUI crash. This is a different one. Yeah. Yeah. He is.
Okay.
California is an illegal Indian alien who was caught and released at the California border by the Biden admin in March 2022. DHS photo of him attached via federal sources. So it's just another one, another example. Homicide, reckless endangering. Kumar entered the US illegally near Lukeville, Arizona on November 28th, 2022, another Biden one, and was released into the country by the Biden admin. The illegal alien was issued a commercial driver's license from Gavin Newsom's California and given, including that specifically. Yeah, I get it, but like, that's because they know he's the next one. And given a work authorization in 2023 by the Biden admin. Kumar is currently housed at the Deschutes County Jail, pending charges for criminally negligent homicide and reckless endangering. Since Oregon is a sanctuary state, not really, ICE will make all necessary efforts to bring Kumar into custody should he be released from custody. Good. Get rid of. Oh yeah, then here's the first one. First one I saw anyway.
The same guy? Oh, it is this guy. Yeah.
This article features 3 different guys. The main one who we don't have a picture of. This guy from recently,
and
then
Sikhs?
this guy.
Okay.
Actually,
well,
you know what? Maybe this is
he's a Sikh too.
Yeah, that guy looks like that
is.
guy. It might be the same guy.
Yeah. I mean, the turban kind of disrupts my ability for facial recognition when it's so overt.
Yeah. All right. There's a lot of these, though. All right, next thing. This is the last one from Get Me Pundit. CNN melts down. Brian Stelter spirals over new Trump admin webpage exposing rampant media bias, claims it's all a plot to delegitimize the media. You have done a plenty good job of that yourself. I've noticed that for most of the stream, we had 25 or fewer viewers. Now we've jumped up to about 31, which is about right. But quite suddenly, was there some stream or event that you guys were watching that just recently ended? I guess it's also US time zones. Maybe a lot of you just got off work. Maybe sort of like, what would it be? Like East Coast recently got off work? But
it would be 6:30. Yeah, 12 plus 5. It's plus 5 EST.
And some people were watching movies in Rolling in the Yards, apparently.
Oh, is it 7:21? Oh, right, yes. It's midnight. So, yeah.
They're here to discuss pegging, nachos, and Vil mud wrestling. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Nachos is
I used to be able to do that. I used to be
What?
able to do the EST
Mud
to
wrestling?
GMT thing, and now no, the EST to GMT thing more easily in my head.
Oh, pegging, I see.
Sure, that.
She's admitted it, Joe. Okay. Yeah, you should be able to peg. So
I said no such thing.
Well, you didn't have to. So, chat, if you want to support the stream and the community and keep them both going, you can contribute via the links there, tip.oozly.net or fund.oozly.net. Thank you in advance if you do so. Remember that if you do, you will be given Cabal credit, which can help to influence the Cabal Aid board, which you've already seen can be used for all kinds of decisions. The credit that people already have is always, if it's used as influence, it's always decaying. So even if right now you can rely on other people to have enough credit for influencing things, you may not always be able to. If you can contribute even a small amount, every little helps. And I'll also post the link into the YouTube chat for anyone there that wants to contribute. So thank you in advance for doing so. Also, if you would like to become a patron, there are certain benefits that you can get from that. You can get all kinds of customization roles for icons and colors, which you can view by typing in /IAM space list, which you can then see all of those. You can even attempt to add one and it will tell you what you need to do so. Thank you in advance for anyone who wants to do that. Someone says, we all need to support Bill. The poor man is allegedly being pegged by a burb, according to said burb.
What? No.
Nacho says there's no benefits, don't let him lie. How dare you? Many new people, says Pierre. I think it's a good idea. What do you mean by that? Oozloo pegs Wes, how would that work? You know men don't need pegs, right?
No, for the added humiliation.
Oh, okay. Would that be more or less humiliating?
Yeah, I wouldn't even touch you with my dick. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Wolf says there's no rule that says you have to wear the strap on around your waist. This is getting quite disgusting now. I wouldn't even rape you. Wes.
Wow. Jess Phillips and Wes in the same camp.
Not that surprising, to be honest. Great. Well, those of you that have recently arrived in the chat, I hope you enjoy what live chat is currently doing. I am a little bit sickened by it. Anyway, Nachos is asking Cybersmith if Elvis is dead. Nachos, are you trying to throw chaff? Are you trying to distract chat to something else? Who's a preg Wes?
I am being threatened with the mace.
We'll see who pegs who.
Just so you know, Bill, we're not talking about pegging Aiden. Actually, that's never been discussed by anyone so far. Blindfire says, the cases go along the lines of some ACLU or whatever hack NGO files asylum paperwork for them, and that's often what is being adjudicated. Yeah. So basically obstructionism. Fucking Pegzaloo. Why? Duke says, no, that did come up. Okay, shit, well, I didn't know that. Someone says, Bill just mentioned it for the first time in self-defense. Yeah. Someone says, here's a question. If you say that you wouldn't even rape someone and then apologize, does that mean that you would rape that someone? I suppose you could certainly infer that,
It is the implication.
Yeah.
Quote, yes, Jess Phillips, I, Carl Benjamin, would in fact rape you. End quote.
Oh, yes, I remember when he said that. That was surprising.
Remember when that happened? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it was. Yeah.
Chief says literally all of the
Shocking,
sexual
even.
penetration discussed tonight has been targeted at men. That makes sense. Yeah. Chat apparently crawling, beating down the walls of Uzlu's apartment, beating at the doors and windows. David, are you okay? Are you suffering right now? Have you taken the whole 420 idea a bit too literally and you've taken more than just weed? I don't think that's I don't think it's really relevant, Ghost. I have no weed, I only have booze. Well, it seems like you've had all of it. Is there any blood left in your alcohol system? Aiden, tell us how much worse alcohol is than weed.
Oh, dude, again, like after Charlie Kirk died, I went on a bit of a bender, and I'm still trying to get back off it. I'm not doing great. It is my New Year's resolution, because I was sober for like 10 months, or damn near. Weed is so much better than booze. If you can choose between the two, get weed. It is disgusting that it's not legal. Particularly if you have like pain issues or anything else, which is what I self-medicated with alcohol for. At that end, because I just like alcohol. I mean, I'm drinking right now, but like, so don't listen to my advice. But lightly.
Yeah, we need a good topic name to help encourage Aiden to stop the booze. But if we can get it high on the board, then Aiden will stop drinking.
I said it's my New Year's resolution is to go completely off again.
Why not start now?
Because it's Christmas.
It is Christmas. It would be a bit more difficult at Christmas, I understand. Which one of you just flipped to denouncing it? You want her to get
How did you
drunk.
actually get that from Crema? How did you actually get that from that?
It's close enough. It's like a child pronouncing
Which is like what's from? It's a
Aiden's
reference to some like
sobered in.
documentary about like black gangsters in prison talking. And one of them starts talking about Christmas, and he says, "What is Crema time? Crema for kids, Crema for family." It's so funny the way he says it. Sorry.
Chat, Aiden found a black funny. What do we say about that?
Well, yeah, it's like, you know, Jane Goodall, right?
I guess. I'm / denouncing Aiden oil drilling in the hopes that you will stop oil drilling.
No fun. No fun allowed.
Mm-hmm. Coal burn paladin.
There's no, not coal, oil only.
Nachos anal drilling.
Get the correct fossil fuel. Fuck.
Aiden, would you like to comment on the fact that someone has just denounced Nacho's anal drilling?
No. I mean, I think it speaks for itself.
That's fine. You don't have to comment on it if you don't want to. I understand.
What would you like me to comment?
Oh no, just if you had a comment
on that over.
Nacho seems upset at the denouncing. Yeah, Nachos would rather everyone supported it. Aiden doesn't have a drill, so that means she had to be pegging black women. Fucking Aiden's just lighting the crude oil on fire. That's the equivalent.
Believe in the you that believes in me, or whatever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Pierce the heavens.
How many inches is your peg, Aiden?
No, I'm not going down this road because this is weird and gross.
Oh, really?
So the answer is 0 because there is none.
Oh yeah.
But you. What kind of line of questioning is this?
Do you believe her, chat?
What? What does I fucking hate you? I never do anything. I can't say anything. It's twisted against me.
Aiden, you know what the strategy is, right? You know what the best strategy is. It doesn't matter what you say, it matters how you say it. Aiden's mace-sized peg.
Bill's got the mace. He's standing at the bottom of the stairs and asking questions, so this is all your fault.
It's not my idea, it's Chat's idea.
No, it's your... No, don't blame Chat. It's not their fault. It's your fault. You're responsible for this.
Look,
clearly,
they were wrong about Fallout, and now they're right about this, but they're driving this.
No, they were right about Fallout. They were right about Fallout.
They were wrong about Fallout.
They're not responsible for
this. You were
this.
more wrong than they were, though. Nacho says Brickles has been asking questions too. Asking questions like, will you peg me, Nachos? Is that the one he's been asking? Someone supported answer Bill's questions. By the way, chat, you can now customize when you do /support or /denounce. You can select for it to advertise the fact that you are the one doing it rather than it being anonymous. Add the extra parameter using the Discord command system of publish, I think the parameter is called. And you can set it to either silent, so it doesn't show up anything, anonymous, so it shows up like it does by default, or advertise, so it shows your name. So you can do that if you want to. You don't have to, though. There you go. Ghost still supports answer Bill's questions.
What was
Aiden's
the
Bad
questions?
Dragon has been supported. Whatever his questions
I don't know
were.
what his questions were. Oh, it was just
You know
like,
better
what's
than we
going
do.
on here? Well, I didn't know if I alluded to something. He was just wondering what the fuck is going on in this stream.
Good fucking question.
Yeah, it is a good fucking question.
Chat
Isn't this
knows
supposed
more
to
than
be
I do
news and
about
politics?
the pegging aspect of it.
Stop blaming them.
I'm going to keep blaming them. It's their idea.
Wow.
This time,
just like
it really is their
like
idea.
how you blame Obsidian over Fallout New Vegas.
Yes, that's their fault. The pegging thing is
Well,
chat's fault. Today,
It's
usually,
unbelievable.
I
You can't
start
take
it
any
or play
accountability.
along. This time, it's mostly chat's fault. Ghost says, wow, I can't believe the Newsletter is blaming us for the outcome of our actions.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Hold on, /support chat accountability. That's going to be the most denounced thing ever, isn't it?
Yeah, you're the streamer. What are you doing?
Do I need to be more entertaining, chat? Do I need to distract you more from pegging by giving you better news? I tried. I gave you some fucking cool data which shows that
Why don't you ever
Hispanics
ask me?
and
Just
whites are
ask
the
me.
same
I
thing.
just save news all fucking week.
I've got loads of news stories. I guess I just need to like make them more interesting.
So you can stop talking about pegging for 5 minutes?
Yeah, if chat wouldn't mind. Pat immunity. The data on pegging. The Quattro has denounced chat accountability. Thank you, Quattro. Really appreciate that. You say that pegging is chat's fault, but it's really just Nacho's, Vil, and Aiden's fault for doing it. Yeah, Aiden, if you wanted to stop talking about pegging, you wouldn't have done it.
Well, I've not been talking about it. And I've been trying to get us back to news.
You have for the last 10 minutes.
No, I've not, actually. I've been trying to get it
sorry,
back
about
onto
what,
the
sorry?
news. The thing I've not talked about.
See, she's talking about it.
Use your reasoning skills.
Use your pegging skills. All right, chat. We can do a compromise. If you can find some relevant news which has pegging in it somewhere, which is about pegging in some way, we'll cover it.
Okay, so who's
Browsers have never been switched to so
Well,
fast in their lives.
who's gonna turn on Chat GPT and ask it? You have to tell the computer what you want and why.
See what the most interesting thing to get it to hallucinate is.
Did I already tell about the bit of? I finished writing and now editing my Christmas video. Did I already explain the most horrifying part of that research?
I don't remember if you did.
I'll just read. I'll read the finding. How about this? Every day.
Duke says, in today's news, Aiden and Nacho's pegging gang has now reached an epidemic. Find me a recent
I'll
news
read
story
this.
about pegging. Wolf was already there. He was already searching for it.
This is data from Prigidis. I just read this word earlier today. Prigidis et al. 2023, who used inpatient data from cases in Germany and found that the most fractures of this particular type, which I'll explain, occurred in the summer months, but 1.2% of all fractures in Germany, a cultural practice of its people, occurred on Christmas Day.
Well, anal fractures due to pegging.
2% occurred on New Year's Eve, lower than the daily incidence rates on the weekends. Were every day like Christmas in Germany, there would where more fractures occurred than during weekends year-round. There would be 43% more penile fractures annually. That's a real statistic that I have.
Chat, I have decided that pegging is a more preferable topic than dick snapping.
Look, I was doing research on Christmas and psychology stuff, and that study came up, and I was like, well, I have to include it.
If your dick cracks like a glow stick, you should go see a doctor about that.
I think it's because people must be drunk. But New Year's Eve is lower in penile fractures, so I don't know what it is.
Chat, little word of
remember,
advice.
It's the Germans.
Don't.
Just imagine their penile fracture is higher than other people's.
Well, Germans do a lot of anal. Chat, if your girl suggests that you should lie on the bed with your dick in the air and she's going to jump on your cock, kindly decline. Because that is one method of your dick literally snapping in half. It's one of the nastiest things to think about. Courses I did not need to think to know that this is a thing. Yeah, it really can happen, unfortunately.
Let me show you the study because I saw this. Okay, how do I not read this article when this is the fucking title of it? It's titled Penile Fractures, The Price of a Merry Christmas.
What a hell of an article.
How do I not read
Jesus.
that? How do I not read that headline?
Somnus says, Nacho snapped Brickles like a glow stick while she was pegging him. Nachos care to... Nachos is claiming that the direction of the snapping is the other way around, but hasn't denied that it's sometimes that way around, actually. It is a hell of a headline, isn't it, Squizzle? Black Grove says, what if my dick starts glowing after cracking like a glow stick? It's a good question, actually.
Just
see,
lucky, I guess.
What other chat will give you this kind of question? Will give this kind of topic consistency? At this rate of messages
And then I had an interesting, novel, scientific response to it that's temporally relevant. That's the worst part, probably.
We expect nothing less from you, Aiden. And that's what the data is. Glowcock, quite. Golden glowing penis, glow stick dick. Thank you. Yes, these are all very important uses of the Cabalade system. I'd like you to know that the Cabalade system in total has, let's see the exact number, currently 1,693 items. The rate of increase of the number of items is actually increasing. And I've had to extend the space for the number at the beginning of the leaderboard there to 4 places now, or enough for 4 numbers. It used to be 3, but that kicked out the stuff where it was needed space for more. So I've extended it more. How long before I have to extend it to allow for 10,000 or more items, chat? How long? Now, luckily, I don't think the data that is needed to contain all that is very big. In fact, I could check how much the database
so
contains.
Hard to alter the way that you talk to not accidentally say data R that it's unbelievable.
I'm sorry, what?
Even when it makes complete grammatical sense. Go ahead.
What?
Continue news.
What do you mean you were trying to change the way I say it?
No, you do it so intentionally that even when it makes grammatical sense to use R, you still use is. Just
it never
to spite me. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It did right there. You did it anyway. Okay. I mean, it always makes sense. Sorry. It's just so dumb.
I've just learned that my database that I use for multiple systems, but Cabalade is one of them, is now 0.5 gig. It's more than I expected, actually. Now, some of that will be extraneous and will be reduced as it compresses or whatever, but that's more than I expected. So remember, chat, if you want to fuck with my storage device, you can /support and /denounce new topics. Someone says, the mighty wizard, Oozloo, will tell us what the data is. I sure will.
ChatGPT cannot find any evidence of bioluminescence in the human penis. That's just because no one's tried hard enough yet.
Yeah. Sue shares she admits putting R after data sometimes doesn't make sense. Checkmate. Yes, Aiden, that is checkmate.
Grammatically, yeah.
Nachos.
In terms of, excuse me, grammatically, it always makes sense. But in terms of colloquialisms, much of it doesn't bother me. You obviously do it to annoy me, which works.
It's also correct.
As you are well aware.
That's the hilarious thing. Whenever I'm trolling people, at least half the time, I don't have to lie.
You're wrong, though.
I'm not, though.
Just like you're wrong about New Vegas.
Look, there is one occasion where data R is correct, and that's when describing who the best android in TNG is. Data R.
News.
Chat, press 1 for news, press 2 for continued community bullshit, trolling, and pegging discussions.
Oh no, they're all gonna vote 2.
You have almost no allies in this debate, Aiden.
I was on your side. I was on your side. Betrayal. Betrayal.
Betrayal. Scuzzler says the third golden path, aka talking about Aiden's mother. Look, what happens between me and Aiden's mother stays in our DMs and possibly in person if we meet up, as the plan is to do so. But we're not talking about it in public anymore. That's just for Aiden and I to discuss. Aiden's mother and I to discuss. Aiden, you're not involved.
No, trust me. I've spoken to my mother, as I speak to her regularly.
Mm-hmm.
You have not come up.
I asked her to keep it private.
Okay.
And of course, she does what I say.
Then you really don't know her.
Wolf says, wait, we weren't supposed to post the video you took of you and Aiden's mother. It's all over RedTube. Don't tell Aiden that. No, it's fine, Scrizzle. Hey, if it doesn't go up, at least it can't snap. Ooze your daddy strikes again. It sure does. Ooze her father. I am her father.
Who, Spoon?
Yes. You're acknowledging the notion of Spoon being your being your half sister or stepsister, and thus my stepdaughter. I mean, who else reacts that way to my correct opinions on Fallout but an absolute woman? I mean, seriously. Ghost says, do you pay...
I have a hard time debating this because it was mostly women who were spurging at you. Who were spurging the hardest, I should say.
It's true.
And Spoon. And Spoon, who wasn't even there.
It's a good point.
Who heard
Ghost
about
says,
it secondhand.
Do you pay child support for Aiden in Cabal credit?
Yeah, where's my money? Why am I buying you pizza? Where's my child
That's
support?
a good question. I don't know why you did that. I appreciate it, though.
Because you were like, oh, I don't know if I want to do I don't know if I want to play Fallout because I'm hungry. And it's like, well, I'll buy you a fucking pizza.
Well,
She did buy me a pizza.
Divorced, so therefore there's no child support required legally.
Good point.
All right.
Nacho says, Oozlu is the best gamer, but Fallout New Vegas sucks at being a game. It's unsurprising given your support for me so far, Nachos. But I appreciate it. Mavis says, get yourself a friend like Aiden. Free
She's not
pizza
wrong, by
and
the way.
monster. She's not wrong about Fallout sucking?
No, Fallout is the best game, and you just suck at it.
I don't know about that. I mean, she didn't say that. Jeeves says, conspiracy theory, Aiden put retard juice in Ooze's pizza to make him suck at Fallout. But I didn't suck at Fallout. I was great at Fallout. Fallout was bad at me.
Oh my god.
What Aiden is saying is that she provided the Fallout stream. Yes, Aiden, it was entirely Aiden's fault that stream happened.
It kind of is, because I was the one who suggested it after the Outer Wilds stuff. I suggested you play Fallout. No, and other people voted for it, obviously, as well. But I think I heavily encouraged you to play New Vegas because I said it is the best political video game. And I think that is true, with the exception maybe of Deus Ex, the original, which is just an Alex Jones simulator. So I think New Vegas is a far better political game in that the decisions and choices that people make are genuinely quite interesting in terms of how they tend to approach that world and those questions and scenarios. And it's how Spoon and I became friends. One of the ways. One of the first things we ever talked about was New Vegas.
You're not selling it to me. You're really not.
Well, Spoon and I do not make the same decisions in that game, though. Despite both being monarchists, he's a hardcore Mr. House guy. I side NCR.
The problem is, too, that is a gradient. And if you go far enough of the gradient where it's like, yeah, you stood in the game world, you looked down and spun the camera around and were complaining that you weren't having fun. That is an extreme version of what happened. What I did, I think, was well within the line of where I expected it to be playable and viable. The problem was not just that. There were many other problems that I experienced with that game that I think were at least partly design issues. But the fact that my gameplay style was not directly in the way the developers designed it for, is a large part of the problem. But even when I did that, it didn't make much difference. So there were other problems that occurred as well. Some of it was bad luck. Genuinely, people were saying like you somehow managed to avoid all the shit you did when you went, all the shit you're supposed to see when you went through there. But it's mostly either by chance or by the game not being designed for that. Stuff I did either should have worked and didn't, or shouldn't have worked, but it's completely understandable why I expected it to. Mostly, I just accidentally found some holes in the design, whether those holes were flaws of the design or just areas they never meant to cover in the first place. I found a bunch of holes. Not necessarily blaming the developers for that, but in some cases, I think they dropped the ball in some choices they made. It was a mix. But again, I was a completely new player playing it naturally. The fact that I haven't played RPGs of that exact type. No, I was playing it naturally. So to some extent, the game is kind of responsible because my gameplay was not insane. It should have worked better than it did. So the developers are kind of a little bit responsible for designing it in such a way that it just couldn't work. Because I was playing it naturally as a new player, as someone familiar with video games, has played a decent number of RPGs, just not exactly that kind of RPG. It didn't work out for me. So there's some blame to be held there, even in that way, aside from the other ways I already listed. So yeah, it's still a video game, and I was still a new player playing honestly and naturally, and it didn't work. I was not playing it obstinately, Scrizzle. I was genuinely bored. Like as I said, it was like 90 to 95% honest how I would have played in single player.
It is I would say, having booted it back up and I really did try, like when I was fucking around a little bit, when I was trying to stream it and like try to replicate essentially what you were doing. I did find it a little bit more boring than usual, but that was the way that I found it that way was by ignoring everything the game was trying to show to me. Was by just bypassing everything. I did the exact same thing you did. I left Sunny Smiles out there in the fucking Mojave, in the middle of the woods or desert, to just stand there waiting to give me a tutorial about healing powder, and then just walked off and just went spirit and just walked east in a basically straight line to try and get to the cave that has my favorite early game sniper rifle in it. And I couldn't get there because I could have done
basically
it.
The game requires me to.
I didn't touch the game. I didn't do any of it. And guess what? It kind of sucked that way.
Yeah. I didn't know to expect that. The game requires me to socialize with Americans, which, why would I do that?
Yeah, true.
See, we finally found an argument you can agree with me on. Squizzle, playing it in the way that's natural to me is not a contradiction. That's what I was doing. That is my style, and it is naturally. I wasn't playing it the way the game was designed to be played. But how was I to know that?
You had the entirety of chat screaming at you for what, 9 hours?
Yeah. But why would that change it? Like, I'm still going to play it my own way. If it breaks as a result, so be it. That's
trait
fine.
Reactance.
It is also that, right? But my goal is not to appease chat. My goal is to entertain chat, and they were certainly engaged. Let's put it that way. But no, I would rather do it honestly, because also what I do here is honestly assess things. If I was just chat's instrument, then it wouldn't be as fun. Sometimes I disagree with chat, but this is the kind of community where that doesn't cause a huge problem. None of us take it so seriously that it's critical. And I think if I try another session, now that I know a bit more of what the game is, I'll still play in my way, but moved a little closer to what the game expects, and it should work better. I think, to be honest, if I just kept going as it was, I would have gradually gelled with how the game expects you to play.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I would suggest you just start over. Because I think maybe you've so fucked the experience that it might not be recoverable. Maybe roll a new character, and then, like, knowing what you do know about it so far, and the kinds of things that, like, so for example, you chose medicine. Maybe you wouldn't necessarily want to choose. I'm not against it. I'm just saying maybe from your experiences, that wouldn't be the best skill to take. Or maybe you would pick different perks or traits or whatever. I I would suggest maybe re-rolling and trying it again with the perspective that, hey, this is a role play heavy game that has a large emphasis on dialogue with NPCs.
Yeah, I didn't realize that it was so necessary to engage with the NPCs. However, as I said, even when I did do that, it didn't help. And yeah, Blackwave, I did engage with the quest. What I prefer to do with that kind of RPG, the same thing I did with Skyrim and with others similarly, is
you're going to need to use your Pip-Boy as well.
A bit of open world, a bit of story, a bit of open world, a bit of story. So I started off with the story, the introductory stuff. I got bored of the tutorial because you always get bored of the tutorial. So I went and did some open world stuff. That was all right, but it was kind of dry and a bit boring. That's too much. A bit boring. So after that, I decided, all right, fine, let's see what quests I have. Either I have the tutorial, which was boring, or I have this one in Prim or whatever it's called. So I went and did that. But there was a difficulty spike. And there was the fucking mines situation, which I'm not happy with either. And that was okay, but it seemed a bit too difficult. Now, at that point, I didn't realize that the prison is the easier combat encounter. It certainly didn't sound that way, the way it was telegraphed, but apparently that's the way you're supposed to go first to do combat. And of course, I hadn't done the opening combat in Good Springs. But the barrier there in Prim, the combat barrier, was something that I overcame by just finding an SMG in the back entrance, which I didn't know about until chat told me about it. But the SMG was way more effective. Now, I thought it was overpowered. People are saying it uses ammo way too quickly. Fair enough, but
it's not just that.
Survival is more important than economy. Survival is more important than economy. So you'd obviously want the weapon that kills them faster. And every bullet went into the baddie. So you wasn't actually wasting a bullet.
Once you realize how shitty SMGs are in this game. I mean, like some later SMGs can
It seemed way better.
All right, but that one was
however,
close to even passable, like even mid-game.
It
I
seemed
actually think
way better
what you should do.
than my other options.
I think what you should do is do an absolute like 1 int roll. You know, and I will.
Are you
I'll
commentating, Aiden?
No, I'm serious. And I will give you, I'll give you a mod that will leave you some tribal armor and gear in the opening area, so you can equip a big fucking, like, it doesn't do a shit ton of damage, but like just go pure melee. You can go melee in this game, by the way, if you feel so inclined. You can just go pure really fucking melee. Ignore the guns. Go beat people's asses with fists and swords. And there you go. Just be a barbarian. It is my second favorite run of New Vegas is to do this exact thing, is the melee run. It's really, really enjoyable. I played tribal low int melee and it's really fun.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take none of that advice. I'm going to continue with the same goddamn character.
Listen, int's a dumb stat. Don't just ignore that. Drop int. Go full charisma, like as low int as you can possibly get. Get a big sword and go through and or fists and punch people in face. Slice their heads off. There you go. That seems more up your alley.
Also,
I'm not even joking. It's really fun. It's really fun. Sorry.
Get the one awesome Easter egg if you go super low int.
I'm going to continue the same character, and I'm going to find a way to adapt my strategy to make the game accept me, to make it work, to make the game function. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
but I want to play the way I want to play.
You get along well with this guy.
Avoid half the game's content.
I didn't decide to avoid half the content. It was hidden.
Okay. You get along well with this guy from New Vegas.
I was hugging invisible walls because I was exploring. Is that not part of the game? I was told it was.
I mean, technically, yes.
I did find some stuff as well. The only thing I found by exploring, it's very disappointing that open world doesn't reward you more for exploring, but the only thing I found by exploring was a secret cache of loot. Oh, cool. I actually found something for exploring for once in the whole fucking experience of this game. I found something for it at level 50, required to lockpick. Great. Nothing. It's not like there's a little bit of loot there, but then you get more for level 50. No, nothing whatsoever. The thing is, I did speak to NPCs trying to get some quests. I didn't exhaust all of the dialogue options, but I did speak to NPCs.
Yeah,
and
that's the problem.
I didn't see any of them give me anything. Apparently, I had to click every single fucking button to get any content.
You have to click everything, and then what you have to do is check. You don't even have to read it. Then you go check your Pip-Boy and go look at the quests that have been added. You'll get a little pop-up in your screen or that there's been an update that you received a quest. The other thing you should do is listen to your fucking radio.
The game didn't tell me that I ever encountered about my radio.
Yes, it did.
If it popped up,
Yes, it
why
did.
would I?
It literally popped up.
But it's tutorial text. Why would I read that?
Actual DSP line.
But no, I get it. Right? Okay. If it did tell me about it, fine. But people don't read tutorial information. They never do. So to some extent, the game has a responsibility to make it a little easier to figure out that it exists, that feature exists. Have an NPC say, "Hey, have you tried listening to your radio?"
But you don't talk to the NPC.
I didn't talk to them as much as you would like, but I did talk to the NPCs, just not exhaustively.
By the way, there are also plenty of NPCs tell you about the radio.
I never encountered it.
And then you could listen to Big Iron. It's great.
Squizzle says this is the era of games where the devs were literally shoving tutorials in your face. Yes, and perhaps I need to adapt to that by being a more boring person myself when the stream is playing. So I can just sit there in silence reading the tutorial that I'll forget 90% of within the first 5 minutes. But then at least, you know, I'm accountable to remembering it, even though I've forgotten it.
The tutorial takes 5 minutes.
Nacho says you turned all the radios off. You noticed that, did you? I figured that if nothing else had bothered you,
turned all the
me
radios
going
off as
around
well.
deliberately turning off the gay, shitty music that's in every place and going, that's better. It become a great stream meme.
We're free to game a stranger.
Hold on, let me just mutate and say, that's better. Nacho has noticed. I will continue doing that. There is absolutely no reason not to continue doing that. It's just music anyway.
No, the love of Big Iron is universal. I was literally talking with my neighbor
Everyone loves Big Iron
about it.
Mm-hmm.
He's never played New Vegas. He knows Big Iron. Everyone.
Wolf, why have you done this?
Free with your existence.
Yeah.
Bill and others that are talking about the invisible walls.
Great too.
I was not I wasn't trying to find where they were, and I wasn't just sitting there like playing with them. I was trying to explore and find, usually on areas of the map that are kind of on the edges, to try and find if there's anything interesting there, because that's usually where interesting off-map stuff is, like secret stuff or bugs with the game as well, interesting stuff. And I just found a lot of invisible walls. But yeah, I was on the edges. Even when I was traveling, I would be up against the edge. Do you know why? Because if you have a wall on one side of you, you have less places where an enemy can attack you from. Now, if it's a game without a lot of guns, say, for example, Skyrim, where you've got people that are going to attack you will all have swords or sometimes bows and arrows, but they fire like once every 10, 15 seconds. In Fallout, if someone has line of sight on you and they want to hurt you, your health just ticks down as long as they have line of sight. So cutting the line of sight is a good idea. If you're walking through a fucking, I don't know if box valley is the right word for it, but a valley with 2 hills on either side and you're just on the lower part, that's a stupid idea. You should try to walk at the side of the valley, at least somewhat, so you've got less spaces where someone can just pop out and shoot you. You have to be a little bit careful there, which is why I was usually on the edges, on the periphery. If you're walking out in the open field, you're fucked as long as someone wants you to be.
Yeah, a bit, until you level up enough and then become a walking fucking death machine.
I was trying to, but I was also trying to have fun at the same time. It's not all just about the numbers. So shoot them, yeah. But what if there's more than one? Then you're just fucked.
That's why I'm telling you.
There weren't any other rifles.
Fuck off with it. Go low int, minimal int build, max charisma. Be the retard. The charismatic retard.
I don't think I'd enjoy playing like that. Thank you.
You literally don't even need weapons to have a good time with the game.
Yeah.
It sounds like
literally did one without any weapons, and it was perfectly fine and completable.
You know the game very well, and I wouldn't find that fun anyway.
I go full tribal. It's my second favorite run of New Vegas.
I wouldn't enjoy that.
It's full tribal. Just I'll get you a big. It's a wing of an airplane or it's a helicopter wing. Just go pick that up and go knock people over with it. There you go.
I don't think I'd enjoy that. Explosives build, maybe.
Unfortunately,
maybe
the
as an
wizard
off
version
thing.
in this game, the like magic version, is science weapons. The closest thing I can, I guess, get to it. That's laser pistols and stuff.
Honestly, if I were to start again, maybe I would change the medicine spec to explosives. But I don't know. At the beginning, all you have is dynamite, and the throwing arc is kind of crap.
Like,
so that is a function of your strength stat.
Okay.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah. That scales directly off of it.
Okay.
I think you might want people to maybe, if you do choose to re-roll, which you don't appear to want to do, maybe we could walk you through a little bit more what the stats mean, because we didn't really do that. We just let you go blind into it.
No, that's fine.
And
I don't
normally,
think I need that.
that's better, I think. Well, no, but I think it's better to do just go in and do what you feel. I mean, my first time playing, I went with just off feel, even though I knew things about obviously the Fallout franchise, and I played previous games, and I also played earlier. I played Oblivion, I played Morrowind, you know. So I don't think it's a bad thing to go off feel, but still,
That's what I did.
In your case, maybe improve.
The game couldn't handle it. I'm not saying that, Pierre. I don't see how that's analogous.
The game couldn't handle it is the part that's infuriating people, which I know that you know at this point.
Look, I'm not completely joking in that. It is a little disappointing that a sandboxy game like that, if you try and play it,
woman, men's just can't handle me.
Yes, I get the analogy, but if you're trying to play it as just a bit more openly than it expects, the progression system kind of falls over. But I wasn't trying. I genuinely, even though it looked to you guys like I was, because I haven't played that kind of an RPG that's that sort of anal before. Well, to be honest, Dragon Age is probably close enough. I played that, but either way, even though it looked like to you guys, like I was obstinately like trying to avoid engaging with the game, I was engaging with the game. I just wasn't engaging with the parts of it that you're supposed to engage with, that it expects you to engage with, which is the conversation and dialogue.
Much smaller maps, much limited ability to interact with the world.
Either way,
it's all pre-scripted.
That's not my point.
It is
that's
not
my point.
RPG elements. It's not the same.
Fine. I haven't played a game that requires that level of adherence to its core mechanics that is supposedly open world. Like linear games, yes, require adherence to their core mechanics, require you to follow the story directly. A game that's supposedly open world doesn't necessarily require it. But even then, again, this argument is it's only half the point anyway, because even when I did try to do the integrated directly along the line of the mechanic story stuff, I tried to do the only quest I had in my inventory that wasn't a tutorial, it didn't work either. Because the progression, it was so too high level, apparently.
That I can tell you that my two favorite ways of playing this game are either sneaky sniper, aka stealth archer build, essentially, or fisticuffs literal retard. That sounds. I'm saying these are vastly different play styles, and I find them both damn near equally fun.
That doesn't actually address the point, though. John Wick, I know it's not Minecraft. The thing is, I was doing alternating between open world and then like direct stuff, but I expected it to be able to handle me exploring more without the progression breaking. But then even when I went back to doing it directly, doing what I had in the quest log, I usually wouldn't like to just review like fucking, here's the quest marker, let's just go do this. But I figured I had to because nothing else was working. And when I did that, it still didn't work properly. Now I know now that the reason for that is because I wasn't really meant to be there yet. There was tutorial stuff to do back in Goodsprings, but the tutorial was boring. But there was another quest behind it, which I was supposed to do. All that gave me was maybe one level and almost no lore information, not much experience with combat that was actually useful. It was a boring questline anyway. And so it was barely worth doing that anyway. So I wasn't expecting it to be Minecraft. I was trying to play like a little bit of it as if it was a little bit like Skyrim, where you can just sort of explore and stuff happens. And then I went back to playing it as it's supposed to be played, like directly, or like I thought it was supposed to be played, by engaging directly with the quests. I was trying to make it work. You say I was playing obstinately. I was playing obstinately compared to how you'd play it. But I wasn't trying to be obstinate. I was trying to play it my way. I was a little obstinate about the tutorial, yes. But as it turned out, that wasn't really worth it anyway. I would have been happier and just as well off in the game avoiding that still and going to do something else. It sounds like you weren't playing like an end user. You were playing like a QA tester, looking for holes in the collision detection at the edge of the map. Partly, that is how I prefer to play. I think my method of playing reveals truths about game design.
I think I can explain what happened here. It's basically that you effectively put yourself in more of a challenge run than you should have.
But not
you
deliberately.
Playing as if you knew more about the game than you actually did, and made some very key assumptions that were not correct. As a result, this will then inform the rest of your experience and your expectations.
I think that's somewhat true, but a little bit too far. I don't think I made any assumptions. Maybe the only assumption I made is that that I could sort of play it with a bit of open world and it would sort of give me stuff to do. It didn't, but again, people have said that it was a game that was made quite quickly and most of the emphasis was on the direct writing quality. Fine. So it's not as good at Skyrim at giving you open world random or like procedurally triggered stuff. Fine. It's not optimized as well for that. But that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that makes it a bad game. Just it's not as optimized for that kind of.
But you have said that
really early game, and you are expected to at least get a couple of levels in before you start going off the beaten path, and then you can.
And I didn't know that.
More of the side contents.
Fair enough, but I didn't know that. And the game allowed me to go out and explore the wilderness, even if I wasn't really supposed to yet, and that's fine. I'm glad that it does let you. But
that's the whole freedom there.
That's great.
It doesn't
if it's not. No, I'm not saying it doesn't have it. It has freedom. It just doesn't give you stuff to do while you're doing it, or it didn't for me. It's not as good at doing it as I would expect it to be.
Because you don't know what to look for yet. No, it does.
Yeah.
It's that you don't know what to look for yet. Once you have obtained this kind of gameplay knowledge that is attained by following it, not just the tutorial, but the kind of way that the game tells you how to integrate with it. Over the course of going through the path that the Settlers of Good Springs tell you to go on, you'll figure all that shit out. And then
how was I supposed to know that you can't play it that way?
You can, but you need the gameplay knowledge.
Yes, you know that you can because you know how to. I don't know that I can't because I don't know how to, like, it's the same thing. It's knowledge of you need knowledge of the game to know that you can do it that way, but you need knowledge to do it that way. If you don't have the knowledge, you don't know that you can't do it that way. I didn't know that I can't do it that way.
That's why the game punishes you if you don't know. That's why the game punishes you if you don't know what you're doing. It's telling you.
It didn't punish me with damage. It punished me with boredom. Is that the punishment?
Both are punishments, are they not?
If that's the case,
I'm saying, well, gee, I can't find anything.
It was boring. It was choosing to be boring.
Yes. Then wouldn't you think maybe I should go back and do the things that the game is,
what the tutorial?
Me I should do.
The most boring thing possible. The tutorial. I did go back and do those things. It didn't make any difference.
And then it sends you. Look, you chose not to explore any of the areas that you were introduced to from the beginning, or the places that the settlers told you to go to. You did. You finished about half of you finished about half, not even, in like a third of the quests in Good Springs. You then just would not take any quest from anyone anywhere you went.
I didn't see any.
So, yeah.
I want any.
Because you didn't talk to people.
I did. I exhausted every single dialogue option in the military camp.
No, you
every
didn't.
Single one.
No,
I did.
In fact, you may have right there. But the reality is that, and you kept saying, well, no, I didn't do that because I wouldn't ask this question. I already know the answer to that question or to this thing that I'm probing about when you don't know what the response will be. And so, no, you just look, this is just a mechanic of older RPGs. And maybe it's something that you're just not familiar with, but you have to exhaust dialogue, all dialogue options with NPCs, even if you think you already know what they might respond with.
That's
because you don't. They're people. They're people who might tell you something different than the last person. It's not the same question.
Okay, I understand that now.
Wait, Uzlu.
That's not a natural assumption,
Uzlu, in Outer Wilds, do you not ask the same questions to a bunch of different NPCs, more or less? Because that person might have a different answer. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
But the thing
you
is,
ask
that's
similar
not
questions.
Required at all for the game. You can speak to literally no one except one dialogue with one person is required. That's it. Nothing else is required.
Okay. Am I not incorrect, though?
Yeah, ultimately. But with Outer Wilds, it makes almost no strategic difference to have talked to the NPCs. It's for flavor. You don't have to at all. It doesn't help.
And you can play through
strategically.
almost all of New Vegas with minimal conversation with NPCs.
Yes, you can.
You know
but
what
the difference
you know what you're doing.
in possibility is a lot larger.
If you
And New Vegas is 150 times the size. Sorry.
I don't think it's 150 times the size of Outer Wilds. It might be about 2 or 3 times the size.
You can literally kill off every NPC that you meet in New Vegas, and the game will still find a way to function.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it can't do that. Just that it's way easier to do Outer Wilds without talking to anyone, with one person you're required to. But that's all. It's a good point, Black.
Right, and you haven't even played Outer Wilds. No, yeah,
but
I've
seen
know.
like 25 people play it, and it's the kind of game where you don't have to play it to understand it, except for the controls.
I think you might. I
think
you might at this point, in order to you know,
excited to play his favorite game for the first time.
Well, the thing is, I can't be excited to play it for the first time because I already know it too well to play it.
So what you've done is you've effectively cucked yourself out of the game.
Yes, by watching it being played the first time. So I don't enjoy many games. So when there's a game that comes up that might be enjoyable, I would tend to watch someone play it for a little while to see if I might enjoy it. But I watched it enough that it was really good, so I wanted to keep watching it. Didn't get around to actually buying it. So then I finished that watch through, and it was kind of spoiled, and the spoilers are critical in Outer Wilds. And so at that point, I figured it's not really worth getting it. A couple of years later, I'd forgotten most of it, so I probably could have bought it then. And I just happened to watch another playthrough of it, which also ruined it. So yeah, I fucked myself over, and it was stupid that I did that, and I kind of wish I hadn't. What? But that's how it went.
I do agree with Skrizzle's suggestion, maybe of Disco Elysium. That is also a deeply political game.
I've seen videos of it. I don't think I'd enjoy it at all.
I like Disco Elysium.
It's impossible to fuck that up without just dying.
Skrizzle, I didn't make presumptions towards the game. Unrealistic expectations. Again, it wasn't unrealistic. You would have to know what kind of a game Fallout is. It's not like it's in a class completely separate from Skyrim. They are different on several gradients. They're a different place on several gradients, but it's not a completely separate class of game. Willingness to argue with chat. Well, yes, willingness to argue with chat, that's a given. And willing to argue with anyone, I think is wrong. Or that I just have a disagreement with. If at the very least chat was too harsh on me and is assuming that the game is just the ultimate authority on what the game should be. Well, the game is the ultimate authority on what it is, but not on what it should be. And I didn't know what it is because I hadn't fucking played it yet. So I had some criticisms. And the criticisms, in some cases, were of a kind where it's like, the game isn't what I think it should be. The game isn't as good as it should be. And those criticisms really are self-contained. I'm not saying that the game is trying to be this and failing. I think in some cases that is what I was saying, but not in all ways. In some ways, it was just the game isn't this, i.e., the game isn't optimized to allow me to just sort of play it openly, as I was trying to. The game requires you to do certain other things first, which I would consider a hole, but not necessarily one they were trying to fill. But there are other occasions where it did fail to do something it was trying to do, in my opinion.
I would like to get us back on the news, because I feel like we've treaded this water a lot. I have something in my possession that is potentially of great value to you, sir. What will you trade, getting off the topic of you being fucking bad at New Vegas, in exchange for the valuable DM I have in my possession?
Any guesses, chat?
Well,
we can get onto news.
I will post it publicly. I'll post it publicly. But you
how do I know I want it until you've sent it?
Oh, it's a pretty good one.
If I'm disappointed, then I'm getting right back off news.
I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Okay. Chat. A YouTube chat saying spoon complaining, and someone suggested is Aiden's mum talking about me again? Either of those would be good enough. I'll never know, and I guess until we talk about news. All right, chat. Let's try and talk about news, shall we? We'll see. We'll see what Aiden's got for us. If we're disappointed, though, it's not going to be good for Aiden.
All right.
Let me skip something a bit more interesting, actually. What else is there? We could start on the Tucker thing as well. The interview.
That's what it came on for.
Oh, is it? Okay. I mean,
You told me
we've been
you
going
wanted
for
me to come
4
on board.
hours. I guess we will start.
I know. All right. Do I reward you, however, first?
That's up to you.
Whatever happened to Britain? Or the
What an
I
apt
don't
question.
know. What a great way to start.
We're quite well positioned to begin to answer this one, aren't we, Aiden?
Unfortunately.
Mm.
However, shall I? Because you've decided to do this. Shall I post the DM?
We are 3 seconds into news, and Aiden's about to reward me. Let's see what 3 seconds of news is worth. Oh, goodness. Did you link her my VOD by any chance?
Yeah, she must be subbed.
And we're right back off the news again.
No, go back.
We will.
Okay.
Nietzsche will get to the pegging part. Fuck's sake, chat. I can't take you anywhere. Nacho says, hi, Aiden's mom. I do peg my boyfriend, lol. Why would you admit that, Nacho?
To be fair, that was from 9:33, which was
oh Jesus!
Several hours
She's probably
ago.
watching live.
Maybe
Hello.
not. It's been many hours though, so probably not. That Fallout thing definitely filtered her.
Maybe it filtered a few people. Now, in his mother knows all the pegging law.
I can't. I'm gonna fucking die.
Is this some of the most surreal shit you've ever experienced on the internet,
Oh
Aiden?
yeah, easily. Oh my god.
And before Aiden gets a text in the morning, quote, what is pegging? Expect that, Aiden. What are you going to say to your mom if she asks?
I'll explain it in clinical terminology.
Really? Okay.
Why not?
Anyway, so enough about that. Let's get back to news. But first, a message from HFNH. He says, all you have to do is finish the tutorial in FNV, then you could go wherever you wanted and could survive. I did finish it. It didn't do much. It didn't help much.
No, he proceeded to. Well, no, excuse.
Give you one
HFNH.
level.
He stopped the tutorial midway through and then just walked around and kind of refused to talk to any NPCs, thinking he could get experience just by fighting things that would, I guess, equate to leveling, or I don't even know.
If the game wants me to if a game wants to discourage me from exploring when I haven't prepared enough, fair enough. Some games are like that. Fair enough. Then why did I survive? The problem is I was careful enough that I didn't die, but I had not gone through the game's preparatory steps. I wasn't. I fought lots of stuff, but I hadn't gone through the game's preparatory steps in order to survive in everywhere without being careful. But I was careful, so I could survive. So again, I managed to find the specific narrow niche through the way the game is built to find all of its little holes and pitfalls where it's not designed for that kind of play.
ESP'd it, okay?
I ESP'd.
You DSP tried it.
I looked through the walls,
Yes.
Aiden's saying. I
You
ESP'd
tried it
it.
as if you were DSP. Yes.
I don't know who that is. But
I know.
I
That's
played
why it's
it
your name
with
right
a,
now, right?
I played it with a, I barely know who the guy is. He masturbated on video. Hold on, chat. There we go. Does that help? Now I've masturbated on video. Not really.
Oh, Cameron was on the whole time, huh? You have to, that's what you have to do. You have to act surprised and then go, oh, Cameron was on the whole time, huh?
Is that just his fetish?
There you go. No, he just did it once. I think he genuinely didn't know his
say,
camera was on.
Didn't say to completion, Nachos and Mavis. I just said it happened.
Oh, no,
that's
he
a good
completed.
Point. Aiden's mum is watching right now.
You can see
She's
it on
watched
his
that
face.
happen.
Yeah. What?
But yeah, I'm
How dare you,
vaguely aware of what DSP is. He is considered to be bad at games. I don't know
He is
exactly
historically bad at video games.
Fair enough. I don't know exactly what style his bad quality is, but I have not encountered a
All
game.
video games.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly how he's bad at them. I've never encountered a game.
Here's what he does, Uzalu. He complains that the game is broken or fucked up, that it doesn't appeal to him in some way, that there is some problem with the game. None of it could possibly be him. It's just, man, the developers really fucked this up. And New Vegas is one of the games that he quite notoriously said these things about.
Interesting.
Now, he said them about every game he's ever played, but yeah.
If
This
I
guy's
watch this
claim to
playthrough,
fame, however, is that he
there might be
won
some
a
things.
first on Street Fighter 2.
There might be some things he would say
attorney.
that were correct. I mean, people can be correct, even if they're wrong most of the time. I expect I disagree with a lot of his criticisms, though, if he's that bad.
I think you should react at some point to DSP plays Fallout New Vegas. And you don't have to do it publicly. Just watch a little bit of it and see if you think, this guy seems to have the same problems I do.
That would require me watching his streams, though.
You could do it on stream.
Yes, I could. Chat, you can now vote for that in Cabal Aid if you wanted to. Uzalu watches DSP. /support to make me do that on a stream, and /denounce to prevent me from doing that on a stream. And we'll see who wants it to happen.
I think that some things might fall into place. You might start to see some uncanny similarities.
Well, Ravelon, there is some truth to the
Ravelon's
idea
right,
that
yes.
if a game doesn't if it flashes something on screen that's supposed to tell you what a system is, and then the system isn't used or available for like an hour, and by that time you've forgotten it and the details are gone. Like there are some, especially Japanese or like Asian games that have obscenely detailed text tutorials for systems that you won't use for hours. It's designed for people with far more autism, who have a good memory and who have an interest in systems.
Oh,
the kind of person who
I don't know about that.
the kind of person who isn't like that isn't going to be as attentive to text tutorials. And now we're talking about normies, but we're also talking about people that are just don't have a
He is
great
admitting
memory.
it, by the way. He's admitting
So
here
if a game,
he's trying to obscure it.
if a game gives you essentially a bad tutorial, like it tells you, but it doesn't integrate it well. It's not designed to make it easy to understand the thing. Even at the beginning, like it could be hard to master, but as long as it's easy to start it, like to see how to begin the mechanic, then to some extent the game is responsible for that. Now it's there. It's okay. Like if the game is hard to play, hard to start playing, there is kind of a game design, a cliff there, a knowledge cliff that you have to get over, and that is arguably bad game design. It's going to hurt the adoptability of it. Dark Souls is different because
Demon Souls.
It's easy to begin to understand those systems. I've played Dark Souls 3. I didn't have trouble with it.
Play Demon
It's easy
Souls.
to begin to understand the systems, but hard to master. But if a system is
Demon
just
Souls.
a knowledge cliff where the game could introduce you to it better to get you over that cliff, then yeah, the game kind of fucked up there. It doesn't have to make it easier but then it'll just appeal to a certain kind of person. But if a player is not that kind of person, it's not really their fault if they didn't happen to read the little bit of text that says, by the way, you can do this thing that you won't really need for hours. So yeah, there's a bit of both. You can say that the player ignored it or didn't pay attention or whatever, but if the player either did read it and forgot, or there was lots of other stuff happening, it just didn't come up again, or didn't think they'd need it, or something, or didn't know what it was for, there's all kinds of reasons it could not show up. A lot of you know the game, and you know how important some of the things are that I didn't read about, or that I missed, or that I forgot were important, or didn't realize were important. But you need to know how important they are in order to know how important they are. So game design, UI design, whatever else, a lot of the time, and I do this with what I design for Cabal as well, a lot of the time it is for designing it to make it possible to understand intuitively without having to read a bunch of text.
But you've not been obscure about this. You have not played a lot of video games, I would say, like in terms of raw number of games.
I don't know what the raw numbers are, but I played a lot of video games when I was younger, and it's been petering off for the last 10 years.
But did you mostly play a certain genre of games when you were younger?
It was pretty widely varied.
Because you seem to have a lot of genres of games you've never played. At least RPGs appear to be lacking in that. And that is just, some of that's an experience thing. And if you're expecting an RPG to act like another game, a different type of game, even Skyrim, which despite being made, same assets, same game engine, is a very different game from Fallout New Vegas. And people who love Fallout New Vegas tend to not like Skyrim because Skyrim takes away all of the role-playing elements. It takes away most of the difficulty. It's very much just a point-and-click action RPG. Fallout New Vegas is not that game. It is a role-playing game in the truest sense. It is, in my opinion, one of the last true role-playing games, besides indies, like the true AAA role-playing. Fallout New Vegas, I mean, there's been some more ones in recent times, Baldur's Gate 3, for example. But like, Fallout New Vegas was the pinnacle of that sort of era, I think, in many ways. It was the culmination of a lot of CCRPGs of the past. You can see the lineage that it derives from. And if you've never played a CRPG, which I don't think you have, then Fallout New Vegas probably does feel like a totally different world and different way of understanding, how games work.
What the easiest problem to understand between me and the game, there were other problems as well, and criticisms I have that I maintain are not just an incompatibility, that genuinely are problems with the game, but the easiest one to understand is that I generally avoid the beaten path in almost everything. You may have noticed. If a path is well trodden, I would find it boring to the point, or boring or even wrong to follow it. Much more fun, much more interesting to find my own path, even if it's less optimized. I care much more about doing something distinct than about doing something optimal. And Fallout as a game appears to just not really want you to do that until much later in. Like it'll let you do that eventually.
No.
But it's slow I would like to go back. Start if you try to do that.
Can we please go back to the topic? Because
you're supposed to.
I need to put.
Engage with what the developer wants you to do, i.e. the beaten path, more than I expected. And that's what the main distinction was. However, I say even when I did do that, it didn't really help.
No, here's the fucking distinction. And I know everyone has said this to you for the last 3 days, but this is the truth. In order to be able to do the stuff that you want to do, that true freedom, you need to understand how the game mechanics work. And it doesn't matter that you played it for 8 hours. You do not understand the basic game mechanics of this game yet because you've not interacted with it enough. So the limitation on your freedom is legitimately, unironically, and in unambiguous terms, a skill issue. It is a skill issue that can be ameliorated by playing the game in the little tunnel that they are pushing you down to help teach you these rules.
Right. The problem is, and I get what you're saying, there's two issues with that. Firstly is if it's a skill issue, I assume we're talking like numbers, but we're also talking knowledge to some extent.
No,
if we're talking
I'm only talking about
skill,
knowledge. I am only talking about knowledge.
I didn't die in the wilderness. I was mostly fine. So it's not just that.
Only
there's
talking
other
about
aspects to it as well.
Of the systems, but it's
right.
it.
Okay,
There's
and
nothing
then
else.
The second point is, the game didn't give me any indication that would be the case. And what it did instead, when I did those things, and I was, as you say, lacking knowledge and lacking numbers and lacking some amount of skill, I'm sure, it didn't punish me it didn't punish me in a natural way. It just was boring. And which means that a very natural way of playing the game for some people, maybe who aren't as familiar with the genre, but who don't feel like engaging as strongly with the story, initially, and want to go out open world a little bit, will just get bored. And the game is not prepared to give you fun if you play in that way, which is not an insane way of playing.
Look, the game is too open for you. In your way of playing, that is the actual. I know that you think it's the opposite, but the actual problem is that for your way of play, the game is too open because it lets you just say fuck off to everything. You need to be more on a guided path. You need to have more invisible borders. I'm sorry, but that's the only way I can perceive of this in order to put you in that direction.
That's one way of solving the problem, but it's not the only way.
Now, they do put natural borders in there, like the death clause. There are natural borders.
I didn't see any.
The issue, though. Yeah, you got quite lucky in that, to be honest. But you did get very lucky there. That being said,
No,
though,
that was skill.
again, the game is pushing you in gentle direction. It tells you these things also narratively, like don't go off the road, because going off the roads is way more dangerous. However, when you then choose to disengage, most of the places you went off the roads were right near the beginning, at least from what I saw, which was 90% of it. That's the problem that you're facing with New Vegas. It is too open. It doesn't guide you enough in the places that you need to be in order to figure out via gameplay experience how the game works. Because there are a lot of systems in Fallout New Vegas that are not present in Skyrim, that are not even present in other modern Fallout games, 3D Fallout games.
And I didn't realize that it wasn't as prepared to handle that kind of gameplay. But now that I know, I can do that stuff a bit more. But again, this whole argument about openness or direction, this is all at most half of the debate. Because even when I went back and did those things, it barely made any difference.
All right. I mean, like, look, I don't know how else to help you with that.
New Vegas is one of those games where something you do really early on will actually end up changing an outcome later.
Very true.
You will not.
Almost everything you do in this game actually matters.
Your actions.
Yeah.
Well, as I said, Squizzle, even when I did the tutorial, it didn't really help. I probably should have read more of the pop-ups. I know that I was skipping some of those. But maybe that's an intuitive assumption that the game, this pop-up is just for the full detail. It'll still allow me to figure out the system. And sometimes it did. Sometimes I don't think it did. So if there's anything that I have to read for, I would say that is suboptimal game design, but of its time and fairly normal. I don't think it makes the game a bad game. It just could be better.
No, I will give you that, which is that
require a shitload of reading. That's just inherent to the genre.
Yeah, which I wouldn't find fun, but I'm willing to put up with it for entertainment's sake.
Something else that I will give you on that is that particularly with the current version of New Vegas and how it starts when it just drops a shit ton of pop-ups on you to say, hey, DLC, DLC, DLC. If you've never played that game before, it really primes you to think these pop-ups are pointless. And that is a problem with the way that Fallout New Vegas works when you boot it up. And that is for anyone who boots it up. You can turn this stuff off with a mod, but you have to turn off with a mod, which means that a new player will not have access to that. And it does sort of prime or train you to think that, oh, anything that pops up on my screen is actually a bunch of pointless information about DLC or something. That is a thing that is a problem with the game as a result of its current state. It was not the way it was when it first came out. Obviously.
I appreciate that attempt at amelioration in defense, but no, I didn't think the pop-ups were part of DLC. Maybe I was somewhat vaguely primed or something, but I don't think so. I knew that they were tutorial pop-ups.
I'm not saying you. No, but they weren't. Some of them were, but
no, I mean the ones in the tutorial
are teaching you.
The ones that were tutorial pop-ups, I knew what they were.
Yes. However, I understand, and I'm not just trying to be ameliorative. I'm saying I can actually understand why if that were my first time playing that game, I'd be like, well, when this kind of screen pops up, it must be something that's extraneous. I get that.
Extraneous? But no, I skipped the pop-ups because it's the tutorial.
Extraneous. Excuse me. Fuck me.
I skipped them because it's a tutorial and reading them would be boring. And again, I was intuitively expecting the game would be able to guide me into the systems gradually, but it's more prescriptive than I expected, apparently. So what happened with the tutorial? I want to ask this, okay, because this may be the case. When I left the tutorial, went and did some open world stuff, and then got bored, so I looked back at my quests. I only had one quest that wasn't DLC, which is to go to Prim, and a tutorial. When I then went back later on chat's advice and your advice to do the tutorial, and I finished the Good Springs thing, which again was pretty bad and I didn't learn much from it. Either way, I finished that. Did that put in my book, hey, by the way, you can now go do this other thing? Did it put something else for me to do in the quest log? Because I didn't see anything else. No one else told me about anything else during that quest line that I could do.
Well, you wanted to go in blind, so didn't offer anything.
No, that's fine. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying you should have told me. Even just If it did, then that's a point where you could be able to criticize me because I could have then looked at the quest log and maybe that's something you could argue that the tutorial actually did that was useful. But I don't remember seeing anything there. It looks like Aiden's got an AFK, Bruce. Oh, I assume Bruce.
No, I'm here. No, I'm here. Well, I have to go in like a second though, so I will be right back.
No worries.
Feel free to tag me in, brother.
I may well do, especially if we're going to be commenting on the thing. But yeah, I'm sure that there'll be plenty more time to discuss Fallout. But I think it's genuinely an interesting conversation, and part of the reason that I'd like to continue playing it, I'll give a go at sort of melding the style back towards what you say it expects, and then we'll see how that goes.
Well,
but no, I'll be continuing with the same
way
character.
you wanted to play that, I think genuinely Stalker Anomaly is a game that you will enjoy because you can do things intentionally out of order and it doesn't break. You can just fuck off and ignore all of it and it's still really, really fun because there's so much stuff everywhere and pretty much all the gameplay is just diegetic stuff that happens.
Cool.
It's built for that.
Let's have a look. What does chat think about Quattro Guest? They are pro Quattro Guest. I don't see why not then. Just go around into the cache. They're talking about Scrim. I didn't look at much of the Pip-Boy because it's just the. I had no reason to expect there'd be anything interesting in there either.
So, unlike a lot of other games, the Pip-Boy in New Vegas is kind of your lifeline to know exactly what's going on. Because there's a ton of information in there, depending on what you need in the moment.
Mm.
And that, I will admit, is not communicated extremely well to new players.
Mm.
And there's a lot to sift through.
It is worth noting, chat, for the DSP comparisons. Apparently he's bad at every game, or almost every game. This is the first game I've had this kind of problem with. Fallout New Vegas. First one ever, as far as I know.
Well, look, with the comparisons to DSP, there is one good bit of news. And that means is that you may also share the fact that he's unkillable.
Maybe.
He outlasts everything.
Yeah. Maybe there were other games where I had this problem or where I'd had this problem today, but I don't remember any. My gameplay style, I think back in the day when I played games a lot, I had more of a willingness and interest in just following what the developers wanted me to do. But I gradually, unlike some of you, have gradually become dissatisfied with the notion of the developer breathing down my neck while I'm playing, and I would like to avoid that. I would like to get away from their slimy clutches when possible in a video game. Some games cooperate with that, and some games don't. I think maybe that's why I don't play as many games, because very few games cooperate with that. But I don't really enjoy the beaten path. But I think Fallout kind of expects you to. So when I need to go and click the buttons the developers have put there for me, so I can read the text they've written for me, it's all a bit too prescriptive for my taste. But people tell me it's good, so I'm willing to give it a try.
Well, at least with Stalker, you won't have to worry about any tutorial pop-ups because there aren't any.
That's true. Hello.
So Jeef has given me a hypothetical. Aiden, when you said that you had to leave, do you mean you have to go now for the rest of the stream, or do you mean you just had to be right back with me?
No. Yeah, I want to go grab a drink.
Okay, no worries. Good.
Use restroom.
Good. Jeef says, you enter a room. In the room are several logs you can lift, a wagon, a slope, and a series of log-shaped holes at the bottom of the slope. Do you lift the logs into the wagon, push it down the slope, put the logs in the hole, push the logs down the slope, put the logs in the hole, look up a solution to the puzzle, or spend 30 minutes trying to step in each log hole, complaining loudly that there are zero clues for how to solve the puzzle before rage quitting? Don't know, but I don't think that's analogous. Took, I didn't say the tutorial is railroading, but I will now say that if you are expected to do it in order for the progression system to function, then it kind of is. Though I don't know if that's, if you know the game, you don't have to in Fallout. I understand that. If you don't know the game, it looks like you mostly do have to. So it's a little bit railroading. But no, I'm not, just because the best content is in the prescriptive aspects of the game doesn't mean it's railroading, but it does mean that I wouldn't be as likely to enjoy it or to go that way because it's prescriptive. It's the beaten path. I would rather avoid that in games because I find that more fun. Black Rave says, Ooze Lucy's book, I Don't Know the Beaten Path, starts making paper airplanes out of it. Yes. I would usually rather find some interesting way of handling something that is otherwise boring than to just do what it's expecting me to do. With a book, it's very obvious what it's for. There's one thing. A video game, especially an open world video game, is nowhere near as obvious. The fact that I was just a little off what you're supposed to do, it wasn't as bad as that analogy implies. It's not railroading, it's railroading, it's guide railing. Sure, it's a less extreme form of railroading, but it's still prescriptive. It's still the part of the game that the developer has set out to be played exactly this way. Sure, it's non-linear, but everything you click is just the developer is showing you a thing directly. There's no like putting the pieces together to make something fun yourself, like you can do in most RPGs I've played. You can sort of play it your own way a bit. In Fallout, it sounds like playing it your own way is mostly just which skill do you click on and what order do you click on the dialogue options. Like which direction you go. There's some branching paths, but you can't sort of recombine the mechanics to make something else interesting happen. Or at least if you're going to, you have to get a long way through the game to even begin doing that. That's what it sounds like. So yeah, Black Wave, I think that's more like how I have to think of it. It's a specific number of fixed paths with some branching along the paths, but you kind of have to go along the path. You know, if you want to avoid it, you can, but it's much more difficult to have fun that way. So you kind of have to go along the paths to get the fun out of the game. It's more focused on the prescriptive content than a lot of RPGs, which are more focused on the dynamic content. I would generally prefer the dynamic content, but I like both. I like to go between the two. It's advisory series of actions that are made to flow naturally from one to the other. If you want to skip it, if you want, it'd be less natural, more difficult to you. It wasn't that difficult, it was just boring. HF8 says, how do I denounce you ever playing a Fallout Elder Scrolls game from now on? You need to do it via the Discord server, I'm afraid. All right. Good. I mean, yeah, I think we can move on from there. But there's way more conversation we can have on this, and I look forward to it, frankly. Dragon Age is much more railroady than NV. That's the problem. You want to go off the beaten path. Maybe if the game mostly requires new players to play a certain thing before they go and explore, but it lets them go anyway. I'm not saying that's wrong, but this is a consequence of that. And at some point, that's the game's choice to design it that way. Now, I think you can optimize it to not require invisible walls, to not require forcing you to do the tutorial, but to give you plenty of warnings to make it clear that it's advisable to, if you go off the beaten path here, it will not be as good. There's not as much ready for you. You should go do that instead, to just advise you. New players will still probably gradually obey that advice, especially if the advice is not direct, but implicit and telegraphed. But some will still go off the beaten path. And at that point, you can more so blame the player. If everything is pointing towards, there's no point going out there yet, there's nothing for you to do, and they still do. But in my case, it was like, no, you can just go out there, that's fine, no problem at all. There was no telegraphing that you should stay in Good Springs.
Well, you're not meant to stay in Good Springs until you are, done with the stuff there. Unless, again, because the point of the way that the game is set up is so that, yes, if you're on a new playthrough and you have some knowledge of the game and you're already familiar with all the systems, yeah, you can make any build that you want to work, no matter how broken or goofy it is, whatever challenge run you want to do. If you just want to beeline it to New Vegas, you want to go through Deathclaw territory, great, you can do that.
Yeah.
But you do have to have some knowledge of the terrain and the mechanics, and just these. There's a lot of little details that you're not going to know as a new player, and it gets exponentially more difficult the less that you know.
The game is giving you invisible walls that maybe you've never experienced before. It is maybe an invisible wall of boredom. It is maybe an invisible wall of extreme difficulty, which it is in some cases. It's trying to tell you, hey, there's interesting things this way. You are going in the opposite direction of it. By the way, there are interesting things there, but you don't have the ability to access them yet because you've not learned how to play the game fully.
Nachos go to OD. Yeah,
all it's doing. Yeah, I agree. Not like can we please not kill nachos?
that is one thing that I will accept, is that when a game appears to not be functioning, either because it seems unbalanced or because it seems boring, my assumption is it's not completely either one, but it's kind of a mix of either the game is not designed very well or it's telling me not to play it this way. And because it varies, sometimes a game genuinely isn't designed very well.
No,
and sometimes it's informing you not to play it that way. I get what you mean by it's too open, in a sense perhaps, but sometimes it's a bit of both. And what I was doing is I was open to it being both, but then I tried to do anything else I could see, because as soon as the open world became too boring, I thought, okay, fine, I'll try and do something else. So I looked to the only quest I had that wasn't a tutorial, and I went and did that. And it was still boring. It wasn't difficult. It was just boring. The Prim thing was difficult. It was a difficulty spike. But what I was doing before was boring. So I went, if it was difficult, maybe I would have gone back into the tutorial, but it was just boring. So I figured, okay, I'll do a quest. That's the natural thing to do. But when that also failed, I had to start assuming, okay, maybe the game's just badly made. The only things I can find to do are both either boring or a difficulty spike. If there was something I could do that wasn't also the tutorial, which is again boring, then it would have been okay. But it was giving me nothing to do that wasn't either boring or a difficulty spike. So yes, I did start to assume, okay, maybe the game isn't trying to tell me not to do this stuff. It's just broken for the way I play.
I'm genuinely so tired of this. But the reality is that you missed at least a dozen quests or missions.
I don't know how. Well, I guess I'll find out next time.
I'm just talking about in between going from Good Springs through the NCRCF and into Prim. You've missed a dozen quests. Anything after that, that's when I kind of zoned out. You've missed at least a dozen optional quests that NPCs have available to you that give you a lot of experience, that teach you naturally new parts of gameplay. And that is why the game so encourages you via not invisible walls that just prevent you from walking there, but by encouraging via gameplay elements. Hey, this looks boring. Or, hey, this is really dangerous. And also tells you directly, stay on the roads, go the path we took. But doesn't force you in a big glowing line. And then that's why people think you need that's why people think you need the glowing line.
I would disobey the glowing line.
I know, but I know that you would because of the psychological reactance thing. But those walls are there for people who don't want the glowing line. It's there to say, I'm not having any fun doing it this way. So, maybe I should try something else.
As I just said, to answer that and also Blackgrave, if I encounter difficulty spike, the game is telling me not to go that way. Fair enough. But everything else I'd encountered wasn't working either. It was the last choice. It was the last thing I had on my list of things to try. And that didn't work either. So I banged my head against it for a bit longer. And then I went out and explored. And then chat got angry and told me about the back door. So I tried the back door, got an SMG, and suddenly it worked. So what am I to believe?
Okay, I would really like to move on. So before you stream this again, if you decide to, would you please roll a new character? I will hang out with you and just kind of give advice on how to do that in a way that's not totally public, because I think that is influencing it in the way that influenced me playing Outer Wilds. All right? Is that and try to give some like a little bit more on stuff you've already technically done or that you think you've finished, and try to give you more explicit direction so you can understand more like how this game works.
I'm open to discussing. I'm open to discussing the idea of making a new character, but I want to play the same character. I'm open to discussing the idea, but I want to continue the same character.
No, I'm saying off stream.
Pierre, there was no clear location of interest. There was one, but I'd been telegraphed against going there. Actually, there were two. I'd been telegraphed against going to both of them for different reasons in different ways, so I avoided them.
different reasons.
Different reasons. But yeah, Aiden, I'm not against doing that, but I would much prefer to continue the same character.
I'm more talking about essentially giving you a second tutorial in a way that, like, let me show you like the things that you missed already, and how the game works and like what you're looking for. You know, because maybe it's just such a disconnect because of the age of the game or something that you don't even know what you're looking for in this game. Like what is interesting about it. And maybe there's that much of a disconnect.
Well, I know a bit more now. Now that I know
but it was
that,
maybe
like when I played Skyrim and I expected
to play the way you
story,
did it.
Well, maybe, but when I played Skyrim, I expected the story to be deeper. When I did the Civil War and the Alduin quest lines, I expected them to be deeper. I was always sort of dissatisfied at the end. They seemed so shallow, and then they were just over. From what I'm told now, that's the part of Fallout that should shine. Okay, great. But possibly the corollary of that is that the dynamic sort of just open world stuff where stuff is always happening in Skyrim wherever you go isn't the same in Fallout. So it's more optimized towards the prescriptive narrative writing stuff. Fine, now that I know that, I'll try and focus more on that stuff. But it's not like I didn't during the stream. The only part that you can argue I did is where I didn't do the tutorial, but it's the tutorial. I didn't know that there was stuff attached to it. And even when I did it, it didn't seem to help very much. But again, I think next stream, if I try to connect more with the NPCs and what they are trying to say, then I probably will encounter that stuff more, even though it's not the natural way I'd play, because it would be boring to talk to them. But I'll try.
Okay.
I disagree, Revlon, and I find a little disappointing that so many people are trying to put me in a very simplistic box here with the hand-holding and meaningless slop, which is not what it is. The dynamic content that Skyrim has allegedly is also in Fallout. Everyone has said that it is. It just seems to be less emphasized and less available. And the hand-holding, I would reject hand-holding.
To the same extent. Not this
one. As soon as you're out of the Helgen cave in Skyrim, it's open. You can go to Riverwood and it's encouraged softly, but you don't have to. And if you don't, the game functions just fine. Now, it's a very different kind of game.
Because the game is not trying to tell a story in the same way New Vegas is.
Fair enough. And that's why it fell over when I tried to play it that way. It's not really built to handle you doing that. It's built for you to want to do the prescriptive stuff. Fine. It's not necessarily the game is badly made, but it does have a gap
because
there.
there's much more complexity to the gameplay of Fallout New Vegas. And I don't think it's particularly complex, but there's still much more to its gameplay than there is for Skyrim. And that's the difference. Sure. Skyrim can just kind of let you loose, and particularly with leveling that is, so all of the monsters in Skyrim, right? Even the ones that are really, really hard, like there's, trolls or ogres, whatever the fuck they are right outside of Whiterun, or in that same vicinity. Like, even those are scaled to your level to a certain extent. You're going to die to them. But even the toughest monsters, all of them are level scaled. Fallout New Vegas, I do not think, it maybe has some, but the level scaling is completely different. There is stuff that you're not really supposed to be able to kill. And so the game design is actually far more complex because it requires on natural funneling. Anyway, I wanted to get over, guys, I've been trying to get off of this for forever. Can we please get back to
Are you finally finished talking about New Vegas, Ed? I've been trying to get back to that Tucker interview for ages.
I've been trying to get back to it for 3!
Is there anything else you'd like to say about Fallout?
Tucker Carlson.
He's not in Fallout. You probably could make him in Fallout, though.
That you know.
I feel like I've lost brain cells. Can we talk about Tucker?
It's a good point, Aiden, actually. He
Tucker
might be
Carlson, please.
He might be in Fallout.
Please.
Maybe
Tucker
I'll go
Carlson,
find him.
Please.
Maybe I'll go find him at some point.
Please.
All right, Tucker. Hit us with it.
The UK or England or whatever they're calling it. We can't even agree on what it's called, but England, the England that if you're over 50,
Are you from Florida, America, the South, the Deep South, the East Coast, the West Coast? They can't decide what they're calling it. It's such a shame.
Dude, America. He's
America,
playing to
USA,
his audience, okay?
the US. Yeah, It's just, their names are different things, Tucker, because there are different things involved. Stop being retarded.
You grew up learning about the England that controlled the world, the England that ran the largest empire in human history. At the end of World War I, Britain, which is an island in a pretty unhospitable climate, controlled literally a quarter of the Earth's surface, and not controlled in the way the United States controls the rest of the world with an implied threat or with economic ties through trade, but actually controlled with administrators and people sitting at desks with eye shades, counting things, like actually controlled a quarter of the Earth's surface. Way more than Rome, way more than the Mongols, way more than anybody ever, or maybe in the future, ever.
I see Tucker is overplaying this intro dramatically, but I assume what he's going to say is the problems of today that we're about to talk about with Piers Morgan are the reason the empire collapsed. So he's going to imply it. That is not even close to true.
It's not, but however, he is speaking to his audience very distinctly. He is going to paint Piers Morgan as being a physical manifestation of decline. Which he is.
Which he is, just not in the way Tucker's describing here.
No, he's being over the top about it.
Yeah.
But it's a hook, and you need to get people hooked. So I can't fault him too much for that. Because again, he's correct.
God,
Piers Morgan
the monologue is so long.
Can we just get into the interview? Oh my God. Oh no,
Chat,
it's
21 minutes in, the interview started. 21 minutes in. Chat, press 1 to skip the 21-minute monologue and press 2 to watch the 21-minute monologue.
Like, I've listened to some of it, but I don't think there's much
21
reason
minutes
to listen to
is
his
like at least an hour of
reflections
content.
upon it.
That we're just going to be sitting here criticizing his ruminations and his dramatizations. Yes. All right, mostly it's ones. We'll skip. Right back to the beginning of this chapter. Close enough.
Piers, thanks for doing this.
Welcome.
For taking time.
Welcome to my city.
Which I've been so mean to, including in a conversation with you last winter in the Middle East. I'm attacking Great Britain. And I just want to apologize and tell you the truth about how I feel, which is I think that English culture and civilization is the highest level ever achieved by man in history. I really.
Oh, he's really changed his tune on England and Britain, hasn't he? It is.
Yeah, his post facto little review there.
Yeah.
Well, no,
English culture is the highest and best, but I would give the credit to say that American culture is within that broad rubric. It's deviated a lot, but it's part of the same tree. So if we're talking about a node on the tree, best in history, within that, modern British and modern American come off. So yes, I would graciously include Americans in that, though I do think there's still some variation there. But that node of the tree is the greatest in history.
I believe that. Everything about it. It's religion, it's language, it's literature. American societies never produced literature, I'm embarrassed to say, like what the Brits produced. And so it was out of sadness and frustration and a sense of connection to your civilization that I went on the rant about how much I hate it. But it was hate born of frustrated love and concern.
I'm just amazed you're here alive. I didn't think you get
Well, they're
it.
so passive.
Fucking classic Tucker laugh. The fucking clown laugh that he has to do every time.
Well, he's known for it. Well, I did type this in the chat, but this is the
this is the foreplay
exchange. The exchange that you and I just had is the most fucking grass is always greener shit that has ever fucking happened.
How so?
That you have sort of a veneration or appreciation for America that I also share, being an American and appreciating the things about America. But I think, no, you should, we need to return. And there's things about America that I find to be lesser than the British Empire in terms of its impressiveness.
Possibly. I would still say I prefer British culture, but I don't put American culture dramatically far below it. A lot of British people have, unfortunately, quite uninformed knee-jerk reaction to American culture. They take it too far.
It's like pottery. It's like pottery. They rhyme. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Aiden. Aiden, however, is an Anglo-boo.
Sure, that was incisive. So... Fuck off. You're apparently a marabou, so...
No, I just don't hate it.
Sure.
Now, when everyone's like bisexual, what are they going to do to me? Nothing. But I just want to add, and I know you love it. You're a product of it. What is it? How would you describe English culture?
This is going to be good.
It's not as bad as many Americans think it is, and it's not as good as many people here when they launch impassioned defenses of our country and our culture and the way things have gone would like to pretend it is. It's kind of somewhere in the middle. There's definitely been a significant change in the fabric of the country, in the makeup of the country, in the types of people who've come here, the volume of people who've come here.
Yes, there sure has, Piers. You've taken a long time to say that. It does change the culture, Piers, but more so, maybe more so, the culture has changed to arbitrate that happening. You'll wonder why. It's not actually British culture. It's subverted British culture, much like American culture has become subverted American culture. The actual British culture, which is waiting for us to return to it, is far greater than you give credit to it for.
He's ashamed of it, though, as he will go on to explicate in detail.
It's obviously had an effect on what this country is. Now, the debate to be had is whether this has been in totality a force for good or bad. And I took your views, your strident views about it when we met in Saudi. And I pushed back quite hard because I live here half of the year at least, most of that time in London. It's always been a very multicultural city. There's no doubt about that. And I don't walk the streets as Tommy Robinson would like.
It has always been multicultural and like metropolitan, yes, but compared to the rest of the country, yes. But now it's compared to anywhere in the world. It's way too far. I
think we overestimate how much
foreigners now.
Always. I think we vastly overestimate how much
that's
always
probably
is.
fair, yeah. When he says always, probably means all his life.
Within his lifetime. It was Piers
Maybe
Morgan
just his adult
is
life.
60 years old. So yeah, it would just be within his the replacement started to happen in the 70s and really didn't become absolutely out of control until the 90s and 2000s. So no, it is definitely within his lifetime that London has become a non-white, predominantly non-white, predominantly non-British city. White Brits are the minority in London and most of its boroughs. That is a very recent change within the last 25 years. So no, not all his life. Very recently in the broad span of it.
Yeah.
And certainly not always, as he contends.
Yeah, indeed. Ravelon says, extremely multicultural by the English standards meant 100 years ago meant 50,000 foreigners. Yeah, possibly. That's kind of what I mean. Like, compared to the rest of the country, that was my point. I'm not necessarily saying, I think what you're saying, Eden, is fair. It doesn't disagree with what I meant. What I mean is that it's always been much more multicultural than the rest of the country because it's a major city.
Oh, for sure.
It's a metropolitan center.
Sure.
So Piers is right on that, but I don't think that's what he means, or the reality is so far removed from that. It's not just a bit more than the rest of the country now. It's mostly foreigners live in London now. It's absurd.
Yes. What my point is, don't allow them to get away with lies like that without contesting them. No, it's not. London has not always been a multicultural city. Yes, it has been in comparison to the rest of the country. But London was not until the last 10, 15, 20 years minority white British. That is very much a modern invention.
Yeah.
Not always been a multicultural. I actually pulled the numbers. It is not.
In my life,
very recent. Yeah, maybe right after you were born.
In my life, born in the mid-60s. The way Tommy Robinson, who has a big following in America, the way he talks about it is not something I recognize. Having said that, as I've always said about him, there are issues that he's raised which are perfectly legitimate. The biggest one is population. In the 50s, we had a population of just under 50 million people. And a lot of the infrastructure, like the National Health Service, the NHS, once lauded as the greatest health system in the world, now has
to do doubled, is what he's trying to say.
70 million. That is a dramatic increase in the volume.
We could have 70 million people in this country if they were responsible, healthy, intelligent British people, which most are, even by comparison, even the lowest are by comparison to the rest of the world, most of the rest of the world. The fact that now several million of them are third worlders who don't work as hard, or if they do, they ruin the wages of everyone else by doing worse work. They have more health issues, more incest, more children in general, and are generally less intelligent and conscientious. That's where the problems are coming from. Piers. It's not just the numbers; it's who it is making up those numbers. If you had the same number, but they were all white British, we would have almost 0% of this exact problem. It would be fine, I think. The infrastructure could handle it.
Volume of people in this country.
But in the 50s, just be clear, it was 41 million people, 40 million people. So it has more than doubled. In his lifetime, in the time that he has been alive, the population has doubled. And doubled with whom is important because it's largely immigrants. And him acting like that doesn't affect it because there is significant net migration out of the UK from natives as well for reasons that are evident by the kind of shit that Piers is sort of co-signing here. Anyway, he's just downplaying all of this in a way that is extremely transparent.
Yeah.
Now is our public services are creaking at the seams, and in some cases, like the NHS, pretty well at breaking point. And that is why there is so much agitation about the simultaneous ongoing issues with immigration, both illegal, with this ridiculous farce of these small boats popping up on the south coast from a channel from France, all the time. When the weather's good, they just stream in hundreds, sometimes thousands a week, illegally into the country, but also legal migration and how we've abjectly mishandled that since really the turn of the century. You can chart it back to the Tony Blair years when they pretty well opened the gates to everyone in Eastern Europe. Way too many people came in way too fast. And then after that, there's just been a complete lack of any form of control. And we now have a situation where they've had to try and put the brakes on legal migration coming in, because 2 years ago we had a net migration in this country of nearly 1 million people. Now, it's not racist, as some people have tried to brand it, to say that that is alarming. A country like ours, if you don't have an effective border, if you have 50, 60,000 people a year coming in as they are illegally on these boats, and then you have
70th in a year
of legal migrants coming in of nearly 1 million people, the already crumbling infrastructure is going to come under, obviously, enormously higher pressure. So it's been a series of governments, left and right, I have to say, starting with the Blair government, with what they did with Eastern Europe, and then coming...
Blue and red, yes, but not left and right. Labour have only really been left while Corbyn was in power, and that went even worse. And the Conservatives have never really been right. They're right on a few issues, but not on the major ones. No, what they are is foreign aligned. That's the issue with globalism. There's too much power from outside each nation, not enough power within each nation, because that's possible now with how fast communication is.
Both the Tories and Labour are aligned on that, in that they are foreign aligned.
Yeah.
Which is why you found the greatest numbers of migration. It doesn't really matter who's in charge.
Yeah.
But the Boris wave was unbelievable. That's when that million per year spike was under Boris Johnson.
Yeah. Indeed. So you need someone who's not foreign aligned or as little as possible. And will take anything that even could be not foreign aligned.
Going forward to successive Conservative governments and now the current Labour government, all of whom, in my opinion, have handled this so badly that inevitably we now have a lot of people in the country going, what the hell is going on?
I wonder, though, I mean, everything you said is so clearly true, and it was Tony Blair, really the lowest, probably tied with Boris, but really one of the worst prime ministers, leaders of any country ever. But I wonder, I often hear people say, well, it's about the NHS, National Health Service, it's about the roads, it's about...
Say again, sorry?
What, nothing? Unfathomably base to call out Tony Blair like that.
Yeah, Tony Blair and Boris Johnson being the worst leaders of any country sounds like an extreme exaggeration, but consider how great the country is or should be, and how badly they betrayed it in the way that is arguably the best way to destroy a country without military force, which is demographic change. Arguably, Boris and Blair could be considered among the worst leaders of any country in history if you take those things into account.
Now, in terms of completing and facilitating and forwarding the globalist agenda, Tony Blair and Boris Johnson are raucous successes, unbelievable successes. So it depends on what you define that as. But yeah, in terms of
just not for the prosperity of the people or the nation.
Yeah. The worst.
NHS is like a very new creation. It's a post-war creation. It was never going to work. It's never worked anywhere. The Brits were so kind of pathetically proud of it, but it was the whole thing.
It did work.
Calm down, Tucker. Let's talk about this. The US medical system, as it currently stands, is fucking abysmal, and I would take the NHS over it. It's not just because of how much you have to pay for it, though that's part of it. It's abusive in every place you can look. And the combination of government and private is the main reason for that. The profit motive plus infinite cash from the government is worse than socialized healthcare. And this is why I have said that a private healthcare system that stays private won't be available to literally everyone, but almost everyone will be able to use it. And for those that can, it'll be fine. It'll be among the best systems. It'll be probably the best strategy is just purely private healthcare, no government intervention. However, that is inevitably, because of compassion, going to end up becoming government integrated. And as soon as it does, you're going to start going way downhill in its quality, as always happens when governments gets integrated in the wrong ways. The quality will go way downhill. It'll become way abusive to the point that it's worse than a socialized healthcare system. Now, if the best model of purely private inevitably crumbles relatively quickly into a much worse model, which I think it usually does, I think it almost always will, but then the second best model doesn't do that. It stays as good or bad as it is with the pros and cons it has without getting significantly worse. I'll go with that one. Especially when you can also put an optional private healthcare system alongside it, or a private healthcare market alongside it. I would take the UK's healthcare model overall over America's.
Well, the UK's healthcare model and why the NHS made sense when it was proposed and implemented is because you're talking about a largely homogenous society. Every commie and socialist on the internet talks about the Scandinavian model. The Scandinavian model, while totally ignoring the fact that until very recently, the vast majority of Scandinavian countries were 95+% white homogenous countries.
Yeah.
Once you start importing non-whites who don't have any skin in the game into those nations, that model of we're all in this together no longer functions because there are many people that are not in there with you in it. It's not their land. It's not their people. They have no ties to it. They're there to get something and get out, or stay there and have their kids also get something and potentially get out whenever they feel like, and so on and so forth for generations as they continue to receive gibs that are given to them from societies that had developed these complex systems around altruism and caring for each other that are so easily subverted by this kind of legislation. Well, don't you care about people? They're your fellow Brits. Don't you care about them? You want them to die? They do this with Americans as well, obviously. But it works on normies. They prey upon this evolutionarily designed in-group homophily for people of my kind in order to subvert it and destroy it and twist it in the most vile way imaginable.
So Ravelon is making a point, and perhaps that's an even better model, is that what the government healthcare provided shouldn't be complete. It should just be emergency and basic.
Yes,
and then
I agree.
The private market provides the rest of it. That would be easier to hold back the intent to, through compassion, to give people more, because no one is going to suffer the kind of perdition that you can deal with by just the basic and emergency healthcare provided by the government. Everyone pitches in for that because that's reasonable to expect from a nation. I like that model, Avalon, actually. Reduce the scale, the scope of the NHS. and let the private market pick up the slack on that. I think that's a better model. And Revlon's saying that's apparently how it works in Russia. So yeah, I think that's better. Still falls within the broad rubric of having a socialized healthcare service, but that's a better way of doing that, yes.
It is also, as Blackgrave brings up, is the cultural difference. Like for Nordics, reliance upon the state. Now I know one guy who's like, oh no, I take advantage of every single thing I can get my hands on. I'm a complete sponge off the state. He lives in Iceland and he loves it. He revels in it. But that is not how most Scandinavians feel, right? But if you're an invader and you see essentially there's free money, there's free Gibbs, there's free all this shit just lying around on the ground, and you have no connection to the land and the people, why wouldn't you just take it? You have no expectation to pay it back, and you're not going to. The way that white people, Europeans, create their societies for any number of reasons, cultural, evolutionary, etc., is designed for in-group homophily. When you invite foreign people into that do not have that shared in-group preference, they don't have that shared in-group history, they just take the shit and leave. It is the abuse of white people's in-group homophily. And people like Piers Morgan and others like him, of which there are many, he's perhaps not amongst the worst of them, although he's a piece of shit, literally prey upon it. On your desire, that's why they say like, oh, but they're just as British as you and I, they're just as American as you and I. They use that kind of verbiage on purpose to evoke the in-group perception and to avoid the fact that these people do not have any skin in the game. And it's disgusting. Sorry, I've already distracted this so much. I hate this.
You're correct. You're correct. What's the thing I want to respond to? Yeah, the idea of two-tier healthcare in that case. Yes, but the reason that a purely private market would work is because they wouldn't get much business if they charged too much that anyone could use it. So ultimately, you would expect in that system with a minimal socialized healthcare, with a private market to pick up the rest of it, you would expect them to find ways to make their product affordable for anyone that needs it. You may get two-tier with some people with a relatively small band of the population, where they genuinely
there are
couldn't afford it.
scroungers. There are scroungers. There will always be scroungers.
Not what I mean.
But, okay.
I mean, like
I'm
people that couldn't
be...
afford under any circumstances to get the healthcare, even if the healthcare, the private market was trying to make it as reasonable as possible, like just pay off this amount per month, whatever you can afford. If there are some people that literally can't afford to do that, no, they can't afford any amount, then yeah, it'd be difficult to get private healthcare for them. And if they needed something more advanced than what the socialized healthcare provided. But then I think Revlon said just after that, no, that stuff is still available in the socialized model. It just has a much longer waiting list. Okay, well that kind of solves the problem, and that patches the holes as well as you can. That's fine. But yeah, private is the way to go. But if it's purely private, the people that are unable to get what they need through it are going to induce so much compassion from socialists and people of that mindset, women, that it's going to become government integrated. I think you need some amount of, I'm afraid to say, some amount of mandatory healthcare that's provided by the state where people are forced to pay for it to avoid it going way worse than that. So you plan how the mandatory healthcare is going to work initially to be as little damaging as possible, so that instead of later someone tries to do, we'll just use a minimal solution. We'll just start paying for the healthcare, or we'll mandate insurance. Some of these worst possible approaches to the problem that just make it so much worse. You set up a system in the first place which avoids both people dying in the street and socialists ruining the private market. Exactly, Squizzle. That's the problem. That's the problem with the US healthcare system, is governments have tried to figure out the most minimal possible way that they can make sure that people get healthcare, and it ends up disrupting the market, distorting the motivation. So the US ends up with arguably a worse healthcare system than the UK has.
The US healthcare system is arguably worse in its current state. I would contend. It's still a two-tiered system. I don't know. It might be better. The NHS is a fucking joke. And the veneration and worship of it is so insane.
Veneration is way too much.
Oh, no, because it excludes rational thought. And that's the part where it becomes a problem, where it just becomes, we must support the NHS at all and any cost. That's the part where it becomes, a cult and crazy. And COVID, as I'm sure I know that you know, was a perfect exemplar of that, of the just a ridiculous amount of faith that was placed in the NHS.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it is a bit ridiculous. Anything where mass media wants you to support something is fucking suspect, and the NHS being there, it's a pot of gold for all the foreigners who come to the UK.
Yes,
so of course, the thing is, it could be fine in a society full of people who would feel guilt at taking something they didn't earn.
Yes,
even
yes,
more so,
yes.
even not to the extent that not necessarily extreme, just to a reasonable extent. So if you have an ethnically homogenous society, ethnically not necessarily meaning genetically, but mostly meaning culturally, if they're of that type of character, then it should be fine to have that stuff. But there really is a massive trade-off where the more other foreigners you have, the less your system can be based on trust and on making things available on the trust that people won't misuse it, and the more it has to be based on legal stricture and aggressive free market, which is why the US is built that way, because it's full of other people that don't match that ethnic model.
Yes.
Which is okay. That's one way of doing it. There's pros and cons of that, but Europe doesn't do it that way. Europe historically has been and should still be ethnically homogenous, and the systems are built to work with that. So arguably, immigration does more damage to Europe than it does to the US. But of course, damage is already done to the US, but it's sort of built to endure it a bit more because it had to be to some extent.
It is, yes, because of the US's nature. I mean, I think I maybe told this before, but a couple of weeks ago, we were just out on the main street, and Bill found a 5 or 10 pound note. I don't remember what it was, on the ground. It just fell on the ground, and he went, "Oh, should I go take this into the shop where I found it in front of, so that they can hold on to it for whoever lost it?" And I told him, I was like, "That's the most white thought that has ever has ever existed." And Guernsey is so homogenous that's a thought you can still have here. If you found a 5 pound note on the ground, would that thought ever enter? Maybe yours, I don't know, but the vast majority of people, if you want to fucking survive,
nice area.
Maybe, yeah, right. However, if you live in London, no, because everyone else, no one is going to be honest about that.
Yeah.
The whole concept of it is now utterly foreign. Which is, again, these kinds of things can work in countries that are ethnically homogenous, where people feel guilt, where they go, "Oh, geez, someone lost some money. I should try to find a way to return it to them." That's not a thought any of these invaders have whatsoever. It's just, what the fuck? Free money, mine. That's it. They have no guilt. They have no shame because they have no tie.
And I mean, they have no genetic history of developing that high trust mentality of guilt. Took, stabbing is higher per capita in the US.
Yes, by far.
It's just unusual that it's this high here, but it's higher in the US.
But for a time, they always worked for a time.
By the way, if you walk out of here and you fall over and you break your leg, you'll get treatment quickly.
That's great, but the health outcomes were never better.
Emergency treatment is not slow in the US either, and I think it does cost you, but they won't. They'll charge you after they do it. Now, you fall over, break your leg, you get to the hospital. In both cases, you get to the hospital roughly the same speed, you get treatment roughly the same quality, and then you're let free. What is nice in the UK, and aside from all the other downsides that this happens, but it is nice to leave the hospital and just, no, that's it. You don't owe us anything. In the US, if you leave the hospital and suddenly you got like a $10,000 debt to pay off. I'm sure it varies,
you still do in the UK if you're not a citizen, by the way.
Which is fair, but not nice for some people. Obviously.
I know. Oh, I know. I mean, because I've been through it. So, but however, despite doing everything I'm supposed to, I don't get any of those benefits. People who come over on a dinghy do.
Yeah. Yeah, the two Americans saying, "I just lost my house because I broke my toe." Yeah. That kind of thing can happen. And I don't think it would happen under the US's intended model of a purely private healthcare system. I think the prices would be driven down very effectively by the free market, and the reasonableness of the repayments would be very open because they want to sell the product to as many people as they can. It'd be fine. It'd be great. But just enough people wouldn't be able to access it and would be fucked by it that you'd get socialists pushing for it to be more socialized. And at that point, it becomes so much worse. And that's what's happened. So yeah, the base model of both countries works. They both work. And they both work non-abusively and without too much waste. But both have a different failure mode. And both are going through their failure mode right now.
In the United States, it didn't actually work. But whatever, you could argue, but
that's the cost of it.
But what's so
was
sad is that for your whole life, you've been told that what is Britain? What is this project about? It's about the National Health Service? I mean, that's kind of aiming a little low. Like, who cares about some bureaucratic structure? What about England? What about the culture? Like, so in my mind, as a P.G. Wodehouse reader, lifelong, man, self-restraint, duty, courage, patriotism rooted in your religious faith.
Well, this is all just white people standards, but they're also quite common for a lot of other groups. So I think Tucker went into this a little half-cocked. Could have looked up some of the differences between American and British culture.
Let me just tell you, nobody fucking knows.
It's a bit approximate,
I have found myself in a very interesting position to be able to be like a rare arbiter of this stuff. And the reality is that you don't fucking know unless you know. There's ways you can perceive of it, I suppose, from an outside perspective, but you don't know unless you know. And the reality is it's very similar in a lot of ways. It's also very dissimilar in a lot of ways. And there's no way to gain that experience other than living it, to be honest.
There was a very interesting documentary I think I've mentioned before that I watched it. I certainly told you about it, Aiden. A documentary made by Americans for American military viewers to explain the British to them after World War II.
Yeah.
And it was kind of cute and endearing the way they described my countrymen at the time. But one thing that they said, which was very interesting, it's very interesting in many, many ways, what that revealed, because it's very non-modern, had a lot of interesting things to say that wouldn't be said today, just wouldn't be thought of. But one of the interesting things that they differentiate between the two is if America was packed way tighter, you probably wouldn't be as loud or boastful, which is a big difference, is that in Britain, there's the notion of the distinction, not so much today, but definitely then, of understated expression,
personal space,
and quietness and privacy, which is relatively rare to have, and thus becomes an ideal to pursue. In the US, houses are built to allow you to sit out on your porch and talk to people that come by. In Britain, houses are built to prevent that, to make sure you don't have to do that. And
but again,
in America,
it's because of the size.
Yeah, people are louder
really
and talk more and engage more voluntarily. In Britain, there are places where that's more common, but generally speaking, people are quiet and mind their own business. Both of these strategies are perfectly fine. They both work for a society, but one is more suited to a society with wide open spaces where people don't encounter each other as often by tendency, and one is more suited to a very compressed island nation. And there are other differences as well, but that's one of the most interesting and rarely acknowledged ones. That I think is
and I brought it up. Since you brought it up to me, I brought it up on my stream as well, and to other people, because I think it actually does maybe define a key sort of, and it's interesting that it comes from that source, difference, which is that, yes, in America, it's big and there's so much space that you can just be loud. And in fact, you have to be loud if you want to be heard, because there's so much space. You need to test the boundaries of your personal space. Whereas because obviously England is inherently much smaller, there's limited space comparatively, particularly in the cities. And so, yeah, it's more about the personal space.
Yeah.
And that is a maybe the key difference between the two cultures, and explains so much of their differences.
Maybe that's the main thing that appeals to you.
Is that I like personal space?
Maybe. You don't like people interrupting and getting in your face.
Yeah. No, I hate that. So maybe.
I'm sure that there are many other factors as well, but that's maybe one of the main things. Okay, so toast sandwich, right? Apparently Aiden has tried one. I have
you not
never
had a toast sandwich?
heard anyone mention toast sandwiches, except on the internet, for the meme.
Okay, so here's what the toast sandwiches.
Cultural artifact here in the UK.
But it's fucking it's pov cunt meal. It's for like it's after the fucking blitz type shit. You fry the middle piece of toast.
Oh, fried bread is really good.
It is, and you fry the middle piece in lard and fat. So it's basically just like a fat-soaked piece of bread in between two slices of bread, as you would normally have a sandwich. It's not just three pieces of bread that are toasted together.
If you're on rations, but you have some butter, lard or fat, and some bread, that's not bad. Honestly, fried bread, as I said, with butter or whatever, is really good. I wouldn't have it without something else to flavor it, but putting it alongside some meat, some eggs, some other breakfasty stuff, it's really good.
If you're pressed for choice because you're in the middle of a war and you can I don't have access to meat, but I have animal fat. I can make this piece of bread in the center basically taste like meat.
Or
by
close
cooking
enough,
it in fat. Close enough. Well, that's approximation. Yeah. And it's not bad. It's not I mean, is it the best sandwich ever? No, but it's fine.
A lot of food that you think of as American food, chat, is British food that Americans have modified. That's the first one. The second one is that
deep frying is Scottish, by the way, just in case people don't know that.
A lot of Americans, I suspect, think British food tastes bland because, and this is a genuine difference, I think.
It's a psyop for one.
Is that, well, whatever, maybe it is, but I think this is a genuine factor, is that in the UK, they don't add salt to the food. They let you do it because that's better for people that are trying to be healthy. In the US, they just add the salt to the food, which means that sometimes you get more than you need or more than you want, but you get used to that. So if you eat British food expecting it to be already salted, it tastes really bland. What you realize is that all that's happened there is that your food is already salted. You can just put salt on it and then it tastes better. What you're tasting is just a lack of salt.
You are right. You are right. You are completely right. And I will say this to any of my fellow Americans. You don't realize how oversalted all of your food is inherently, like just intrinsically. American food is so oversalted that, yes, if you go somewhere outside of America, I don't know about Canada, but you go somewhere outside of America and you go like, this food tastes bland. It's because you are so used to the high salinity of American food. A lot of which is the case because it's all processed, and a lot of it is intended to be stored for long periods of time because of the size of the country, in part. But yeah, it's why you have no perception of what normal food tastes like outside of being overly salted.
And then to continue, that's point 2. Point 3 is many foreign dishes that appear foreign actually aren't. They were either British invented or British influenced or changed while they were here, even though they still have the same name. Any dish that is one of the classic Indian or Chinese dishes probably did not exist in anything like that form when it was discovered. It was modified later. And tikka masala was created by someone in Britain. I think they were in fact Indian, but they were in Britain. So a lot of food that you think of as foreign isn't. It's British. And that's point 3. Point 4 is when Americans think of British food, they're thinking of food that is British but not something that they can find easily in America, which means that it's literally the stuff that just by happenstance Americans don't like as much. So there's lots and lots of reasons why Americans think British food is bland. And despite all these factors that could influence that, there might be some truth to it as well, because there would have been some significant selection pressure for people who could endure with less tasty food during rationing in World War II here. So that's the part of it that's likely to be true. The rest of it, all those other factors, I think explain the rest. It's not really true. It's a little bit true, but it's not really true. Americans way overstate how bad it is. And now, funnily enough, someone mentioned, I don't know, I've never found a Brit that can cook. Well, the one time that I went to America, we had a professional chef. He was terrible. He was American. It happens. We've just lost Aiden. I assume it was our internet cut out. It was Lewis Britton. He can't cook. What I can cook, I cook well, thank you very much. I just don't cook many things. Ooh, one sec. Yeah, Aiden's internet just went down. I assume she'll be back soon. So yeah, I think there's Gordon Ramsay is British. Yeah, I think he's just English. There's a little bit of truth to the notion, but most of it is bollocks, I think. Is Ramsay Scottish? I thought he was English. Gordon Ramsay. I think he's just English. He doesn't sound Scottish. Maybe he's originally Scottish, but has adopted a more English accent. I mean, he sounds like, just trying to remember his voice. He doesn't even sound northern, does he? Yeah, I guess so. The kiddies, there's a fine beverage. It's true. Most of what is called British food is basically Blitz era food. It's all of pure World War II British food is lost to time. I wish it wasn't. I mean, if it is lost to time, let's fucking get it back. If there's any documentation of it, let's fucking get it back. Yeah, there's probably a lot of things Americans enjoy, even if they've renamed them, are in fact British things. It's just that those are the things that Americans liked enough to adopt them and modify them themselves. The things that they haven't widely adopted are the things that they think of as British food, because they are, in those cases, uniquely British food. And if they import them, they probably won't be salted. Because all these factors just confound and line up to make it happen. Ours now, says Natchez. Well, you're welcome to your version of them. You may find that our version of them is actually better, though you may not enjoy it as much. Beef Wellington is British and delicious. Shepherd's pie, fish and chips, roast beef, Yorkshire puddings. Definitely excellent British foods. There are also loads and loads of weird struggle dishes and misfires. So there are entire decades of American food that would make you sick just thinking about them. I know about the jellying trend. You put an entire meal in transparent jelly. I've actually never had haggis, big cheese, but I don't speak for the Scots. I've been told it's good, actually. Was it Aiden, actually, that was trying to get me to eat it? Well, I should find out when she comes back. Did Rowan Atkinson say that? That's fantastic. We've got the recipe, we don't need them anymore. I guess he said that as part of a comedy skit rather than a more recent immigration statement. Most Yanks can't grasp the amazing concept of the savory meat pie. How? How do you not get that? Americans, tell me this is not true. Tell me that you also have savory meat pies. If you don't, I'll be disappointed. Nacho says, what's Yorkshire pudding? You are not qualified to speak on this subject if you don't know what the Yorkshire pudding is, Nachos. Yorkshire pudding is excellent. Okay, they say we do, so I don't know what that statement was from then. Maybe they're just more common here, Solna. You're saying that they're not common there. Took loves Yorkshire pudding. Yorkshire pudding is probably the number one best receptacle for gravy. The best candidate for having gravy on it. Only have Yorkshire pudding once a year, not this year. What you're supposed to do is okay, English fry-up breakfast is its own thing, but then you also have the English roast dinner. You have beef, primarily, but sometimes chicken, gravy, some sort of vegetables, and Yorkshire puddings, very importantly, and then some sort of extra stuff. But it's mostly the beef, Yorkshires, and gravy that make it. And I highly recommend getting both the English fry-up and the English roast dinner. All right, chat's distracted now. They're arguing amongst themselves about food. Works for me. Anyway, back to Tucker.
Our Lord the King, a phrase that was common until recently. All of that seems to be gone.
Well, hang on. We're still a very majority Christian country, right? Still 40-odd% of the country are Christians, right?
That's not a majority. It's certainly not very majority. That's plurality at best. But even then, most of them that would say that they're Christians, I'm afraid to say, are kind of defaulting to assuming Anglican. They wouldn't really practice. Practicing Christians is probably down like 10, 20%. It's way lower. And that's just an estimate. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Wolf. Realistically, though I'm not a Christian, that number should be north of 50%. Because I believe religion is best for most people. Not for everyone, and I'm fine with it not being 100%. I'm even fine with it not being 80, but it should be above 50. And furthermore, the rate of Islam should be less than 1%. Really, that's generous. The rate of any other religion should be less than 1% each. Or, again, that's generous. Really, it should be 0 people of who honestly take it, because it's not compatible with British culture. Maybe there's a religion, like, what's the most benign religion compared that would fit in with Western culture? Fucking Shinto, Buddhism. It depends how closely they follow it. But Islam, even the most moderate form of it, there's still a danger inherent there. So no, those should be very low. Yeah. Chat's still distracted with food.
That's a fact. So when I hear America,
whatever that means, I mean,
well, it means
get arrested for praying outside an abortion clinic. That's not a Christian country.
Well, okay,
I mean, that's a
there
pagan
there are nearly 50% of the country identify as Christian. The more concerning.
Yeah, but Piers, what was the number for that 50 years ago? I guarantee it was a lot higher. Now, is that necessarily a bad thing? No, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I can easily argue that it is a bad thing. And I'd like to, I wonder what he would say to that.
Thing for those who have faith is that nearly 40% now have no religious belief whatsoever, right?
Right.
Then we have a lot of other religions. There's a slight amplification of, for example, the number of Muslims in the country. There are nearly 4 million Muslims in the country. And that represents...
Unfortunately, I suspect that number is lower. The problem with that is that in some areas, the young are majority Muslim. In many areas. Now, in many areas, it's almost none, really. But still, for the younger generation, like the distribution of foreigner is more in the young, which is exactly what you don't want it to be. And that beckons the need for deportation begins at home. Whole families, the whole family can enjoy the fun of being deported. If they're not supposed to be here, even if they were let in, I'm sorry, it's too bad. It's for the survival of our country. So that's what's the point there? I've lost my train of thought because I'm distracted by chat fucking arguing. What is it? Is it Canada versus US now over food still? I forgot where I was. So I'll just continue.
Represents about 6% of the population, but 43 or 4% of the population are still Christian. So I do think again that the over amplification of the Islam problem, as people put it, or the Muslim problem, has been massively overstated.
Well, that's an op.
No, Piers. In a couple dozen cities, there are basically industrial processes of raping white children because they're white children by almost exclusively Muslim men. And do you know, that's not even the worst part. The worst part is the fact that the authorities let it happen. They facilitate it in some cases. Now, that is it's a problem of not just Muslims, because you couldn't do that without Muslims. White people wouldn't do that. Not anywhere near that scale. But of also the complicity towards Islam. Now, that problem is so deep and critical that if you're not like mentioning it at every opportunity, if you're asked to comment on the problems of Britain and it doesn't come up as one of the first fucking answers, that's a fucking problem. And for you to underplay the issue of Islam there, well, it looks like complicity yourself, Piers. It looks like what you're trying to do there is lionize the country against all reason. Even with someone who, Tucker's not making it easy to be like, yeah, Britain is great, but here are the problems. He's being quite a bitch about it, to be honest. But he's want to do that. Gonna get used to Tucker does that. But still, you've got to be honest about it. These problems are real. And I mean, that's just one of the problems with Islam. Frankly, not even the worst one. The worst one is the demographic shift. The worst one is that, 4 million, I think it's way more than that. But even if it was just 4 million, they're centralized in certain places, which means that they're starting to change democratic outcomes. Again, that's not in many places, but largely in London. as well, and across a lot of the Midlands. Wherever they go, they cause problems. So it is a significant. You can't just look at one stat and conclude on that, especially when I don't think that stat is accurate.
Obviously,
yeah.
Hate the Muslims. No, we know where that's coming from.
I don't like it.
I hate it.
In my high street alone, in West London, most of the businesses would have Muslim employees there. Or
but also, how is hate the Muslims better than hate the Christians or hate the Jews?
It's not. It's all the same.
Not. It's the same.
And I've heard you say, and this is the point I come from. Hatred is hatred is hatred.
I totally agree.
It doesn't matter who you're hating. The moment you're in the hate game, then I think you're losing whatever.
I don't give a shit. Survival comes first. If hate is required to achieve survival, hate is what's needed. And when it comes to, I don't like that idea, by the way. And if you can possibly do it in a principled way, you certainly should. And it can be. Hate is not necessary. I don't believe it is necessary to do this. But if it became necessary, it is not a concern when it comes to considering survival. Hate as a motivation is not even on the map as a concern. But hate as the cause for bad choices, sure. But then it's the bad choices that are the problem. It depends. What's the strategy to deal with it? Is the strategy genocide Muslims? No. You're going to lose all your support if you do that. It's not necessary. It's too much effort, and you'll just cause too much conflict. Is a strategy systematically over the course of a few years to not shock the system too much, deport all Muslims whilst also removing benefits for foreigners? Not necessarily every Muslim, but all but the most moderate. Yes, that is a good solution. You won't lose much support doing that. It won't be too much of a shock to the system. It's principled. It doesn't require violence, etc., etc., etc. That's fine, and it'll achieve roughly the same result, roughly the same ideal outcome. Just take a little bit longer, but it will actually be able to do it. So, hate doesn't come into the picture. Hate could motivate either of those two things, and lack of hate could motivate either of those two things as well. It is not relevant. And focusing on it is very cosmopolitan. It's very leftist-brained.
Whatever argument is you're trying to have.
However, I would also personally recommend avoiding hate wherever you can. It's true that hate's not a good thing to have if you can avoid it. But it exists in the human psyche for a reason. Sometimes that reason is self-deselection, but sometimes it's necessary.
I totally agree. But moving on.
And Wolf says thinking they will leave without a fight is pretty damn naive. Best chance you have of ensuring that is to do it peacefully. However, if it comes to that, the police and even the military better be ready to deal with it. If they don't leave without a fight, they're still leaving. And if they attack and you kill them in self-defense, too bad. So yeah, I'm agreeing with you on that, Wolf. What I'm trying to do specifically is to reduce friction and bloodshed of the British, which I believe we share that goal. All I'm telling you is that the correct way to achieve that goal, literally the most effective way to achieve that goal, is not simply to go as hard as possible on the problem. It's to be a little bit smart about it, do it a little bit slower, such that you don't fuck everything up for yourself. Forget them for a second, just for yourself. I don't think you do get what I'm trying to do, Wolf. Or maybe you're assuming it's much softer than it really is. But if we are going to think about what is the most effective way, forget all the principles for a moment, what is the most effective way in practice to remove all but the most moderate Muslims from the UK? It's like a massive by force, all at once, military involved process of removing them from the country. Maybe the best approach. But you've got to consider how bad it's going to look as well, and how many of your supporters you'll lose in so doing, and thus how little time you'll have to do it. When you factor that in, I think the correct answer becomes to do it legitimately, gradually, not en masse, and without too much force. And if they fight back, then you use maximum force on them at that point, because you have a bit of justification to do it at that point. But you do have to be careful, because we are a country of good people. even though they should be thought of as outsiders who we have to repel, they're not currently. And so our people will want to avoid bloodshed. Now, not all of them, plenty won't, but we got to attenuate to how many do and don't. If you were to, of the three broad strategies, the one I mentioned, and the other one, the two I've mentioned, the third one just being kill them all. Well, you'll lose support very quickly for that. From how many people in the country want to kill all Muslims? Somewhere between maybe 1 and 10, maybe 15%. You can't really build a political coalition on that, and you'll lose everyone else. How many people in the country want would be okay with a massive militaristic forced deportation all at once? That may be closer to 20%, but it's still, you can't build a political coalition on 20% and you'll turn off everyone else. How many people in the country want mass deportations that are done with some degree of humanity? About 50%. And at that point, yeah, you can build a political coalition on that. So that's what I'm talking about. If you want it to happen, you need to not grab at the goal, to be a little bit more circumspect. You got to figure out what is the best way. Because if you can do it within one political term, maybe you can go really hard on it, lose all your political capital, but they can't push you out yet, so you get to do it. But then that's the only thing you get to do. And it is very important. It's probably the most important thing, but it's not the only important thing, and you miss out on other opportunities too. However, if you allow it to be done, say, over 2 terms, then, and you keep your support, you keep enough political capital to do other things as well, then you get roughly the same result over a little bit more time, but you actually finish the job without destroying the country, without ruining your reputation, without losing all your supporters, and you get to do other things as well. Talking just about what is the most optimized strategy, I think it's that. And hey, Wolf, if that's the case, and if on a large scale they do fight back, my plan specifically is built to be reactive to that. If they do, you get the political capital to retaliate in self-defense. And, you know, if they die in self-defense, fuck around, find out. If they're deported harder in self-defense, that is a mercy. Body cameras solves this problem almost entirely. We're not really disagreeing, Wolf. I'm just saying that you don't need to jump straight to the most aggressive strategy when a slightly more circumspect strategy will actually work better. Yeah, I don't think they won't, Wolf. I don't think they won't. However, I do think that not all of them will. And if some of them do, then react in kind. If every single Muslim in the UK took up arms, it would be horrific, but we would win. Definitely. Natchez says, if you deport them, there's a chance they'll come back. Not if we then secure the borders. I mean, a chance, yes, but there's always a chance. If you have a country where people could theoretically move into it, there's always a chance of people from the third world. And don't worry, there's plenty of availability of third world people in the world who could enter any given country. That's why you need strong borders. You need it permanently, all the time. Killing them only removes a very small amount of the people that could come back in. So it's not worth it because you lose too many supporters, I think. Gorgus Carl, I'm not even thinking about British Nuremberg trials. Like, that's a distinct possibility. I'm just thinking about how do you get the work we need to do done, even if there's bad consequences later. My argument for not killing them all doesn't come down to, well, you'll be held accountable morally for it later. Yeah, that may be a factor, but just in terms of getting it done, I think that's less effective. I think the plan will collapse when if it appears that your heavy-handed initial approach caused the uprising. Suddenly, every death is on your hands, and you completely lose all support, and you probably get pushed out of office before you complete even 5% of the job. However, if you do it a bit more circumspect and where every bout of violence is immediately justified, then you don't lose that capital and you get to keep doing it for as long as you need to. Yeah, Aiden's internet is still gone, unfortunately. The argument's over kill them all. No, I'm not saying it is. It was deport them by force at speed. I'm just more of a realist in it that they will fight back because they do not think like us. They already view them so. Is that, Wolf, it sounds like we're agreeing. What are you disagreeing with me on here? It sounds like we're agreeing. I think the only thing is that you will probably be a little bit more forceful initially than I would be. I think like of the three strategies of either kill them all, militarily deport them all immediately, or be a little bit more civil, reduce or remove benefits and then deport them gradually. Of those three strategies, it sounds like you're preferring the second one, and I'm preferring something more like the third one initially, with moving up to the second one if it becomes necessary. Again, even if you're right that that approach will become necessary, if you do it immediately, then you're on the hook for the fallout. And you may say, I don't care. Well, yeah, you will if you get removed from power and then you can't do the plan anymore. You will if you get rebellion from your MPs, because this is, people wanted you to remove everyone and wanted you to deport, but they didn't want the bloodshed that it's caused. Well, you've got to make it look like it wasn't your fault, unless you want to be stopped. Do you want to finish the job, or do you want to just start it in the way that you think is right? Do you want to start it in the way you think is right and then get stopped halfway? Or do you want to finish the job? I want the job finished. I want to save the country. I don't just want to react. I want to save the country. And so I think you have to begin in the way that is amicable. And if they react, hard hit them until they stop. And if they don't stop, then their reaction is the problem. If you were civil and they reacted badly, you can certainly make the argument that it was their reaction. Minimum necessary force is the minimum wasted energy as well. Many of the, especially if they react and then they just get the fucking wrath of God from the British military brought down upon them when they react badly, and every rebellion from the Muslims is put down rapidly and violently, they'll stop eventually. Now, Muslims will stop much slower than most, but many of them will stop once they see that's what's going to happen. They're still human. Yes, I know. Muslims will fight to the death. Many of them will, but not all of them will. Most of them in this country are not hardened jihadists. Those ones will fight, and those ones you will have to put down. But the rest, most of them won't. Anyway, let's continue for now. Or they'll go back, breed and regroup and come back. They won't be able to come back. Again, Nachos, that doesn't solve anything. If you kill them, there's still plenty of foreigners that could immigrate. What you're going to have is borders. You have to have borders either way to solve that problem. Yeah, exactly, Ravelon. Those who fight to the death will be dead. Those who fight will be cowed. Exactly. Given how infested our police and military are, I do think it's likely that the Muslims will get the wrath of God on them at any point. One of the problems that you have to solve with the political capital that you need to maintain is clearing out ideological infestation like that. You can't guarantee it. However, if they have orders to put down a violent insurgency, the military will follow it. We're not talking about police here. We're talking about military. You could begin with police, but they're not equipped for that. The whole idea of having non-militarized police, again, only really works with a society where you can guarantee everyone acts well on their own motive. Muslims have way less likelihood of doing that. So if you're going to do this, you either have to have militarized police or you have to have the army do it. Allowing the Muslims to get the violent insurgency point first. If they're going to do that anyway, then what's the difference? Your strategy will just cause them to do that anyway. I mean, with what I'm saying, you could have the military on standby in all the hotspots. They're not going to get much of an advantage. There are going to be places where you know there's likely to be an insurgency, the real hotspots. You prepare for that. In those cases, perhaps you don't even send in lawyers or police or anyone to tell them that they're being deported. You announce it on the news. Maybe you even fucking airdrop flyers on those areas. Some areas are that bad. And you have the military fucking standing by. And as soon as shit starts, you send them in tactically, wipe everyone out and take prisoners if they surrender. And if they don't, then shoot them. You don't start with violence. They will start with violence, but they'll start with violence in your strategy as well. And then you take them out. Like, my plan is adaptable to each possible situation. It just doesn't go to the maximum force immediately. It's ready to do so when it needs to. But with this method, you keep so much more political capital and you waste so much less energy and manpower that you get the same results. Just maybe slightly slower, but about the same. It's definitely worth it. Well, if it's not softly, like, I think you're not listening to what I say, and you're assuming that I'm just slightly harsher than Piers Morgan. No, you're not actually listening to what I'm saying. My approach is almost as tough as yours, and when it needs to be, it will be tougher than your initial approach would be. I just don't want to go over the top of what's necessary to the point that you sacrifice more than you gain. I'm trying to save the country, not just react emotionally. There must be no revenge considered in this plan because you want it to succeed. You want the reasoning to be based on what will work, not what feels good. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but someone who was doing that would probably have the same approach. I believe my strategy would be the best way to get them all out of the country as fast as possible. That's why I'm advocating for it. It's no softly about it. It is the correct approach in practice strategically, I believe. Forget principles, forget compassion in terms of why we're doing the plan. We have to appeal to the compassion of the voters because otherwise they'll kick us out before we can finish. But that's the only degree to which we care in this strategization. So you're not being fair to what I'm saying here at all. Deportation is a mercy, maybe, and I get what you're saying, but again, if you were to kill them all, you'd lose support so quickly. You wouldn't be able to continue. Toe says, I don't think it would particularly matter which way as long as you had someone in power who actually wanted to do it, which isn't going to happen. Even Farage, who I would say is the best for this out of any option, is not talking about deporting all or even most Muslims, disappointingly. We may have to get someone better than him. Even if he does everything he says he's going to do, we may have to get someone better than him. However, I do believe that he will deport at least hundreds of thousands, which is a start, much better than the others have done, and he will stop the immigration. As if he does his job. And frankly, Trump is not deporting as many as we'd like, but he's deporting tens or hundreds of thousands, and he's completely closed the border. If Raj does that, it'll be a massive improvement here and a good first step. Well, if that's he'll deport a single one. I strongly suspect that he will deport many. I strongly suspect that he will do what he says he'll do when it comes to the borders and immigration. But what he says he'll do, I don't think is enough. It's a good start, but I don't think it's enough. Rupert Lowe, I actually don't know what his position is on deporting all or most Muslims. Probably his position is better. His positions generally are better than Farage's. Unfortunately, his ability to gain influence is nowhere near as good as Farage's. So Farage is our choice for right now. If Rupert Lowe was as charismatic and as, whatever, connected or media savvy as Farage is, I'd be supporting him instead. But he's not. So we take what we can get. Take what's available. Farage is the best choice available. Everyone says Trump also is purging the immigration courts that are bottlenecking the deportation process, as we've learned today. Indeed. There's lots of bureaucratic reorganization that you can do. And honestly, I think Farage is quite well positioned to do that because he's been studying that stuff for 25 years, roughly. If he doesn't leave the ECHR within the first roughly week, then we can start to be fucking suspicious. Now, of course, there could be mitigations as to why he can't, there may be steps to take, but there should be about nothing. If he gets the numbers in Parliament that he's currently talking about getting, you should see a 60% or more vote to leave the ECHR among Parliament. It'll just happen. There doesn't even need to be any deliberation. We'll just tell them we're not in it anymore. and then it's done. And then we start deporting en masse. You can do that on the first fucking week, first day, maybe. So we'll see. But that's what I'm looking for as an indicator of whether he'll do what he fucking says. Ravon says the purpose of Farage is to kill off Tories and Labour for good. The purpose of Rupert Lowe is to take over after Farage fails to be good enough. Maybe so. Maybe so. Either way, I don't think Farage will be enough on his own, but he's a damn good start. Or if he does what he says he's going to do, it's a damn good start. But it's a lot more to do. To access remigration is Rupert Lowe's, like, everyone out. Good. We may need someone who's willing to do that after Farage, if he's not willing to do what, even if he does do what he says, if he's not willing to do what's needed, we will need someone like that. Depending on what I believe I have the same level of optimism about Farage that I currently have about Trump. They're not the same people, but they're from sort of the same influence space. They're roughly the same place on the compass, I expect. And similar kinds of approaches and strategies. Trump has some pretty notable flaws and would be overall too soft. Or soft is the wrong word. I don't want to misuse that, but he wouldn't go quite as far as is needed in some cases, ultimately for survival. But also he understands how the fact that it's a civil society and that you need to do some things through existing channels. That any other way would be completely inefficient and unfunctional. That sometimes you need to reform those channels, yes, but you do need to do something civilly. You can't just be a dictator. And despite that, with those similar positions, so far, Trump has shut down the border and has begun deporting on a decent scale as a sort of early start. And most of what he's done has been really good, with a few notable very bad things. If Farage can achieve that kind of thing for the UK, we'll be in so much better position. It's generally not difficult to fix some of these problems in principle. And all we need is someone with the will to do it. I think Farage has the will. Whether he has the competence or the access, I don't know. But having a House of Commons with a majority, whilst also being the Prime Minister, gives you a lot of power. The King rejecting a proposal is very rare. The Lords is the only thing that could be a problem, because it's been kind of packed with Labour and Conservative appointees. They may try and veto things, but there may be a way to get around that. Trump is way more entertaining, says the Took. I think they're both about the same for entertainment value, actually, for my tastes. You should watch more of Farage's interviews. Paul says, how long after reform get in and they fail to repeal lots of Blairite legislation do I have to wait to prove me right? It depends what legislation. There's a lot of time and a lot to do, or a lot to do, and only about 5 years to do it in. But there's also, if he doesn't do it in the first few weeks, doesn't mean he wants it to stay. He could just do it later in the term, because there's a lot to prioritize. And of course, as I said, like, there's going to be obstruction. Even if he has a massive majority in the Commons, there's going to be a lot of obstruction. And I think the Lords are going to be the main problem. And there's going to be some interference, I'm sure, from the King in the background. If he is as cucked as everyone says, then he's probably going to insist on certain things not going through, which Farage, I hope, will say, no, we've got to do it. I hope he will. We might see if at that point there's a fundamental disagreement that they can't resolve and the King ends up using his veto power on some policy, it'll do more harm to him than it will to Farage. Wolf, I'm not sure if Farage has talked about the Equality Act, but you may be right. Again, he may not. I don't think he's going to be enough. Even if he does everything he says, there's more that needs doing. But it's a damn good start. If he does what he says he's going to do, it's a damn good start. Yeah, Wolf. That may be a weak spot. Maybe that would be smart, Gore, in terms of sending a message. Honestly, I think if you were to execute, capital punishment is not a thing here. It's not legal here. But talking hypothetically, if you were to dictate, basically, that those involved in the grooming gangs will just be executed, I think if you did it properly by the books, if you prepared everyone for the idea, I don't think that would actually cost you too much political capital to do. You might get more approval for that than dissension. I'm not sure about that. I'm not happy with the idea of governments having the right to kill people, but that one might go down okay as long as you don't do that too much. Only for those who you're sure have done the wrong thing. But there's a lot of pushback against capital punishment here. Although I think polls have generally shown that the majority, by a relatively slim margin, do prefer allowing capital punishment. But it's not. I don't think it's like 90% or anything. It's between 60 and 80, I think. Blacko says, Charles is a global homo Islamophile. Of course he'll resist. And if he does, it's going to be a choice he makes, which is going to bring, for the first time in over 100 years, I think, actual doubt in the future existence of the monarchy, or a doubt in that line remaining. He may be pushed out or pressured. And what form the pressure will take, I don't know. But the people deciding we don't like our monarch anymore, maybe just let's reduce his pay, let's reduce how much they can extract from the communal fund, or suddenly Charles is going to find himself standing on principle and losing a bunch of money because the people fucking disagree. People he's meant to protect and represent. And honestly, I don't think Farage would sit down to that. I don't think it's in his character. Does the king do anything at all? So it's often been asked, what influence does the king or queen have on politics? They never seem to veto anything. They never seem to get involved, even when they should. Well, you got to wonder how many things did the king or queen say, I don't want that to happen. And then the parliament just says, all right, I guess we can't do it. We won't bother. They have a silent veto that they can use informally before it ever goes ahead. I'm sure that it's in very implicit terms. Like, Her Majesty feels regret at some of the wording of the proposal. That might, in official communications between king or queen and parliament, that kind of thing might just mean, no, fuck you, you're not doing it. You're not doing it, I would veto this. Like, that could be all it takes. That kind of influence, that very, very softly spoken, but very powerful influence, probably used fairly often by the monarch. And I admit, a few years ago, I hadn't really thought about that. But I realized, or it was mentioned more recently. That's probably how it works. Charles may have already influenced Parliament in those subtle ways. And he would do that much more with reform. But of course, the fact that it's so soft also comes with the necessity of you wouldn't necessarily veto it. You might say you don't want it to happen. You might imply that you would, but you wouldn't actually do it. Using that veto would be enormous. It would be a massive change in politics. It would be big news. And I think it would result in friction between the Commons and the monarch, which would also possibly result in consequences for the monarch, because the monarch financially is dependent on the country as a whole, and it's using a resource, a shared fund, that I think the Commons controls. So there would be friction there, and it probably would not end well for the monarch, especially because the people wouldn't be on his side. They have any significant power, they consent it to the current situation. What should we mean by that? Yes, and you may get a new monarch soon, but they're going to have some of the best healthcare, so I assume he won't be dying in the next few years. Actually, says, can't they dissolve Parliament? They can, but that would be monumentally unpopular if they did that. I don't know. There's no precedent for not in the last few hundred years anyway, I don't think, for the king dissolving a monumentally popular parliament. I think the king would be shortly dissolved if that were to happen. If you take away the people's representation, take away their voice, they're going to find a way to represent themselves one way or another. And the structure of this country, it doesn't rely on, lords' domains full of peasants and or even free men, or even whatever the progress is as that goes on. It's not that kind of system anymore. It is a more of a singular collective of people with some differences by region, but much less than they used to be. They're not tied to their region so much anymore, as by necessity as they used to be. They're not tied to lords. The lords really are more vestigial than they've ever been. And the king is also somewhat vestigial, but does serve some useful purposes. But it really is the power is in a loop between the people and the commons, with a small inclusion of the veto power for the mostly vestigial lords and monarch. If you take away the commons, you've taken away like such huge portion of the country's infrastructure. Besides which, I don't think Charles can delete Parliament. I think he can just dissolve the current Parliament, which creates a new election. I'm not sure about that. But if he did that, you probably would just get more people voting for reform, or whoever's better at that point. As long as they hadn't monumentally fucked up, I think you just get more people voting for reform. And you may even get all parties coming together to agree on, we're going to vote on a bill to reduce the monarch's power. And it probably would pass. So, it's a risky fucking move for the monarch to do that. The Lords is much less of a risky move because they have a veto. I think that there's some conditions on that, or there's some way that it can be overrun, I think. But they will probably obstruct most of what Farage tries to do. However, it's very public when they do. It'll be known why that's happening, or that's happening. There are other layers in the British political system, but things at the Supreme Court, I think, should just be deleted. These unnecessary additions, especially foreign courts, all of them deleted as much as possible. We are not a legalistic country. We rely on high trust to maintain high trust and representation. Well, the US obviously relies on representation as well, but less on high trust, more on judicial propriety, which is why you have the Constitution and the Supreme Court to do all that stuff. Very different approaches, but both perfectly valid. Versus, I thought laws could only delay your legislation. I don't know I've forgotten the exact specifics of that. I thought that they could prevent them, but if they can only delay it, then they will do that as much as they can. It may be that they can insist on sort of rewrites and amendments and that kind of thing, where they can add to it, but they can't prevent it completely. But hey, if they can only delay it, then it means that Farage will have even more power. Yeah, the Communications Act too would be the justification for almost all of that. Where if you send something quote unquote grossly offensive or whatever it is, then you can be on the hook for that. However, the reason that's happening is mostly the will of authorities to make it happen. They could ignore the act. The act doesn't require that they seek these people out. That's part of initiatives probably originating from globalist forces. If a worthy leader eliminates those motives and those departments and that intent, then you could keep the act and it would be fine, but you should also remove the act. Act is the word that we would use here for the equivalent of bill in America. Act of Parliament or bill passed by Congress, same idea. The piece of Blairite legislation on Wolf's List, I'd certainly agree with you. I agree with you on all of them, but even with the Communications Act, again, I don't know if Farage will do anything about it. I don't think he's talked about it, but I would say it's much closer to the rubric of what he'd do something about. However, again, you don't strictly need to in order to prevent people from being arrested for social media posts. That's happening because of the departments and the intent, which you could eliminate with a significant majority from Parliament. I think I've heard that the Lords cannot block anything stated in a party's... okay, fair enough. That's interesting. I didn't know that, actually. I hadn't heard that. Cannot block anything stated in a party's manifesto. That's not a bad policy, actually. It's a bit subjective. That's not a bad policy. Cynical and don't think he will touch any of these pieces. Honestly, Wolf, he may well not. I don't think he's mentioned either of those two pieces. Except, as you say, to potentially agree with one of them. So he may not do those. You don't have to be cynical to think that he won't do things he hasn't promised to do. I think it would be cynical to think that he won't do his core promises that he's literally been actively campaigning for 25 years. He will certainly try. I think with pretty much certainty we can say he will attempt to lead the ECHR. That at least. What are the Lords? Minor nobility. The thing is, they used to be, it used to be that they were like long-standing families of landed elites. And of course, back in the day, they would be the actual owners of each region. But that gradually changed in the last 25 years. They have become, a significant amount of them have just become political appointees, given a knighthood for, quote, services to the country, end quote, or whatever the wording would be. And many of them are just extensions of the Conservatives and Labour. Not all of them, notably. There are a few good ones, but most of them, I'm not sure of most, but many of them are, they will just do whatever the Conservatives or Labour would do. Or Lib Dems, there's a few of them too. Loaded by yes men appointed by politicians. Quite a lot of them are, yes. He hasn't been campaigning on mass deportation for 25 years. Hell, 2 years ago he was saying he didn't want that. I didn't say he was campaigning for mass deportations for 25 years. And also, what he said about mass deportation, about not wanting mass deportations, is basically that he said that he doesn't think that there is an appetite for deporting entire groups of people, i.e. all Muslims. I don't think he's right on that. But that's what he was saying. He is in favor of mass deportations. He's just not in favor of deporting on quite the scale of all of a certain class. Which again, I think he should. Disagree with him there, but it's a good start. Well, that's what he says, Wolf. Whether he believes that or not, I don't know. I'm just saying what he says. There was some contention about what he said, maybe meaning that he wasn't in favor of any deportations. But he then later clarified that he did mean entire groups. I would agree like 99%. The most moderate Muslims are probably okay if there's no one else, but obviously there's still a small risk there. But if they're very moderate and also very worth having, i.e. skilled, it's pretty fine, but it's still not ideal. But yeah, 99% agree with you on that. But no, Wolf, what I mean is he's been campaigning for essentially divorcing Britain from unnecessary outside authority for about 25 years, particularly the EU, but also the ECHR being directly a part of that. Radical Muslims are a snake in the grass. Moderate Muslims are the grass concealing the snake. They'll never condemn the acts undertaken by the radical. Agree, of course, but I'm not talking about the average moderate Muslim. I'm talking about among the most moderate Muslims. Someone who would say that their religion is Islam, but wouldn't really follow any of the important bits. Essentially, they are just British with the, also, fun fact, I like this weird Middle Eastern belief system. We're not talking most of them by any means there. We're talking just a few. Just, maybe just a few thousand or tens of thousands. But those are probably okay if that's all there is. Or it's just Turkey. That's a good point, Odysseus. Again, I'm talking about the ones that are genuinely that way, but you can't tell. So yeah, that is a risk. That's definitely a risk. And of course, if they're, if you ask them to eat pork and they say no, well, maybe that's the only thing they believe in. But also, if they do, then that could be Turkey as well. So, and that's the problem. Yeah, with the force of Turkey, I'm not even saying that in practice leave the moderates, the really moderate ones there, because with Turkey you can't tell. But I do think that the most moderate, the genuinely most moderate, would be okay. But I don't know how many that is exactly. But yeah, I mean, even them, it would be ultimately safer to deport them too. Deport only the moderate Muslims, they disregard the Quran. Yeah. A good thing, but you and him are not really talking about what comes after we get free of the international bollocks. No, that's maybe true. A lot of what is being proposed is to solve the immediate problems. Repairing Britain is the priority. Reinvigorating it to sort of rise to the peak once more, to potentially restore the glory that was present during the empire, even if we don't necessarily have the same scale of imperial ambition. That is something that we can scarcely talk about until we get there. However, I think that fixing these problems in such a way that we fix ourselves so that the problems get solved as a country, repair the problems in our own country, is going to propel us so fast in a prosperous direction if it's done properly. We won't need to think too hard about how do we become great on the world stage again. It'll just happen as a result of repairing these problems. Now, part of that is mass deportations, and there's going to be a period of massive shock when we deal with that. But as we're dealing with it, we're going to become stronger very fast. We are still the best in the world at a few things, and that list will definitely grow as we do this. The next logical step of being free of the Human Rights International woo-woo is deporting people, but for Farage, it's probably just being a tax haven. I don't think so. He hasn't talked about making Britain a tax haven, I don't think, but reducing taxes would be good. However, what he has said, actually, and this is quite notable, which I think is an indication of degree of honesty, of humility as well. He has said it's unlikely that we can reduce taxes because there's the economy is in such a terrible state that for a time at least we will need to keep taxes high. It's tough to hear, and it would hurt his chances in the election. Kemi Badenoch might just go ahead and promise to do that. The thing is, no one will trust her. Farage saying that, even though it's not what we want to hear, does induce a sense of trust. Because it's not nice, but it's probably true that things are that bad. Hey, even if we did become a tax haven, it wouldn't be so bad. But if that's all he did, it would be, of course. There's many more things to do than that. Or, and hear me out, fuck taxes, says the Took. Sure, but the current way our nations exist, we kind of need them to an extent. They should be minimal, though. They should be much less than they are now. I think politicians pay the taxes. Well, they might do already. I'm not sure about that, actually. Toe says, the economy is in a terrible state, so let's keep taxes at a near all-time high. There's other levers that you can pull to boost the economy. Farage is talking about raising the threshold where you start paying taxes, which will help a lot. He's talking about basically reforming benefits to make sure that people can't just languish on them, to make sure it's always better to get a job. Deportation will solve a lot of this on its own. He is talking about pulling the levers that will actually help with all this stuff. Keeping taxes high, yes, will slow the economy down, but will allow the nation to, the government to continue to exist in its already bloated form while it unbloats itself, and to pay off some of the national debt as well. Also, it's already always better to get a job unless you are an asylum seeker or some such. I'm not sure if that's true, but from what I've heard, for a lot of people, the initial pay of the job is lower or not much higher than you get from benefits if you optimize the benefits. That's false, says Wolf. Maybe that is. I have now heard both sides of that opinion stated, but I'm happy to see evidence either way. But I think I've heard more than one person say that is the case. It appears that we have got almost nowhere through this video. I guess we can keep going. I did say I'd do a long stream. But it's there's obviously a lot more to talk about here. So we'll keep going, but we won't get anywhere near the end of this. We probably won't even get to the good bits, but we could just spend next stream going over this as well. The way that universal credit works is that you don't flat out lose the benefit when you start work. You lose a certain amount per hour you work, but it works out that in a way you will always be better off working. Okay, that's interesting. There may be more to it than that. The statements of it's almost not worth getting onto work. It may be taking into account other factors as well, not just the ones you're talking about. I don't know. I need to look at the full analysis either way, but that's interesting. Yeah, you could do that too. I don't think you'd be taken seriously. Maybe, Wolf. Maybe there might be more to it than we know. I want to look into the analysis of the argument, but you may be right. Either way, reforming benefits such that foreigners can't get them would certainly be a good step. Again, that's the kind of lever that you can pull to improve the economy without reducing taxes, though I would also very much like for taxes to be reduced. I think, chat, we could keep going, but the issue with having a long stream is that people get tired and they need to go to bed, they need to go sleepy bye-byes. So I'm not streaming to as many people. A bit about this when I worked in the mental hospital. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Wolf. I appreciate your input. You may be right about that. But I would suspect with that Farage is probably not just lying or even exaggerating, maybe exaggerating a bit, but I expect there's other factors there. I'd want to see the analysis. But thank you for your input. I think we will end, though, chat, and we can continue with the Tucker Carlson thing next time because there's not a lot of people left at this time of evening. But we will we'll head down to Pit 1 and chat for a while after the stream anyway. So thank you for joining me, everyone. And pegging is over, chat, says Achilles, indeed. Remember to go to Billboard and vote in the Lord of the Rings poll. We will be doing a Lord of the Rings watch event in December on either the 13th and 14th or the 20th and 21st, both of which are weekends. And you got to pick which one you prefer. Currently, the 20th and 21st is the preferred weekend to do it on. So that's probably when we'll be doing it. So pencil in a free spot in your calendar for the weekend of the 20th and the 21st. We will watch Lord of the Rings. We'll also, of course, be doing special Christmas events in Cabal on, I'm not sure if we'll do it on Christmas Day, Christmas evening, Christmas Eve, the eve before, or maybe Boxing Day, but we'll do stuff. And there will be Die Hard. If I'm here on Christmas Day, which I probably will be, although I might have someone to spend it with. It depends. But if we are here on Christmas Day, there will be Die Hard. And there will be Years' Recommendation, which we also watched the last few years in Cabal. A movie which is also a Christmas action movie called The Last Kiss Goodnight, I think. It's something like that anyway. Years' Recommendation, Wes also liked it. And I also liked it when we watched it in here. So we made it a sort of informal Cabal Christmas tradition alongside Die Hard. So we'll be doing that. So go and vote in the Lord of the Rings poll. We'll do that as well this December. There'll also be at some point the Lord of the Rings making of, maybe in a couple months. Bilbo's birthday was in September, says Phil. That's not a bad argument to do it in September, actually. Took, everyone always has to ask extended edition. They always say it. Someone always asks, as if there's any other way. As if we'd be sitting here like, no, I want to watch the deliberately shorter version, the version that has less good stuff in it. Now, of course, it's the extended version, you idiot. Why would you even have to ask? People ask it to signal that they know that there is an extended edition. It's like a rite of passage. If you like Lord of the Rings, you have to ask, oh, extended edition? But you know what? For someone like me who puts it on regularly and who deals with a lot of people who signal a lot, it gets quite annoying hearing extended edition. Yes, of course it's the bloody extended edition. What do you take us for? Yes, we're going to be watching for 6 hours night one. Yes, of course we are. Idiot. Can I try again to play the audiobook, says Phil? By all means. I don't know what you mean by try again. I only watched the retracted edition where Gandalf just tells the Balrog to fuck off, says Wolf, yeah. We've got, what we'll probably do is we'll watch the first 2 movies on the Saturday and the 3rd movie on the Sunday. I think that's what we did the last few years, which means that bigger commitment for the first one of the 6 hours, but the critical stuff all happens in the 3rd movie. So if someone could only make it to one of those days, they'd either get more content or less content, but it's more conclusive. So it's not a bad way of balancing it. And I've done all 3 movies back to back, but not everyone has the stomach for that. And if you want to keep a reasonable number of viewers, doing 2 on one day and 1 on the next is fine. So that's the plan for that. Is there anything else I need to mention? I don't think so. Remember to vote on User Plays. We will continue doing those. I do intend to do at least one more New Vegas session, but then after that, there will be probably Project Wingman is the top one now. I don't know much about it. It's playing game. We'll probably be doing that next. Remember to go to the Cabal Wiki. And if you are at least level 2 in Cabal, then sign up, make an account, tell me that you've done so, and I may make you editor. It depends on who I get the impression would be a good editor. And then we'll do that. And there's loads of pages on here anyway for you to browse, even if you are not made an editor. Just wiki.oozaloo.net for that. And of course, there is a page for User Plays. Put an extra / there. But this is the page that will show you what games are coming up. And I'll mostly follow the order of this queue as well. Thoughts on playing something multiplayer with Cabalites, something like Project Zomboid could be interesting. I don't think I'd like that game, but again, if people vote for it, I'm willing to give it a try. Yeah, do /support, User Plays, Project Zomboid, or if that won't fit, just Zomboid, and we'll figure that out. Kelly says, bro, where's the Minecraft? Again, I could set up a Minecraft server, right? I don't know if anyone would bother playing it. And if it just being vanilla, would it be interesting enough? Would people how quickly would people get bored of it? Probably quite quickly. But we could do that. Right. We would create drama around it. True. Maybe that's worth it. Right. We'll end there, chat. If you are still here, though, I'd ask you to stick around until the end of the outro music, and I will give you a little message that I mentioned last stream, and I think people should hear the message because it's somewhat important for community reasons. Yes, there it is. So stick around until the end of the outro music. Thank you for watching, chat. Join Cabal if you're not in there already, and I'll see you all in Pit 1 after the stream. Good night.